Welcome to a tier list where I will rank every single RuneScape song from Old School RuneScape. Sort of. So, first of all, there's only actually 100 songs here because the tier list website only allows you to have a maximum of 50 megabytes or 500 songs or 500 images per tier list, which means that I actually won't be able to do all of the songs in a single tier list, which is why this is part 1. I'm gonna do 100 per part, because otherwise, like, any more than that is just way too many, right? So, and Old School RuneScape has over 700 songs. Secondly, actually, I won't be reviewing any different versions or unreleased songs, social media releases, or anything basically that isn't found in the game. If it's found in the in-game player, I'm gonna review it, otherwise I'm not gonna bother, right? So technically it's not every single song. Now, I ordered the songs by ID, so they are shown in, somewhat order of release and in, alphabetical order. So as you can see, alphabetical order, but then, towards here, the alphabetical order sort of breaks to a point. I think if it's not here, it's later on, but regardless, yeah, it's a mixture of both, for some diversity. Also, Jagex changed the way a song plays in the game, so now songs sort of have genres, like the Lumbridge genre, where, the songs that play in Lumbridge, all of them will play in that area, and you'll unlock all of them in that area. So I will actually mention the place that the songs used to play before this update, if that happens, because some of the songs still play in specific places and whatnot, and are not part of a genre. Overall, though, let's actually get into it. The tier list is pretty simple. It goes from D tier to S tier, as I don't really believe any song to be F tier, and I will also be giving the songs a ranking from 1 to 10, which will reflect the tier. So essentially 1, 2 is D tier, 3, 4 is C, 5, 6 is B, 7, 8 is A, and 9, 10 is S tier. Overall, though, these are rankings for RuneScape songs and not overall songs. I think that overall songs would be basically the lowest song would probably be like maybe a 4. So if I say that the song is a 1, that's by RuneScape standards, not by overall standards. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So let's get into it. So the first song we have here, Adventure, as the name implies, it fills you with that, adventurous spirit. Although mostly chill, it does make you a bit more animated and curious about your surroundings. It plays in Varrock, and it reflects that the player already does have some experience in their adventure, and yet it gives you that sense of you are still somewhat new and you should go on another adventure and get more experience. Overall, however, just 9 out of 10, easy S tier. Song number 2, Alcarid. It's basically a Middle Eastern version of the previous track, Adventure. It transmits not only a sense of adventure, but also of unknown, an unknown you are just essentially discovering, right? It feels very exciting to discover that unknown. It's very fitting, as, Alcarid is basically often seen as the start of the vast desert and, what the desert hides and what is beyond. Overall, though, a pretty strong 7 out of 10, A tier. Next track we have is Alone. This song essentially just puts you on edge, right? Sort of as if you were just about to encounter a boss fight, but not quite. Its hostility makes the song somewhat unapproachable. It doesn't want you to feel comfortable, which is to be expected given that the song plays at the Ice Mountain or in the Clock Tower. Dungeon, specifically, not the Clock Tower itself, the dungeon that you go in during the quest. Which, are places where you do feel alone, given their inhospitality. Overall, it's a 6 out of 10. It's a B tier. Next up, song number 4, Ambient Jungle. So the song starts with like drums. It's a very stripped down at the beginning, as if you were, slowly stepping into a dense jungle and uncovering it bit by bit, as the song adds more instruments. Unfortunately, it never quite gets going, which is a shame. never really achieving any type of climax. It leaves a lot to be desired, basically. It has a good basis, but it definitely needed better execution. At points, it barely feels like a song and more like a solo instrument with a slow rhythm. Seriously, like just, an instrument where like random notes sort of come in at points. Over time, some of the components of the song did grow on me, but it still isn't all that good for me. Overall, though, a 5 out of 10. It's a bit tier. This next song number 5, Arabian. It's another desert-related song. This one keeps you hooked with a simple melody and pushes that melody into the background and brings instruments to play almost a solo. It's very interesting to see how the song progresses and what other instruments are going to join in or how the melody is going to change. It's an overall really fun song to listen to. It's honestly a very strong 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Arabian 2. Essentially it's the same song as Arabian 1 with the exception of the tense pause in the middle. Overall it's still a super fun song to listen to, although I didn't like it as much as the first one, and obviously, it's still an Arabian song, so a lot of the credit to it comes because of the first song. Overall, 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Arabian 3. Overall, it's a bit boring compared to the other two, definitely. The instruments do paint a good image of like the region that the song is in, but overall I didn't feel like everything meshed together all that well, or that the song at any point grabbed my attention and pulled me to it. Also, there's a random stop in the middle, at which point the song just sort of seems to restart. It is very jarring. Overall, it's a 3 out of 10, C tier. Song number 8, Arabic. More of a slow-paced, tense song. It actually plays at the Taverly Dungeon at El Ounds, not the desert, despite the, Arabian Arabic. You can, sort of fall under that sense. It actually, overall, is a very background type song. It fits the cave with the monster aesthetic, but it's very Final Fantasy-esque and very background type music. I guess it does its job. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Song number 9, Army of Darkness. It's basically a dark twist on the adventure type of song. It still feels adventurous, but with a sort of malicious tone to it, which is fitting given that the song used to play at the Dark Fortress. It's a dangerous place, not just NPC-wise, but also due to it being in the wilderness. The song makes the stakes feel much different at points. The yarn's going on, painting this urgency picture of someone that wants to explore but can't stay for long. It's overall a pretty good wilderness track, so it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next song, Arrival. This song feels like you are basically walking into an army place, but with a certain grandeur. This song plays when you get to like Falador, just outside of the wall, in the little forest mining section, so yeah, I guess that explains things. Overall, 6 out of 10, B tier. Also, don't worry about like me putting the songs here, like, basically they're all in order from S tier to D tier, but not within the tiers. Within the tiers, basically they are either 9 or 10 or 7 or 8, but I'm not concerned with putting them in the correct spot. Next song, Attack 1. While this track unlocks at the battlefield of Khazard, it is actually a more fitting of a 1v1 boss fight with high stakes, although it does a good job of keeping itself interesting throughout. There was actually not a lot that grabbed me, at least not very strongly. It's still an entertaining song. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Attack 2, basically another version of the attack track. All attack tracks have sort of the same, I guess, chord progression all throughout, and they just have different takes on it. This one actually plays at the Elvark's layer or layer, whatever. And I must say, I honestly like this one much more. It gives more of a tense vibe, higher stakes, desolate place, just you and the beast to slay, It even comes with a climax, and honestly, the only reason why it's not a 10 is because the ending is a bit jarring, to say the least. Overall, it's a pretty good track. 9 out of 10, S tier. Attack 3. Despite being an attack track, it's not as familiar to one as the other two were. You don't feel as much similarities, and the track plays at the Lava Maze dungeon, while the other two feel much more combat heavy. This one feels more tense, as to the unfortunately of combat as opposed to welcoming it. It's much more exploration, adventure type vibes, rather than combat. Overall, it's not as good, although it did grow on me after a couple of listens. Overall, 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Attack 4. This one plays during the Fight Arena boss fight. It is much more stripped down than Attack 1 and 2, however it does convey a more tense yet, combat oriented type sound. It gives you this image of only one of us gets out alive, which is very fitting given that you are in an arena. So, overall though, I do feel that it's a bit too stripped down for my taste. Even though I understand that it's what contributes to how tense the song is, it still does a pretty good job, and it has a pretty funky flute solo at the ending, or rather, it has a pretty good flute solo, and the ending is actually much better than most other attack songs. So overall, it's a pretty good song. 8 out of 10, A tier. Attack 5. Maybe it's because they all play in a row, but I did not notice much of a difference with this one. It's mostly just a mix of the other 4. Overall, I guess it does a decent job, and given that it plays during the KBT fight, but nothing that really grabbed me. Again though, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier, purely because it mostly relies on the other tracks, sort of like how Arabian 2 relies on Arabian. Attack 5 mostly relies on Attack, especially 1 and 2. And then lastly we have Attack 6. While the other tracks play in high-stakes situations, this one plays at the Gutanath Cave, which I guess it has dragons and ogres, but still not as high-stakes in my opinion. It sounds a bit more triumphant, as if an adventurer is doing well in the journey, but it doesn't really give as many fighting vibes as the other tracks, and overall it's the weakest of the bunch in my opinion. It's still somewhat entertaining. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Next track, Attention. This song actually plays in Remington, and it used to play specifically at the peninsula near the church and Thurga. Overall, it's a very slow-paced song, almost mischievous or even malicious, as if something bad was going on or some evil mystery was afoot, yet to be discovered, I would say, however, it doesn't really fit the area, and on top of that, it doesn't do much to captivate me. Overall, more of a background song, although a bit out of place. It seems to pass you this image of a more hostile place. The ending chords are top-notch, but again, they feel very out of place for the song that it is. Overall, 4 out of 10, C tier. Song number 18, Autumn Voyage. It's somewhat of a stripped-down song. It's a very laid-back song. This song actually plays in Lambert, specifically where the chickens and the cows are on the way to South Varrock, to the Dark Wizards. It was my favorite song, but over the years the song sort of grew on me quite a bit. It's extremely fitting for the place, and it does give you a certain humble vibe of, an adventurer that just is starting their adventures with, their very little to their name and just, learning the world around them. All of the instruments that come in give another perspective to the song, which makes it feel very diverse, as if a band basically was following you around while you, fight cows and light fires and cut trees and, at different sound bites for those activities. It's definitely one of the classics for a reason. It's a very strong song. It's a very, very solid 9 out of 10 S tier. Song number 19, Background. Ironically, despite being called Background, this song actually does nothing to stay there. It is a very incredibly chill song and it captures your attention all throughout the song. It feels very dreamy while making you stop to just listen to it. While the synths fill the background, multiple instruments come throughout that not only keep it interesting but also give it that melancholy. This song being called a background is to a point misleading, honestly. This is a gem that encapsulates how melancholic yet dreamy RuneScape can be. This is honestly just, one of the best. 10 out of 10, S tier. Song number 20, Ballad of Enchantment. And, to continue with the chill yet great songs, Ballad of Enchantment does just that. It enchants you, it is far more hopeful, and while at the beginning you might somewhat overlook it as soon as the first chord comes in, you feel that the song has your attention. There are beats that change the dynamic and are beats tense to a point. However, as soon as you think that the song changed, it goes back to the chords that echo throughout. However, it does have the downside of being a bit sugary, where at first you enjoy it, but it's very, very easy to get tired of it. However, still very strong performance. 9 out of 10, S tier. Song number 21, Baroque, and as the name implies, it's a sort of Baroque inspired track. Weirdly, while it plays at the Ardoin market, if I didn't know any better, I would say this actually plays in Lambridge or like Varrock in like a fancier part of town. It has the same chill yet adventurous vibe that a lot of the songs around that area actually offer. Overall, it's a extremely strong song. 9 out of 10, S tier, easily. Song number 22, Beyond. I enjoy the faster percussion on this song. It really shows that there aren't really a lot of limits to what a RuneScape song can actually be. It does, however, take a little while to get going and develop, but once it does, it gets even better than the beginning. The song actually watches you with this sense of adventure, and while the ending is a different vibe than the beginning, it was something I totally did not expect. It does a very good job of being exciting, and if you are taking part in what, in that sort of promised adventure, that it makes you feel like the end basically makes you feel like the adventure that you felt at the beginning. So it is very, very good at connecting the end of the song to the beginning of the song. Overall, it's probably one of the most underrated songs, I would say, of this list. 8 out of 10, A tier, very, very strong song. Often overlooked. Song number 23, Big Chords. It's a very relaxed, laid-back song, as if the game is asking you to sort of take a break from adventuring and to just, sit there and relax for a bit. It's an overall very uplifting song, and the ending chords make the song sound very magical. In terms of mood songs, it just doesn't get better than this. If you hear this song, you say mood. That's pretty much it. 10 out of 10, S tier. Oh, actually, there we go. Song number 24, Book of Spells. Speaking of magical songs, it is called Book of Spells, and yes, it has a very magical feel to it. I also enjoy how many parts the song actually has. It somehow manages to show us multiple different things throughout the song without losing its magical appeal. It's a joy to see how the song evolves from moment to moment. The only thing I don't get is, why is it being played in the Lambridge Swamp? At least he used to. Now it plays just in Lambridge and it unlocks all Lambridge songs, but he used to play at the Lambridge Swamp, and honestly, I feel that place doesn't really fit the song too well. However, I am judging how well a song fits the game and its places, not how well a place fits a song. So, since the song is pretty fitting to Lumbridge and it's a fucking banger, 10 out of 10, S tier. Song number 25, Camelot. It might be called Camelot, but this is the most like medieval song I've heard so far. Legit, just imagine yourself in a castle while having a requinted banquet. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's this song. Overall, though, it's a pretty good song. 8 out of 10, A tier. Cave background. The actual stripped down nature of the song makes it feel very Eden almost. Definitely not a nice place to be. There is a silence in the middle of the song before the song becomes grander, but I think that the silence is a bit too long. Somewhat, ruining not only the vibe of the song, but also the build up that the song had up until that point. While a good song, I feel that it doesn't really offer enough variety for me to keep hooked to it. I would have preferred the song to not deviate much from the original progression rather than deviating, but then making it feel like it really didn't pay off, or that to a degree we have a song and their sequel here with a break in between. Overall, 6 out of 10 B tier. Next song, Cavern. It uses some of the same instruments that Cave Background does, although not as well. It is also pretty stripped down, and while it fits the area it's in, never really grabbed me my attention, but it also never really bothered me. It's a very meh song, I would say. 4 out of 10, C tier. Next up we have Chain of Command, another stripped down song and another cave song. This one plays at the Temple of Ikov, and overall it does have a nice melody at points, but nothing that makes it stand out for me. It's a 5 out of 10, B tier. Song number 29, Crystal Cave. It's a very ethereal track, with a more relaxed approach. It plays in scenarios, does the, ethereal vibe, however, it also makes you feel at home. As if you just went on a long journey and finally arrived, and you're here now, so you can just relax and enjoy, sit down and just listen. It's a very endearing track, and I thoroughly enjoy it far more than I thought I would. It's a very, very solid 9 out of 10 S tier. And to go from Crystal Cave, we go to Crystal Sword, the beginning of basically a dangerous journey. The song slowly builds on a pretty simple chord progression, slowly adding more and more instruments while keeping both the original somewhat dangerous appeal while also adding some loneliness to it, as if you just can't trust anyone. It sounds definitely like one of the most experimental early Old School Runescape songs alongside Beyond. Overall though, 7 out of 10, A tier. Number 31, Dangerous. I would say this song isn't very dangerous. It's your average wieldy song, relying mostly on percussion to put the tension you find in the wieldy. Honestly, so far it's the most boring song I have encountered. It's a 2 out of 10 D tier. Song number 32, Dark. Well, going from Wilderness Song to Wilderness Song, it has the same vibe as Army of Darkness. However, here, everything just seems to fit way more, and it seems like it's more well connected. And the song never really stops in one place while still maintaining the same vibe all throughout. It's a very, very good song. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Well, how about another Wildy song? Number 33, Deep Wildy. A tense yet very catchy song. It does a perfect job of conveying the dangerous yet exciting feeling of being in such a zone. Everything comes together to deliver the best experience, and why this song is associated with the Wildy, not just in name alone. It's a solid 9 out of 10 S tier, almost 10 out of 10 I would say. Number 34, Desert Voyage. This song plays in the desert, but could very well fit in a jungle setting. It has a slow pacing, it has few instruments, it does a decent job of being background music, but overall it did not grab my attention whatsoever, although the song isn't really bad either. But the fact that I can distinguish if it's a desert song or a jungle song, I think it just goes to show that there wasn't a lot of development done to it. Overall, 4 out of 10, C tier. Song number 35, Doorways. It starts very dreamy and hopeful. It does then go into a more slower and somewhat sad section, which is an overall downgrade in my opinion. However, it then uses that section and transforms it into a better version of the intro before going back to what the intro was to finish the song. It's a good song, and its more slower pace indicates a more countryside existence almost. This song actually grew on me quite a bit, especially due to how it transforms the middle of the track to the third section of the track. Overall, 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Dream, not the YouTuber, the song, and as the name implies, it feels very dreamy. You can just sit there and relax, recall the simpler times when, you know, the hardest thing in the game was to get wheat to make bread and slay some goblins. It's super fitting for Lumbridge, and given that it allows you to not just dream with how nostalgic the past can be, but also how hopeful the future looks and your journey in it. It's honestly, again, one of the best songs, and I feel that all Lumbridge songs are really good, but this one is a 10 out of 10, S tier. Next song is Dungeon, which is, I guess, like a fancy spelling dungeon name, given that it does play at the Taverly Dungeon. It's a very like minimalistic tracks overall don't have to be bad, but so far they haven't really been the best either. I really can't discern what the song is really going for other than a more isolated and somewhat hostile feeling, but I can't quite understand what it's supposed to be. It plays in the Taverly Dungeon, which, you know, kind of explains the moody vibe, but like, again, still, I feel like it feels like a nothing song to me, to a point, right? It is inconsistent to a point, and makes it really hard for me to grab onto anything. You know, there's no chords or no melodies or like anything that I feel like I can grab onto. It's a song that feels that it exists to fill the background noise, so it's not silence, rather than a song that should be there and belongs there. This is by far the worst song that I've heard so far in this entire tier list. It's a 1 out of 10 D tier. Egypt. Now, Egypt is a, like, look, let me just say, I didn't expect much from this track, but then the track is like a flute that is just amazing. It just completely dictates the vibe of the rest of the track, and not only is it pretty fitting for a desert setting, it also gives you the vibe of a fun adventure through, you know, not really knowing what you can expect, but being so excited for it anyway. It's a really, like, just fun track to listen to. It's way more fun than I thought it would be. This track is a solid 9 out of 10 S tier. Track number 39, Emotion. It starts a very dreamy yet somewhat tense song to a point, with the fast piano notes. It never really loses that magical or dreamy feeling, but it does get way more medieval as soon as the song progresses. With such introduction, however, it was pretty hard for the song to go wrong and make me dislike it, so obviously 9 out of 10, S tier. Song number 40, Expanse. This song basically just offers the same vibe as Dream. However, it's way more laid back, and the build-up does take longer, but it's also way more satisfying, and honestly, this song has the most satisfying build-up out of any track up until this point. This is just a straight-up 10 out of 10 S tier. Hello? Can you... There we go. Yeah, okay. It wasn't fucking letting go. Song number 41, Expecting. In 40 seconds, this song actually changes more than some other songs during their entirety. Although I never really got hooked in any of the parts, it was pretty interesting to see what the song would throw at me next. The slow start with a more menacing tension indicating fighting, to then the more magical feel with some of the strings, makes the overall experience a bit confusing, but a bit rewarding nonetheless. Overall, it was a pretty interesting experience. 6 out of 10, B tier. Song number 42, Fairy. It's a very ethereal slash magical track. It plays on the other side of Zenaris, and this war is more on the side of being moody, as if you just came across a world you don't quite understand, feel lost as a result. From all the slower tracks I've heard, this is probably one of those that actually keeps me hooked. It's a very strong 7 out of 10, A tier. Song number 43, Fanfare. Now, this is probably gonna be a bit of a unpopular opinion, but the percussion alongside the horns make it feel more of a, militaristic track, which would track, given that it plays in the Felidar Castle, where the White Knights are. While the song is catchy, I get tired of it pretty fast, since the track can easily go from enjoyable to really annoying due to how obnoxious the sounds of it can be, especially with the horn and percussion. Overall, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Track number 44, Fanfare 2. While it is called Fanfare 2, and while it does have similar percussion, it also has far more of a sea shanty vibe, way more animated than Fan, which, these types of tracks can actually benefit from. I would say it's more enjoyable than Fanfare, albeit it's not as memorable. Overall, though, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. And lastly, we have Fanfare 3. It's the same length as Fanfare 1 and 2 combined, pretty much. It's not as good or catchy as the other two. Playing in Port Khazard, I get what they were going for, but it simply doesn't have the same catchiness, fun, or it just isn't as memorable. I appreciate the effort of trying to make a Fanfare song in a more, militaristic port, but it simply doesn't quite work. It's a 4 out of 10 C tier. Song number 46, Fishing. I mean, it's called Fishing. It has wave sounds within the song. Do I need to say more? Okay, fine, I'll say more. It has a slow piano melody that is complemented by other instruments as the song progresses. It's very chill and, combines well with being ashore, just fishing, because that's what the song is for. Just look at its name. It's a pretty good song, although the waves are a bit loud in my opinion, and obviously it plays in Catherby, because of course it does. Overall, though, it's an 8 out of 10, strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Song number 47, Flute Salad. It's a salad made out of flutes, basically. Well, not quite, as not every instrument is a flute. In fact, most don't seem to be flutes, although they sound like ones. However, it's a very fun song to listen to. It puts you in the mood to just dance and vibe, and it plays in Lambright, so it has more of a moody, or newbie medieval vibe to it. Overall, this song was actually one of the first songs that I started listening outside of the game, and it's an S tier. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier. Oh man, the tier list is getting a bit big, and there's still a couple of songs to go, but yeah, we're almost midway through, so let's go to number 48, Forever. It's somewhat of a dreamy song. It gives you a sense of a place that you shouldn't really exactly be in, that is very friendly, but also not entirely hostile. It's a very interesting track, and it's nice to see how it progresses. It does have a bit of a sense of worry, but overall very captivating. Only reason why it's not a 10 is that I feel that the ending somewhat doesn't fit the beginning of the song and the build-up that it had. The ending is amazing, don't get me wrong, but maybe not for this song. However, it's still a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next track, number 49, Gaol. Slow-paced track with a focus on percussion. It's a wildy track, though it also plays in the caves of Gutanath. Overall, though, it's just not as interesting for me. It's kind of generic to a point. It's a 2 out of 10 D tier. And finally, we have arrived to the midway point. Song number 50, Garden. It's a dreamy yet medieval track. I love it how it builds up slowly, giving you this feeling of, slow discovery, as if you are becoming more familiar with your surroundings and they become your own. It's a pretty good track. It has really catchy melodies. It's a 10 out of 10, like, come on, it's a 10 out of 10 S tier, easy like that. Next up, we have Gnome King. Despite not having the background synths like many other songs have, it still manages to feel full. Plenty of instruments come around throughout the song, and the background melody feels playful with the tone of being mischievous. I actually like this song more than I thought I would, since it's one of those unconventional songs that I've heard since the beginning up until this time, but it was a very nice surprise and a very nice change of pace. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, the Dwarf theme. It's a very fun theme for the dwarves. It's playful, it's busy with a shade of artwork. It illustrates the dwarves pretty well, I would say. As a song, it's a solid 7 out of 10, A tier. Number 53, Gnome Village. This song actually plays in the Gnome Stronghold, not the Gnome Village. It is a very playful song as well. It seems short creatures in Gielinor tend to have a more playful theme to them, which tends to be pretty fun to listen to. This song actually has a dash of lumbridgeness to it. I feel it could be played in that area and many people wouldn't notice it, as it not belonging there. The melody of it is pretty iconic due to how catchy it ends up being. Overall, it's pretty good times, I would say. It's an 8 out of 10, A tier. Song number 54, Gnome Village 2, which also plays in the Stronghold of Security. What happens when you take a pretty iconic melody and add more shit to it? Well, I don't know, but in this case you actually get a pretty fun song that is just as good as the original, but also contains moments of fullness, where it feels the song its full stride, as if the gnomes aren't hiding anymore, they're not distrusting of you anymore. The melody played during the chorus, I guess you could call it, is better than the original in my opinion. The place of the melody in the song is better than the original. Not many times is a remixed version of a song better than the original, but in this case, it is. Strong 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up, to keep the village theme, Goblin Village. Guess where the song plays? Yeah, so it's a very playful song as well, although this one seems to be closer to the Pink Panther theme song than anything found in RuneScape. It seems like someone grabbed the sound font of the game and sort of just made the Pink Panther opening. Maybe I misheard it, but it's what it sounded to me. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Gnome Ball, and look, let's be honest, this is not your average RuneScape song. This is Gnome Ball, the best sport in the world. Seriously though, it's a very fun song. I find the break where the whistles go crazy a bit jarring, but overall the song fits the game of Gnome Ball pretty well. It does feel like you are ready to just punch some noobs, but in a good way, not in a PKer way, you feel me? Yeah, honestly, a good change of pace towards the game, and compared to a lot of other songs, it's a strong 8 out of 10, A tier. 57, Greatness. It's another dreamy song. I also really like how this song pulls you in instantly with its just grandiose, dreamy opening, and then slowly builds itself up to be a more sort of adventurous medieval track. I also quite enjoy the breaks in the song. It ends up being a far more grounded noob adventure song than dreamy, but I think the transition works extremely well. The song goes from dreamy to adventurous, but remains, hopeful, uplifting. In the end, both sides come together to close out the song in this just beautiful, dreamy adventure that pretty much is just that. Overall, 10 out of 10 S tier. Next song, 58, Harmony. Noob adventurer vibes, just, starting in the world, slowly finding their footing. The more somber beginning represents how scary everything is when you just, arrive into this massive world without knowing much about it or feeling prepared to face it. The flute that comes in after the intro represents the excitement you have, slowly making your way out of Lumbridge Castle and figuring out Lumbridge and what it has to offer. I don't think there's any other song that screams Nubian Lumbridge more than this one. Despite its somber moments, it remains a pretty hopeful and exciting song. And again, just as with many other Lumbridge songs, 10 out of 10, S tier. Man, I have so many S tier songs, I'm really wondering what I'm gonna do as soon as the Lumbridge songs are all done. Song number 59, I See. So, it's basically Autumn Voyage, but sea related. I know that most of the chord progressions are actually pretty sea related, but that was the vibe that came to me anyway. Regardless, it's a pretty good song, and it has no right of being this catchy, I'm gonna be honest. It actually grew plenty on me, going from a pretty generic song to a pretty memorable one. It's an 8 out of 10, A tier. Next song, 60, Horizon. This song might be on my top 5 favorite songs of Old School Runescape. It's just the intro melody from the piano to the slow build up, going from a nostalgic, feeling to a present feeling of what adventures and memories we can still make. Like, this song is just amazing. It fits the Towerly Gate so well. You go from free to play to pay to play, where you feel like your world is just expanded. You are leaving a journey behind to start another. It's a pretty chill and nostalgic song, and yet it feels super hopeful for what the future can actually bring. As I mentioned, this is honestly amongst my favorite. I would say this is probably like my second favorite song in all of RuneScape. So obviously, 10 out of 10 S tier. Next up, we have Ivan. The percussion background actually, carried with ever so often strings, making you feel like uneasy. For the place and the boss that it is, I think the stripped down version alongside, with the melodies of the instruments actually fits this boss quite well. There is a random stop towards the end of the song where the song main melody just repeats again, which caught me off guard, and it's a bit jarring, and I think it detracts from the song, but it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next song, In the Manor. So this song is kind of weird because it doesn't actually play in the manor, it plays south of Yanil, and east of Gutenelth, in like that little area with the trees and the island. The song is just weird. Like, in a way I enjoy how different it is from the rest of the songs, but it's hard to place and pinpoint what the song is supposed to be or do. It is definitely an interesting experiment, but not every experiment can be a winner, and therefore this song is a 5 out of 10 B tier. Next song, Inspiration. The song slowly starts with this piano melody, then introducing a flute and strings until it finally, fully comes in. It is a very bittersweet song, I would say. Not really knowing if it's going for a more, happy or sad approach. I like some of the melodies played in it. However, I didn't feel like the pacing of the song was all that great. It was too slow in my opinion and sort of repetitive in certain sections for my liking, and felt like it took too long to get to the good parts, I guess. It's a very slow song. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Song number 64, Intrepid. Look, it looks like deja vu. You know, it's like, oh, did I hear this song before? Yeah, it's essentially a remix of a part of the song of Dark, the other song that we put here. Yeah, this song. Essentially, like, it only has, I think it's the third and fourth section from that song, and I mean, it's still good, I guess, but it's nothing like amazingly original, I guess. I mean, it's good because the song Dark is good, not because the song is good on itself or there's anything new, but I guess as a result it's also not a bad song. It's 7 out of 10, 8 tier. Next up, Jolly R. While the accordion of this song makes it feel like a C song, honestly, put it on Port Phasmatics, and it works just as fine as a spooky C song. Overall, though, nothing super captivating and a bit generic. I mean, they can all be winners, right? So, yeah, 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up, we have number 66, Jungle Island. It takes a while to get going, but once it does, I feel the song comes together more nicely. The bass is somewhat hidden in the background, but I feel it gives the song that weight it actually needs. The first minute I wasn't very highly on the song, and to be honest, I feel that, that minute-long introduction wasn't really needed for the song, and I think that overall it just brings it down. So it's 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up, Jungly 1. It has a nice bass and it does, I guess, a good job of setting a jungly mood. Nothing crazy or melodies that ended up being memorable for me. It's just an overall 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up, Jungly 2. And honestly, I did not expect to have Daft Punk be featured in a RuneScape song, but I guess here we are. Seriously though, this song is just great. Not only does it still maintain a certain, great jungly vibes, it's also very funky, and I was super surprised due to how much I actually ended up enjoying it. The melody is catchy, and the instrument just fits so well together. The beginning is absolute killer, and it's such a fun song to listen to. Usually with songs sharing the same name, the sequels tend to be a bit worse off, but this one, nope, just 100% surprised, 100% will be listening to it again. And let me just say, upon subsequent listenings, the break from the main flute into the chorus feels so unbelievably good. It's genuinely, probably I would say this is the biggest surprise out of this entire list. I did not know that this song existed, and this song was just an absolute gem when I discovered it. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier, like, it's just so good. Song number 69, Jungly 3, a funky song with a great bass. However, obviously, let's be honest, it wasn't gonna top that last one. I would say it though, it is better than Jungly 1 in my opinion, and it does commit more to the jungle sound aesthetic. While the song is pretty short and doesn't offer anything super amazing, it is a pretty funky and enjoyable song. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. And finally, we're into the last third of the songs, and the tier list is looking pretty big. See why I didn't want to make more than like 100 fucking songs per tier list. It already looks so big, so yeah. We do have a couple of S tiers, because obviously most of the songs are from, the beginning of the game, so a bit biased. But yes, next up we have Nightly, another fanfare style track. This one actually plays at the Ardoin Castle, and it involves the knights as well, obviously the Ardy knights. I was gonna say maybe this is a personal thing, but the entire list is personal, so yeah, look, I do somewhat enjoy the beginning and the ending, however I just don't particularly seem to enjoy these more, militaristic type tracks. Overall, it's a bit less annoying than Fanfare, but I also find it less memorable, and it's still not all that great. It's a 5 out of 10, you know, B tier. Next up we have Lasting. So this song, the beginning melody sets like this nostalgic newbie mood just perfectly. This one does actually not play in Lumbridge, it plays in Ammonster, you know, next to the Fishing Guild and the Ranging Guild. The way it grows on itself, adding more stuff as it goes, but never losing that chill vibe is pretty good. The songs seem to actually run away from the more somber tone in the middle until the somber section ends. I feel these sections somewhat take away from the song, however, I don't think they are bad. The second part of the song is still pretty good, all things considered, so it's an overall 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Legion. So aside from the French horn in this song, it feels that other songs have done what this song was going for, just better. I try to like it, but really there isn't much there I can hang on to. Overall, it's a very mass song, still not bad, but definitely one of my least favorites. I would say it's not less favorite than Dungeon, but you know, it's down there with it. Song number 73, Lightness. The overall song isn't anything amazing, but the main melody of the song is really catchy, and it does get stuck in your head pretty easily. It's a pretty fun track, all things considered, and I think that the main melody pretty much carries it. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Lightwalk. This song has a lot of ideas, however I feel that none of them are developed or glued to the song. Most of the song just goes from one idea to the next, to the next, to the next, without much of a transition, which makes it feel jarring for a lot of the song, while also being pretty forgettable for the most part. It's a 1 out of 10, D tier. I wouldn't say that it's as bad as Legion or Dungeon, but it's still not that great. Next track, Long Ago. Aside from using the same wave sound from the fishing song, which is still a bit loud by the way, the overall song is actually very relaxing. It's almost like you are hearing the intro to some, you know, slice of life show. I wasn't vibing too much with it at the beginning, but after some listens, I can see the appeal of the song. The end does feel a bit too sudden for the type of song that it is, but overall it's a pretty good song. 7 out of 10, A tier. Next song, Long Way Home, a melancholic tune played in Remington. It does make you feel like you missed your first, you know, adventure days in Lumbridge. This song captures that vibe very well. It has a very lonesome vibe to it, where, you know, the end ties it all back to this, you know, mood that the song is going for. Like, it just knocks that vibe out of the park pretty much. Overall, it's not my favorite song to listen to, but especially due to how somber it is, but I think it is a really great song nonetheless. It's a 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Lullaby. It's a pretty pleasant song to listen to, however it doesn't do much to stand out from the rest, and it did not grab me as much as other tracks did. It's a decent track, but that's pretty much it. It's a 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up, the Mage Arena. This track follows the same example as many other buildy tracks, with short string bursts and, you know, slow percussion to like increase the tension. However, the song then changes to a more sneaky vibe, I guess, and then it brings it up again to the main melody. I must say the melody of the song actually grew on me. The song actually feels like it has more going on than most other Wildy songs. I also do appreciate all of the different sections and instruments that came and went in the song. So overall, that's a pretty decent track, 7 out of 10, A tier. Song number 79, Magic Dance. It's a pretty peaceful song. I enjoy how it progresses and how it transitions from the main melody to the rest of the song. Here yet again you have the situation of a break in the middle of the main melody to break sort of the monotony of the song, and yet again it's a more somber break and always using a more, I guess, bassy instruments. I feel that this break makes the song feel far more somber than what it actually supposed to be. Either way, it's a pretty solid track overall with a very catchy melody, so it's a solid 8 out of 10, 8 tier. Next song, Magical Journey. A very magical song. The quick chords actually make the overall song more relaxing when faced, or I guess, opposed with the more slower paced synth and choir. The middle section feels more medieval with the lower, paced flute. The song then goes into sort of a lower tempo with mostly percussion, a main synth with the main melody of the song, and the occasional bass. Yet again makes the song feel a bit more somber than what it should be, but it's still an overall good song when everything is considered. It's a 7 out of 10, 8 tier. '81 March, another militaristic type song as the name implies. This one definitely feels far more somber, while the other two felt far more triumphant. I like this one more than the other two, however, I still don't enjoy the melody all that much, so it's a honestly weak 7 out of 10, 8 tier. Next track, Medieval, a very chill song played outside of Varrock. It makes you feel like an explorer just going around the exterior of the big city in search of, a skill to train. The track's slower tempo actually play in its favor, making the entire song feel somewhat uplifting despite at first seeming somewhat sad or somber. The song is constantly walking on that edge and is what makes the song memorable in my opinion. The section with the harp just ties the entire experience together. The constant background melody of whatever instrument I don't recognize also makes the entire song actually feel like a sort of an acoustic song with the strumming like of acoustic guitar strings, if that makes sense. Just like a strumming sort of thing. Overall it just makes everything feel more country side. Overall 9 out of 10, S tier. Wait, why was Medieval down there? What the fuck? Okay, it's up there. What the hell? Anyway. Number 83, Mellow. And this song is very, mellow. Yeah, congratulations if you guessed it. The initial melody just hooks you in and never lets go. The song never really evolves to anything grander, but I also feel it doesn't really need to. The little tweaks here and there that play throughout the song from different instruments entering the background to the melody, suffering a slight change. Overall, it feels like the melody is the constant while stuff happens around it, contrary to other songs. Which would be accurate given that the song plays at the fishing guild, not fishing. When you are doing this type of gathering skills, it's normal for you that the world tends to sort of feel like it happens around you while you lose yourself on your own grind and not really realizing what's going on. It's one of the most pleasant songs to hear, definitely. It's a 10 out of 10, S tier. Next song, Miles Away, and as the song says, you are miles away from Lambridge. I mean, sort of. The song actually plays like south of Falador in the crafting guild and the peninsula next to it, so you're not that far away. However, given the area that it is, it doesn't make you feel like you are miles away from everything. Being so close to Falador, and yet it feels like a tiny, relaxing, secluded place you can just chill and do your crafting or your getting. It's a very relaxing song, very akin to Mellow in the way you have a main melody that hooks you right in. However, the song here doesn't actually happen around the main melody. Regardless, the way the main melody changes is always great and maintains this relaxing yet secluded tone while being uplifting. The ending is very mellow, actually, yet it's feeding to the song, leaving you with, wanting more of it. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier. Miracle Dance. The slow start lures you into this false sense of security. The song is actually quite funky. It has both these feelings mixed and makes you feel both relaxed and stimulated throughout the song. Come to find out, this plays at the mind altar, so it makes sense that the more funky parts feel like, thinking, while the more chill ones feel like, what you feel when you are relaxed. I ended up actually quite enjoying the melodies for this one. There's just something about them I can't quite put my finger on, but I appreciate the song quite a lot more than what I used to. It's a 9 out of 10, S tier. Next up, we have Monarch Waltz. This sounds like the song Medieval, but a bit more uplifting. It doesn't work as well as Medieval, however. Honestly, it's an overall a downgrade in every single aspect. It's a 4 out of 10 C tier. Next up, we have Moody. If anything, Jagex is really great at naming songs, because the song is, well, very moody. I do enjoy it more than other Willy songs, purely because the melody, feels better, and the overall track, while a slow tempo to describe how, I guess, loneliness and dangerous the Wildy can be, still feels pretty cohesive and nice to listen to. A pretty decent song overall. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up, we have Neverland. It's a very relaxing chill song. The main melody gets you hooked right away, and while the song is relaxing, it does make you feel like it's building to something more, something more exciting, more triumphant even. And then it goes into this lullaby. You know the deal by now. The middle of the song, things tone down before the main melody kicks back in. I don't think the break is that bad, but it does introduce you to a more somber part of the song that takes away from the relaxed, magical vibe the song gives, especially at the end after the somber part. Overall, it's a pretty positive. I'm very positively impressed by the song. I would say it's an 8 out of 10, A tier. And next up, we have Newbie Melody. So when I said The Horizon was my second favorite song, this is because this is probably my favorite song. This is the first song that you actually listen to in the game itself, not Escape Main, but when you actually log in. This song plays right as you spawn in Tutorial Island. It perfectly encapsulates an entire mini-adventure, the one you go on in Tutorial Island. The beginning not only makes you feel like a noob, but its slow build-up plays into both the nervousness of entering an unknown vast world, but also the excitement that comes with it. The song then goes into a more fun part before slowing down again, before returning to the original melody. It's an amazing song that just shows what it's like to be in RuneScape. It has nostalgia, it has melancholy, it has happiness, excitement, and the best part is that at the end, the song just ties everything together by letting the synth play and letting the silence gain space between the synth notes before playing the next synth note, which just gives you this feeling of finishing an adventure, and in this case your first one, and yet while it is an ending, it also spells the beginning of so many more adventures to come. This song is probably the most perfect RuneScape song that we have in the game right now. It's just a 10 out of 10. It's the strongest experience when it comes to RuneScape music you could ever ask for. Next up, Nightfall, and we're down to our last 11 songs. It essentially follows the same pattern of a more melancholic song like Long Way Home. It is still very catchy and it plays into the melancholic mood perfectly. It does, however, walk the line of somewhat somber but somewhat uplifting, as if you just found something big and the surprise still leaves you not knowing very well how to feel about it all. It's a pretty strong song, 8 out of 10, 8 tier. And we're down to 10. So let's get this 10 out of the way. 91 Oriental. Good luck deciphering if this song is in the desert or jungle. It's just a tiny bit generic and doesn't really do much for me. It just feels like another RuneScape song to fill space, which weirdly enough, those aren't as common as we might have thought. I do find some of the melodies nice, but not enough to win me over or make me want to revisit the song. It does play in the Shallow Village quest temple, so it is pretty forgotten altogether. Overall, it's a, I guess, 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up, Overture. Another dreamy song with a higher tempo. The French horn doesn't make it feel somewhat like another march or fanfare, however the flute brings a complete different dynamic, and the fact that the percussion is far more on the background as opposed to being the focal piece of the song makes it way more enjoyable for me. Overall, 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Parade. For a parade, it does sound pretty somber. The melody is pretty catchy and the song is actually pretty short. It makes me feel very bittersweet. On one end, the melody is great, but overall, the vibe of the song just doesn't get, they just don't gel well overall. I guess you can say it doesn't overstay its welcome as a positive, but yeah, it's just a pretty weak 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Quest, which actually plays inside the fire altar, despite, being called Quest. It is a very chill song and even transitions into a slower tempo midway through. It is kind of bizarre to have a song called this be this chill and relaxing at the fire altar, surrounded by fire and like death, trees and lava and stuff. However, environment aside, I actually did quite enjoy this song way more than I thought I would. Honestly, this just really goes to show that this game is actually just straight up full of gems. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have a Regal, or Regal? I don't know. I don't know if I actually heard this song before or if simply these songs are starting to mix together in my head, but regardless, the song yet again uses French horn and percussion. However, it's far more bittersweet in the initial melody, first being moody and then changing to hopeful and right back to moody. Then it goes into this sort of break and this more stripped down where you actually sort of feel more comfortable with the song. This one plays at the Rogue's Castle, so I guess the French horn is, and like the melody is to like illustrate a certain class to a point. It's not a bad song, but the bittersweet French horn melody will 100% get on my nerves the more I listen to it, I feel like. Overall, it's a 6 out of 10. It's a B tier. Number 96, Reggae. Guess the style of the song. If you guessed reggae, you'd be 100% correct. Honestly, if it's a genre you like, this song isn't all that bad. It is at points a bit generic, but it's a fine song. Overall for me it doesn't do much, and it might fall a bit too close to the stereotypical reggae songs. It's still enjoyable. It's a 7 out of 10. It's a good background song, I would say. Next up we have Reggae 2, and you're not gonna believe this. Yeah, it's another reggae song. Surprise! Anyhow, this one is actually a slower tempo and it's a bit more chill than the first one. Again, it's passable, it's enjoyable, it's a good song to just chill with the background on. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Riverside. It's a very chill song. It's like it reminds me of like a chill summer afternoon, type song. It actually plays west of the terrace camp and the swamp. After the first section of the flute melody, it goes into this bassy part that is so good, makes you even more relaxed than before. And when the flute melody returns, it's just as good as it was before. Incredibly ambient song, and it's just another gem found amidst everything. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. And then there were two. Royale. This song plays in the Towerly dungeon, where the Black Knights are. The beginning sounds like the Power Rangers are being introduced, sort of. I already showed my distaste for, this type of tracks involving knights and stuff. This one actually isn't as big of an offender, the type which was super surprising. Again, the track feels more like you are watching an action movie and are seeing the villain on screen, just fuck shit up with a fan side to it. Actually enjoy this song way more I thought I would. It's an 8 out of 10, A tier. And lastly, down to one, track number 100, Rune Essence. It's a very relaxing, ethereal song. I don't know if, again, I've heard this song before, or if it's another song with the same melody and bass line as, the first part of the song, but it is a pretty great song nonetheless. The second part of the song going into this more exciting, faster tempo, strings, before the magic sort of wears off and goes back to the main melody and bass line. It's a pretty neat song. It's a classic as well. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. So first of all, we have Sad Meadow. Honestly, it's a, sad song. It plays at West Ardoin. The song is really repetitive, only, having 2 breaks where the percussion actually takes over. However, in the rest of the song, you just have this constant flute, which, to a point sounds like something that Daft Punk would use. Unfortunately here, it's, not accompanied by anything that is actually good, so it gets annoying really quickly. It's an overall somewhat charming song, but, it's a lot of wasted potential. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Scape Cave. It gives me the same vibe as Newbie Melody, but a more, scary version of it. As the name implies, it's a song that plays in multiple caves, specifically Tutorial Island, Varrock Sewers, and the Nth place at the Woodcutting Guild. It's, an overall pretty good song, conveying both a tone of adventuring while being tinted with a sense of danger. The slower tempo also contributes to this, and, the overall experience is pretty enjoyable, I would say. 8 out of 10, A tier. Okay, next up, Scape Original. Now, before I actually get into this song, I just want to say that the song did not actually play during the RuneScape Classic login screen, as you can see here on the background. This song actually played in the early days of RuneScape 2, however, since the login screens are the same between, Scape Original and Scape Main, I wanted a, distinct background image between this and, the Scape Main, because the logins are the same. So, this Scape Original did not actually play during this, I just used it to distinguish. Anyway, as the song itself, it's a way uppier version of Newbie Melody, so it's pretty hard to fuck up. I do think that the song does an amazing job at just staying diversified enough to not get too repetitive, despite, not having any of those, lower beat, setter, minor key moments type thing. It opens with the ending of Newbie Melody, and overall feels a bit too close to it. As I said, it's an uppier version of it, so, the entire song feels very exciting and as if people are just, starting their adventure. It has pretty much the same melody with an added, somewhat faster strings. However, I can also understand why this was later changed to the Scape Main that we all know today. Overall though, 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up, we have Scape Sad. Now, this song is far more spooky than sad, I would say. The interlude in between is actually really sad. The vibe of the song is akin to, watching Lord of the Rings, knowing your favorite character just got slaughtered, and yet, the journey must continue. Like when Lucian killed... Anyway, overall, it's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Scape Wild. For a Scape song, it does sound wildly different than the others, pardon the pun. This track is actually so good that I've heard it before and I thought this track was just a repeat of another track. It's very stripped down, making you focus on every single instrument. The overall vibe is of, caution and fear. Overall, I enjoyed this track actually way more than I thought I would. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier. Next up, we have Sea Shanty, a chill, slow-down sea shanty, as the name implies. Plays at Musa Point, and it's a song I've heard many times before when I was younger, since, I was mostly free to play, and Musa Point was a great place to train fishing, especially, catching lobsters, swordfish, and tuna. I really like this song. It has a very sort of devious but fun vibe to it, and it's the sort of thing that reminds you of a, lazy, sunny afternoon in the summer. Honestly, I might be controversial here, but I enjoy this one more than I do Sea Shanty 2. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Okay, I take it back, Sea Shanty 2 is a fucking bop, hooks you right in within the first 10 seconds. I mean, do I really need to say much? It's a 10 out of 10 S tier. Next up, Serenade. It sounds like a weirder, more chill version of Adventure. I did think it was a bit interesting, but nothing that would grab me too much, with the exception of the horn that is going on, which I think it's almost a one-to-one copy of the one in Adventure, which is why this song reminds me so much of the song Adventure. Overall though, it's a 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Serene. So remember the naming thing I mentioned last time? Well, guess what? This song is pretty serene, which, despite the name, I wasn't expecting this. Overall, I love this type of songs because, honestly, they just showcase that you don't need 200 instruments going on for the song to be good. This showcases how different RuneScape songs can be, and they are always a treat to have. The only part I didn't enjoy of it was the breaks, especially towards the end, where it feels like the song is about to change to something less chill, but then it goes right back. This song, of course, plays at the air altar, and, runecrafting, stay winning. 9 out of 10, S tier. Next up we have Shine, another song I thought it was just a copy because of how memorable it sounds. It's a really good song, and it sounds way more adventurous than I think it should sound. Overall it's pretty good, with only falling short at the midpoint. I have noticed this with a lot of old songs that especially Ian made, where you need to change something midway throughout to make the song feel more different and fresh. But I will keep maintaining the opinion that overall, that actually only makes the song worse by taking away from the vibe that it establishes, rather than building on it. Still, it's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up, Soundscape. Okay, another thing that I find really annoying in terms of, like, it's an annoying trend with a lot of the earlier songs especially. So after the second portion of the song concludes, it sort of cuts off and then goes back to the beginning of the song for a moment to then enter into the third portion of the song. This oftentimes just ruins the vibe of the song. This song in particular has many sections that I actually enjoy, although at points does feel a bit generic, so it keeps oscillating between generic and interesting. It was grabbing me slowly, and then that cut after the second portion just cut any interest I had in the song. Even if the third portion, in my opinion, was by far the best, at that point, the interest was already lost. Still, I feel it's a, 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Spirit. So as soon as you hear the intro melody, it's over. It's a super laid back track. On this one, the horns that come in, while they can feel like they are going to change the vibe of the song, in reality only aided to make it feel more noobish, and do not take itself too seriously. It's, one of the classics. 10 out of 10, S tier. So next up we have Splendor. This song plays north of Taverley, where the Druid Circle is. It's a chill song with a magical tone, and as soon as the harp hits, you are hooked. Just like Spirit, the song also has that mid portion where the song just changes. However, here it feels again that it aids the song instead of killing the vibe.
It's a very good song, and it's honestly a very strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Okay, so I don't want to be mean, and while the song is somewhat spooky, I don't really imagine a spooky jungle despite its name. Much less considering that the jungle itself is the Khazari jungle, which is where this song it takes place. Not that the Khazari jungle isn't spooky, just not how this song makes it out to be. On top of that, it's literally a song with spooky elements that remembered it was a jungle song, so, throw in some typical jungle instruments, usually the jungle drums that you hear in the songs, that honestly feels so out of place and so dissonant with the rest of the song, which is much because the song doesn't really have much else to offer. Honestly, it's really disappointing. It's a 2 out of 10, D tier. Well, speaking of spooky, this song plays at the Trainer Manor, but it's very much the vibe of just spooky as a whole, which I guess it fits the place where it plays. The Trainer Manor is spooky, especially when you're first a noob and getting into the Trainer Manor. Overall, the song doesn't actually have a lot going on at the same time. It mostly uses the silence between the instruments to make up that anxiety that will make you feel afraid. Works in multiple scenarios, and honestly, even despite the fact that it's stripped down, it is a very interesting song that grabs your attention. It's an absolute classic. It's a 10 out of 10, S tier. Next up, Starlight. So the piano makes it sound like a sad, lonely song, except there's random instruments coming in to the song now and then, making it feel very discombobulated, and there's a random wave sounds, the wave sounds that you listen in the fishing song, for example. Those wave sounds are present in this song, which is kind of weird because the song plays in the Asgardia dungeon, not in any sea-related places, so, The third part of the song actually does sound like a good basis for a dungeon song, that someone can give you the vibe of exploration, but, by that point, instead of being a nice surprise, it's just a jump scare, which, takes away from an already disjointed song. Overall, it's a 4 out of 10, C tier. Okay, next up we have Still Night. It starts slow paced with a very humble vibe. It then starts to get funky when the xylophone comes in. I think it's a xylophone, because I'm not entirely sure, but that's where the fun starts. It does a pretty good job at building the entire transition up, which then leads to this pretty funky payoff, I would say, where a lot of instruments sort of come in to contribute to making it everything feels super cohesive and like a collaboration type deal. Honestly, it's a very nostalgic song for me, and maybe that's why I'm rating it higher than I would, because, honestly, I think the song can be a bit of or can have rough edges overall, but, it's my tier list after all, so, 9 out of 10, S tier. Okay, next up, The Desert, and again, I don't want to be too mean, but the intro sounds like something I would do, someone who has zero knowledge or experience making music. I know this is something that sounds like me, because I've tried to make RuneScape music before, and it sounds exactly like this. Also, this song is fucking 9 minutes long. What am I listening to, RuneScape music or the fucking Dream Theater song? The worst part of it all is that it sounds like it's building slowly and then just sort of sits there with a slow tempo, occasionally a flute chiming in, and that's it. A 9-minute song for this. This song would have been too repetitive even if it was just a 3-minute long song. I guess it does in a way encapsulate the place that it plays very well, because just like the song, the bandit camp also has fucking nothing to offer. Honestly, I kinda do feel like my time was wasted. It's a 2 out of 10, D tier. Next up we have The Shadow. Honestly, it sounds like a Portal song at times for some reason. It's a song with a tone of being devious, almost wanting to pass as an epic song for the sake of malice. It plays on grandeur, so I guess should explain some things. Overall, however, it's a song that I guess it does its job, but it really did not grab my attention whatsoever. It's a 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up, we have The Tower. Sounds somewhat like regal in a way and doesn't really know if it wants to be spooky, lonely, or whatever vibe the song is going for. I'm confused by the song and I really can find the feeling to put it, or to put to it, you know what I mean? But I did find some parts interesting of it. I just don't understand why it's called The Tower because it doesn't play at any tower, so it's a bit confusing. I think that, you know, usually names tend to be pretty accurate, here not so much. Overall, I will give it a 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have The Trawler, or not the, but Trawler, a very fun and chill sea shanty song. I especially love the flute coming in and out, and as a result of that coming in and out, it gives the song a lot of personality. It's a very welcome surprise, and I think it's a thoroughly enjoyable song. I would give it a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Trawler Minor, and guess what? Yes, this is the same song, but minor. You know, so this song plays when the trawler ship actually sinks, which is very fitting because it's, you know, minor key tends to be like the sadder keys. It is like half the length, however, for some reason. Like, it is essentially the same song as Trawler in a different key, but it is just half the length. I think it's like 2 minutes compared to 4 for some reason. Anyway, it's still really enjoyable, and obviously, you know, you have Trawler. It's also a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Tree Spirits. It's a bit repetitive at times, but overall a decent and interesting song. Nothing that really grabbed me too much, but I did enjoy how stripped down most of the song is when compared to other, you know, Gnome songs in the area, since, you know, this song just plays just south of the Gnome Stronghold where the R&R pass is. Overall, it's a 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Tribal Background. It's a very stripped down song with your typical jungle drum percussion thing. Overall it's enjoyable, and the song might be one of the top contenders for least instruments used in any RuneScape song ever. I feel that it's a better vibe than other jungle songs, but it does need to be said. Like, the desert and jungle songs are lacking so much until now. Like, while towns like Lambridge and areas like Varrock get great sounding, adventuring and diverse sounds, desert and jungle songs are very stereotypical sounds, which makes them hard to distinguish between each other. So yeah, but overall this song is a 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Tribal, and yeah, it has pretty much the same vibe as Tribal Background, but on this one the drums actually do get to shine throughout. Overall I would say this is a better version than Tribal Background. While, you know, the other song is good at being background, I feel that this one is good at both. And, you know, I was glad to see the diversity in the, you know, instruments as opposed of just jungle drums on repeat. Overall it's a 7 out of 10, 8 here. Next up, Tribal 2, a very slow track that doesn't really build on the originals. It gets kind of boring with not a lot going on. Wish it added more instead of taking away from Tribal 1. I guess overall it does fit the area because, just like a lot of areas in Karanja, there really isn't a lot of content to be offered there. Still, I would say it's a 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Trinity. It's an adventurous yet makes you feel like experienced, like if you shift something. It's a very like upbeat and like nightly if that makes sense, and it puts you in a very exciting mood. We have again the 3-part structure, and while I didn't gel with it at the beginning, it definitely grew on me. This one is an 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Troubled. It's a mix of Escape Wild and Spooky in the first section of the song, and it's a downgrade in every way. It's ironically only the first section that actually grabbed my attention. The rest sounds kind of generic, but because the first section is, sort of a mix between both, it's still a 5 out of 10 A tier, or B tier rather. Next up we have Underground, and sound the horns because it's time for the Wilderness War, or, it would be if the next chords wouldn't ruin it. The moments of the song where it's more grandiose work so well, the rest just kind of take away from that vibe, which is, really unfortunate, because I do think that the combination between the horns and the third section, or like in the third section of the song rather, would actually make for an absolute banger. Overall, it's still somewhat enjoyable, but, maybe next time just horns, third section of the song, bam, 10 out of 10, S tier. However, for this song, for now, it's a 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Unknown Land, and it's an absolute classic. Like, the laid-back nature of the track, of, someone who really isn't worried with the humble vibe, discovering the unknown. To a degree, it's even like a playful song. It's a very interesting song to listen to, or not interesting, but just like, it's like you'd like to listen to it. It feels nice to listen to. That's the word. Overall, it's a 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Underground Pass, with, a spooky vibe that mostly uses silence, yet it feels that it has higher stakes. It might be iconic to some people, but for me it's not that great. It lacks that something that, brings everything, like all of the elements just together into a cohesive song. It's not quite super spooky, but it's also not super triumphant. It's just kind of unfortunate that you have sort of parts that overall could work, but you lack that, tape to put everything together. It doesn't quite capture the vibe or, the atmosphere either of, Underground Pass. There's no magical elements, there's no like sort of struggle or anything. It's still a good song, it's just not, like, again, it lacks that something. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up, Upcoming. I find this song in terms of vibe the same as sort of Underground Pass. It quite doesn't do much for me. Like, it gets to the point of dangerously sounding kind of generic. So it's a 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Venture. So this song is very familiar to me, particularly because I kept using it in NoBank. So honestly, I must say I prefer the RuneScape 3 version, as I feel it has more depth there, but this one is just the great basis for it, obviously, It feels you like a chill song with touches of exploration, right? This is what you would hear once you start hitting those level 40s or level 50s in your skills. It's like you're still very adventurous, but definitely with a shade of I know what I'm doing and I'm busy doing those things. The only shame is how really short the song is, but overall 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Vision. I often say this is a classic, but this is a classic. The super mellow intro, the birds chirping in, the slow build-up, the string ensemble giving it that magical, out-of-this-world feeling, and then the transition to a more humble, almost lonely vibe. This song plays in the Wizard's Tower. There are, the type, or these are the type of switches rather that I enjoy. Oftentimes, I trash talk the 3-part thing of a song, structure of a song, because like the second part usually is super lacking, and it's usually like spooky and takes away from the vibe of the song. But here, it feels so much more in place. You have the first part with a magical yet unknown feel, then it transitions to that, the life of a wizard might be in a tower like this, and then it transitions back to that magical feeling, but now with a certain knowledge, is something that is more known, thanks to like the little details of like certain instruments being juxtaposed to, the strings going on. It's an easy out of tier, 9 out of 10 S tier. I was gonna say out of tier for some reason. Next up we have Voodoo Cold. It's a very slow, simple percussion rhythm with a ghostly wooze, or whatever that is. I couldn't quite figure it out. It actually sounds very spooky. The song feels like you are in a place that is out of place, if that makes sense. It plays in a dungeon cave in Karanja during the Legends quest, I think, although it feels more appropriate to Arnold's house, or Death, as is known in Old School. The section from the 2-minute to 2.5-minute mark did somewhat take me away from it a bit, although I appreciate that it went right back to the rest of the song. Despite the changes, it still encapsulates the same feeling. I was ready to be disappointed, because, Karanja songs, especially Karanja dungeon songs, but, this song is actually quite good. It's an 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up, we have Voyage, magical, otherworldly feeling that the song opens with. It remains very mellow and chill without losing its magical feeling. It feels like you are dreaming, and then, when the transition hits is when you would wake up, except you would wake up to a beautiful dreamland come true. And then the third part sort of comes in and somewhat ruins it, but, or by making everything sort of a bit more sinister than it actually needs to be, for like 15 seconds, which, why is that there? Like, especially because then the song just goes back to what it previously it was, but expands on it in the third part. So the transition between the second part to the third part, where, like you have that, it's like 15 seconds of sort of like a sinister mood. It's just kind of weird, doesn't really belong in the song. Overall, however, and outside of that, really amazing song, 9 out of 10, S tier. Next up, Wonder. It has the same vibe as Voyage, pretty much, although the feeling is far more humble beginnings than magical, otherworldly. It still is this mantle of being to a point dreamy, and the slow build-up does make it feel like you are slowly waking up to get ready for another day of adventuring. The transition doesn't really play too well into the atmosphere, but it's still super catchy, so I can't fault it for that, because it does remain interesting enough for me to stay invested, and then the song goes back to what it was anyway, so no harm, no foul. So overall, Wonder, 9 out of 10, S tier. Next up, Waterfall. It essentially builds on what Voyage was, and is pretty much the continuation to it. It's a far more lonely take on the vibe of that song. It does work to an extent, but not as much as Voyage. I think Voyage captures that magic feeling way better. It's still a really strong song. It's an 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Wilderness. This is essentially underground done right. It sounds spooky, it sounds menacing, as if you were just getting ready for, a grimoire. The drum and other instrument, which I can't identify, do a perfect job of just setting the mood, while the variations throughout the track aren't the best for me in my opinion. That's because the original tone is so good at, just setting the atmosphere that any deviation from it is almost a disservice to a point to like the song itself. Overall, despite that, even those sections don't actually mess the song up that much, and my favorite part by far is definitely the last just being, or like the last part just being so menacing with the added percussion and, to make everything like just sound heavier, It's a very strong 9 out of 10, and S tier, it's the Wilderness, it's called the Wilderness, it had to work out. Next up we have Wilderness 2. It puts an exploration / adventurous spin on the first song. It still sounds menacing, but again, just not as much, and unfortunately, as I said in the previous song, that takes away from it. It's still a fine experience, but it's hard to beat the original. Although it does have some nice sections by some instruments that maybe, honestly, I think would fit other songs better than this song specifically. And the constant beat is a bit like, at points it gets a bit annoying as a result. So yeah, like the end is pretty good, but it doesn't quite fit the song again. So just have these sort of parts that could really work in other songs. You have this annoying sort of beat part. Yeah, it's just overall 6 out of 10 beat tier, hard to beat the original. Next up, Wilderness 3. It essentially tried to do what the first song did, and it failed. At points it feels that the song is very undecided between, being wilderness or escape wild. It's kind of jarring as a whole. It's a 2 out of 10 D tier. And next up we have Witching. This is just the Pink Panther theme, I'm pretty sure. And honestly, if you really just want non-RuneScape songs in the RuneScape sound font, just go subscribe to Unpragmatic Covers. Link in the description, you might as well. Oh, also, as far as the song goes, 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Wonder. This is essentially Spooky's little sister. It's the same vibe, same mood, until it grows in the second part and makes you feel a certain, wonder about the game. In this case, it would be what's in the wilderness, since this song, again, plays in the wilderness, more specifically near the ditch. I enjoy the weird sounds at 1:30 until 2 minutes. It feels like something malicious is afoot. Honestly, for a song that mixes hopeful wonder and spookiness, the mix really should not work as well as it does. With that being said, it's not necessarily my favorite, but I would say it's a strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Wanderers. So it's essentially the Wonder theme, but the beginning sounds more menacing. For a second I actually thought I got this one and the previous one mixed up, since the beginning of this one is much more like feeding to the wilderness. Eventually the song does build up on this more happy, playful tune. It then goes back to what it was at the beginning, which is a shame because I was actually starting to vibe with the song as it built up. Overall, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Workshop, another song I thought I had mixed up because at the beginning sounds like something you would hear in a desolate land like the wilderness, for example, and then just goes into this sort of amble song, like many others around that area. It does have that fanfare percussion in the background, probably an allude to, the song playing in Falador. What I don't get is the name. Primarily, in RuneScape 3, there is a workshop, the artisan's workshop, in this place, specifically where the song plays in the little corner. But in Old School, there isn't. And why did you call this song Workshop when that isn't anyway? It's a confusing name. I also really dislike when songs just sort of repeat the intro again, because while it works sometimes, it makes everything feel more disjointed, especially because after the first time it happens, the song does fully change into being more, I guess, depressing, if you will, and then it starts building up again to an amble vibe, even using the piano like the previous song to make it even more sort of magical feeling. Just remove the pressing, desolate parts of the song, including the beginning, and the song would be a straight up banger. Still, it's still a good song, 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Start, and well, where to start with this one? Yeah, it's a very dreamy, chill, laid-back song. It's very akin to many others in the area, surrounding Drainer specifically, because Start plays in Drainer. This one actually goes hardcore when it comes to like the dreamy feeling, which, you know, almost makes you feel nostalgic for something that is happening in the moment. While I highly appreciate the minor key changes, in tone towards like the middle, I do wish the song was more of the beginning than that. Still, absolutely amazing song. Honestly, just a little bit weird thing where the synth at the ending got louder than the rest and then got super quieter. So that was kind of jarring, but you know, overall, I don't think that actually ruins the song for me. So 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Talking Forest. It's a very lonesome kinda sad song. Mostly consists of 2 instruments for the most part, until the 3rd part of the song, where it builds up and evolves by introducing an acoustic guitar, I think, tying everything together. Overall enjoyable, you know, it's an enjoyable experience, although like the piece for me definitely felt more background music than anything else. Still, 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we got Theme. This song feels somewhat adventurous, but with a mischievous tone to it. It's quite fitting for some circumstances in the game. However, I'm not sure it feels, you know, or it's good for the area that it's in, because it plays with, you know, the coal tracks and like where the coal ore and the coal tracks basically are at in Sears Village. So I don't know if it fits that area too well, but yeah, the ending is a bit of a sudden, like it's a bit too sudden rather, and I think it leaves a bit to be desired, but you know, overall it's a decent song, 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Expedition. The beginning sounds spooky, but it's actually an adventurous, uplifting song, which, you know, is not all that fitting since this plays in the observatory dungeon. Like, I guess it's nice to have a change of pace as far as, you know, dungeon music goes, but not very appropriate for the place in my opinion. Anyway, the song is pretty decent and it's a strong 7 out of 10, A tier. And next up we have Emperor. The song plays in Remington, fucking hell. And it's one of those stripped down, slower paced, dreamy songs. It is a really solid song, although I don't remember much from it aside like one melody, and I don't even remember that now that I'm recording it. But I remember the experience being quite enjoyable. Like, it's a bit of a weird thing, given that I write these like little excerpts of like review and describing the song when I am listening to the song, so it's a bit weird that I'm writing this when I listen to the song, and then right as the song ends, I just don't really remember the song. I do remember that I enjoyed it and that it's interesting, but I don't remember the song itself. Anyway, according to my notes, it's a solid 8 out of 10, A tier. And then there were 50, so we're pretty much halfway done. Next up we have Scapesoft. Despite the name Scapesoft, it really does not feel like a Scape song. Instead, it's another dreamy amble type song. It plays north of Felidor, and let me just say, this song is amazing. Like, the way it comes together, and you know, between all of the like different parts making the song super diverse, and yet it feels like it plays well into each element. This is yet another like rare example of, you know, the change up in the second part of the song actually building the song's character instead of taking away from it. This song will make you feel nostalgic even if you've never heard it before. I think by this point the songs actually start feeling quite diverse, And I do enjoy the overall experimentation going on, as opposed to, just stick with what made Lumbridge songs great type thing. Even, like the lingering out of place notes at the end don't seem to really take away from the song. It's honestly a well-deserved 10 out of 10 S tier. Yesteryear. So, speaking of Lumbridge, guess where this song plays? Yeah, this song actually feels like somewhat of a ballad, with that simple rhythm going on in the background, setting a more slower, somber tone to an otherwise very adventurous song. It's very humble, and yet it captures the exploring, adventuring, and the, struggles that you face when adventuring pretty well. I gotta be honest though, overall this is far from my favorite starting songs. I do enjoy the switch to a more, I guess, high-stake sound, with, the horn and percussion midway through, and I do think it gives Lumbridge a very unique appeal, especially, this somber yet uplifting vibe, but nothing I would love to hear too much. Still, I can't knock it too much because it is a pretty good song, so I still gotta give it an 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Shining. I don't know how long I can keep making shit up about wilderness songs, because, what is there to be said that I haven't already about them? Oh, I know. What the fuck is this song doing in the wilderness? Like, this song plays in the ice plateau, right? So pretty deep wilderness. And I was listening to it, and I scrolled down to see, where this was played, because I was thought, oh, maybe Remington, close to, that area, South Felidar or whatever, and then I just get hit with the wilderness. And I'm like, what? This song feels super exciting, like a super happy adventure, and the harp gives it that magical feeling that Remington / South Felidar songs have, which is why I thought this belonged there. Anyway, overall, pretty surprised, but amazing nonetheless. 9 out of 10, S tier. Next up we have Lonesome. The song starts like we are marching toward doom, as if it's, something that you would hear at a funeral or something. Actually, do they play music at funerals? Anyway, it's pretty good. Like, it plays at the desert mining camp during the tourist trap, so where the slaves are at. So yeah, I guess it vibes really well with the entire marching toward doom, right? And then the flute just comes in, that desert flute. Why? Like, is Ian capable of just making a song that doesn't rely on stereotypical sounds from that region, specifically jungle and desert, as I've mentioned earlier? Like, in other regions, it's mostly fine, right? But desert and jungle are particularly egregious when it comes to this. It ruins the vibe of the song, a song that could have been so much more like menacing, this, really just doomy, like doom and gloom type thing, like just... And then it's just like, oh yeah, fucking Middle Eastern flute, and just like, really? Just fucking ruined the entire vibe and took away what made the song, in my opinion, quite unique. So overall, I gotta give it a 6 out of 10 B tier. Again, like, the marching toward doom was amazing, the flute kind of ruined it, so, Next up we got Tomorrow. This song plays south of Port Sarim, so it has the same vibe as Emperor, Escape Soft, and so on. It's a very solid track, also more of a, stripped down, than most of the other songs. And I would say that it's, like, the fact that it's stripped down, at least in this song, sounds kind of, like, endearing to a point, I would call it. It's a pretty enjoyable song, I would say. It's a 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have the Emir's Arena. So, high stakes yet very exciting track. Gets you in the mood to fight other people. Like, in an arena of sorts. Oh wait. That fucking arena. 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Ice Melody, a very spooky, almost unsettling track. Until the drums come in and sort of ruin that atmosphere, that was sort of built until that point. Now the song just sounds more like a James Bond infiltrating the villain's base than it does an icy death path. Because, yeah, did I mention that it plays in the White Wolf Mountain? Yeah, anyway, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Wild Isle. So I get the spooky mood, but at this point it just sounds like someone put, just 90 sounds together and called that a song. I mean, should I even call this a song? It's literally just sporadic instruments coming in to play a few notes and then just silence. For a song that is supposed to play at a Lava Dragon Island, yeah, it's not very menacing. At several points I got distracted, and then I got confused because I would hear like an in-game sound, and then I would be like, wait, I don't have in-game sounds on, and then I remember, oh wait, I'm listening to a fucking song for the video. So yeah, it was this song. 1 out of 10 D tier. Next up we have Harmony 2, a worthy successor to the original, conveying pretty much the same vibe. If maybe a bit more toned down. I really don't have much else to say that I haven't already on the original. Honestly, other than just I enjoy the song a lot as well, so I mean it's kinda hard to fuck up when your original is Harmony 2. So overall, 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Venture 2, so it gives you a adventurous Indiana Jones type beat, as the kids would call it. It's probably one of the most interesting songs I've heard on this batch of songs. It really doesn't really sound like old school, but more of a, again, like non-RuneScape cover with the RuneScape sound fonts. Which is not to say that it's bad, in any way, I actually find it interesting and I find the change pretty welcome. Honestly, it's a really fun song to listen to, even though the ending was just the Venture anyway, much like the ending of Harmony 2 was just the original anyway. A bit of a weird choice, but yeah, it's fine I guess. It's a 8 out of 10, 8 here. Landlubber. You know how sea shanty songs are already pretty fun to listen to? Well, this one is somehow more fun. Honestly, to a point, I have a sense of deja vu because I'm sitting here like, where have I heard this before? And I'm not even like sure if I've actually heard it before, and I'm just like gaslighting myself. It's actually a really good song, it's a really fun song, it's by far the surprise of the bunch for sure. I really enjoyed it. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier, and honestly, just like in the first part, another Karanja song that is an absolute gem that not a lot of people know. Maybe Karanja does have a lot of good content. Next up we have Undercurrent, a fun yet menacing song. I only remember the hook, but it's pretty great. The wilderness, the ice barrages, the PKers, the fun to explore environments with the risk of, seeing a white dot around, and the thrill of either fighting them or escaping them, whichever you choose really. Actually, after revisiting the song, I changed the score, because while I was listening to it, I didn't realize, but even more parts of the background actually got stuck in my head. So, currently, I gotta give the song a 9 out of 10, S tier. Right, so Nomad. I find it very funny that at the beginning I thought this was like a desert track. It actually plays in the area where the Jiminue store is at. Or, used to play there before they put it in the parlor of the Temporous boss. I guess they heard me type the complaint. Nonetheless, it's a fun song that actually uses very few stereotypical sounds, despite me making fun of it for it, so, it does sound like you find yourself lost in an hostile land, pressed to go on regardless. It's a good song. 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we got Zealot. What a relaxing song. It's a very uplifting song as well. This is like the third altar song at this point. I mean, actually, I'm not sure because there have been a couple, but honestly, yet again, I'm surprised. Honestly, all of the altar songs so far have been straight up bangers. Like, maybe based on music, rune crafting is the best skill in the game. Like yet again, it feels that the song has a different vibe from what you would hear from other RuneScape songs in the overworld, and honestly, it's really good. It's a very strong 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Cellar's Song, and I'm a bit confused as to why it's called Cellar if it plays in the West Varrock Bank Vault. Anyway, this song is somewhat fun mixed with exploration spirit. Was not expecting this from a song that is in a bank's vault, but I guess it's welcome nonetheless. It's a 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Escape. Oh no, you're in the middle of danger. Time to run away. Or at least that's the vibe I get from it. Honestly, it kind of goes to show that the names sometimes are indeed accurate. Between the percussion and the fast strings, this song has a certain sense of urgency. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we got Close Quarters, another song with a sense of urgency. This one sounds like a wilderness version of Arabian to me for some reason, except the break in between the main parts are different. It's an interesting twist that I really wasn't expecting, and honestly it really works for the wilderness. From a more exploring the wilderness without fear of it perspective. It's just essentially, the risks. Feels exciting, but it's still dangerous, and this song pretty much conveys that. 10 out of 10, A tier. Next up we got Heart and Mind. The beginning feels like you are ready for war, and then the initial instrument just sort of subverts the expectation by making the song much more happy, completely changing the tone of the intro as a result. Again, it feels much different than the rest of RuneScape songs, and it plays in the body altar. I swear, rune crafting songs are on a different level, and, when it comes to this, being different especially, they're just so good. And honestly, even though this one, in my opinion, is the weakest of the bunch so far, it's still interesting when compared to other RuneScape songs, you know what I mean? It's a strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we got Champion, and this is one of the most playful songs I've heard so far. Also a completely different vibe than the rest. This song plays at rants, or well, I assume it does, it's called Champion, so I think this song actually conveys how certain quests really don't take themselves too seriously and show the most fun part of the game. Most instruments and in short bursts of notes that they go through, and then they pause and allow other instruments to essentially do the same all throughout the song, making it feel like this huge collaboration. And overall, the vibe is just an adventure that just gets stuck in wacky situations around the world of Gielinor, which is where, or what the quests that don't take themselves too seriously sort of make you feel like. Overall, 9 out of 10, S tier. Grumpy, and this is the other part of the previous song. Not as good in my opinion, and definitely with a more devious tone, but it's still really fun to listen to. 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we got the song Forbidden, which is a wilderness song. Not that it's bad, but it's just a bit generic for me. I mean, at this point it's hard to come up with many other songs relating to the wilderness, so I really can't blame them. Still, it's a, 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Cursed. This song starts slowly and then it slowly unravels how slow it is. Yeah, it's a very slow song. It's decent at building the atmosphere, that's for sure, and again, it does sound somewhat different than what you would find in the overworld. I find it plays in the Underground Pass, the first part of the Underground Pass, not the second part where, the Underground Pass song actually plays. This song, like on its own, might not be the absolute best, but to build the underground atmosphere, it works really well. Also, I later found out that this song actually plays at the rough altar as well, so Runecrafting, stay winning! Strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Oh, by the way, speaking of Runecrafting, understanding, one-word songs are always bangers, except for the ones that aren't, but you know, the song starts slow as if, you know, the credits are just started rolling. It has a very slow build up of almost a minute and a half until the horns start going. By that point, it already set the atmosphere, and it feels very lonely, but like in a good way. Like sort of in a introspective way. It's hard to describe, but the second part of the song goes even harder. Like, this entire song is a mood, and while at first I didn't actually connect much to it, after a couple of listens, I started getting it, you know, and the vibe of the song just definitely started gelling with me, you know, especially that ending where I think it's an organ comes in and, you know, to almost spell the end of the song as a proper send-off. This was, what, a 6 out of 10 at first? No, it just clicked with me, you know, so 9 out of 10, S tier. Next up we got Stratosphere. This song just eats you like a track. It sounds super otherworldly, because it is. It plays at the Cosmic Altar, and the sounds are super interesting, and they make you feel good in a way. It's very bizarre, the vibe that the song actually gives me, but it's by far one of the most interesting of the bunch. Again, Runecrafting stay winning in terms of songs. 10 out of 10, S tier. Next up we got Twilight. This track wants to be chill, kinda magical, but then it introduces percussion to make it sound like fanfare, which is kind of bizarre, and then it goes on to keep being magical. I think if it maintained that throughout, that magical feeling throughout, and explored that a bit more, the song would be overall better. It is 5 minutes long, and I don't think it goes on for a bit too long, like, you know, a certain quest that this song is based off. Workshop. Regardless, you know, I'm a sucker for these magical type sounds, so, you know, the song for me it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Mausoleum. Who let the goths into RuneScape? Well, this song actually sounds so good, and it's like the type of spooky song I think the game was missing. You know, it's a completely different spooky vibe, you know, a far more sinister one. Unfortunately then it goes back to being like this vanilla RuneScape track, because of course the song always has to have that break of sorts that ruins the atmosphere. And honestly it's a shame, because the original melody is really catchy. Thankfully it goes back to that original sound in the third part. I don't think I've ever heard this style of track before. It sounds way more modern than the rest for some reason. Also, RuneScape songs usually have a bad ending, except for some exceptions, right? But this one, for this song, is actually the perfect ending. This song, 10 out of 10 S tier. Next up, we got Mauritania, basically if Mausoleum turned into Harmony. It's very spooky, and obviously it's fitting as it does play right after Mausoleum. This is like after the river, so, you know. It's very nightly, and sort of, not nightly, conniving, that's the word, conniving, and like sneaky vibe to it, you know. Like there's something afoot in all of this, right? It's still a very, very enjoyable song. 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we got Village, and my mouse stopped working. Hello, thank you mouse. It's another like vague sense of deja vu, and this one might be because I used this in an O-Bank, so sorry about that. This song actually sounds like a sea shanty type song, it's a sea shanty but adventuring, but it's like spooky, right? So it has the same vibe as the previous songs in terms of spooky, but it's more adventurous, shanty. I don't know, it's a weird mix. It actually ends up being far more fun than I think the song was supposed to be, but I think it works quite well. And honestly, it does work, at least in the context of, you know, the song being enjoyable to be heard. So 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we got Grotto. So this is almost inverse of the previous songs, where it's like it's supposed to be spooky, but with another tone of like a peaceful song, a safe place hidden away in an hostile land. And then there's the transition. I don't have any other description for the transition, but silly. Like, not in a negative way, just it's positively silly. It totally didn't connect with like the atmosphere built by the song so far, but it works, especially because like the second time it happens, the song actually does build on it, and it feels like during the third part, where the song actually goes back to what it was at the beginning, the vibe as a result was completely transformed. This is a 9 out of 10, S tier. Next up, Natural. It's a somewhat relaxing and hopeful song, even though it's played in Mauritania. I guess it's played in the grotto outside, so I guess that's why it's hopeful. I like the harmonies going on at the beginning of like the beginning of the 3-minute mark, I think it is. The rest of the song is also fine, but nothing that I find too memorable, which is a shame because from what I've heard, the song is good, it's just that I didn't connect with it as much as I should. Again, it's still a pretty good song, just not as good as I personally would have found it, but still, I gotta give it what it deserves, and I think it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Waterlogged. The bass is all there. Unfortunately, I feel it's a bit too simplistic and doesn't really come together. Not to mention that during the transition, it committed the same sin the song that got 1 out of 10 actually did, which was just, you know, some instruments and some notes around there. Overall, I would have loved to like this song, because I do see a lot of potential in it. Maybe after some more listens I will grow into it, but so far, from what I've heard, and I've heard it multiple times, it didn't do much for me, so 4 out of 10, C tier. Next up we got Stagnant. It's kind of a boring song without much going on. Sometimes silence is amazing to set the atmosphere, other times it makes the song feel totally disconnected and boring. Is it over yet? Oh, it is. Oh no, wait, it's only midway through, even though you felt like you just spent 10 minutes listening to it. And then the second part is pretty much just the repeat of the first one. Overall, it's pretty disappointing. 2 out of 10, D tier. Next up, Dead the Quiet. It's a very spooky song, but in a way that doesn't take itself too seriously. It kinda plays with like the spooky aesthetic. It's hard to stand out from all of the other songs, especially considering that the Weldy has so many songs of the same vibe, but I think that when you stand there, like in the zone, it actually does fit the place quite well, so the song plays in the Mauritania swamp. Also at the midway point of the song, it sort of goes into this battle stance for some reason. The song is almost 7 minutes long, by the way, which I get it's hard to fill with, the spookiness type vibe that's expected from the Mauritania swamp, but did it really need to be this long? After the 3-minute-and-a-half mark is when the battle stance sort of is introduced, and then it goes back to the organ we've kind of heard before, making the entire thing to be as cohesive as if it was just the first part, and then it goes back to what it was. So, break aside, the song is fine, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Aztec, a drum and primarily flute with faster tempo giving you a sense of urgency. which is accurate since the song plays in the Brimhaven Agility Dungeon, which means the faster tempo works great since, you know, you have to like jump around the obstacles and everything to get to all of the pillars, to get the tickets. The song does make you feel like really slick about it all. It's an overall great song that I bet most players actually haven't heard. This song was an A tier, but after some lessons, I gotta give it a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Timeout. Sounds like a clock slowly running out of time, which again, it's a pretty accurate thing since it plays in the maze event random. I think as far as the clock goes, it does a good job, but I don't think it's a concept that can be played with very much, and at times it sounds too silly and takes away from like the, you know, vibe of urgency the song also gives. It's an interesting concept and cool that they went out of a way to try something like this, but I wasn't very, you know, excited by it. Overall, 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up, we got Principality. I thought I heard this song before, since it's yet again one of those that I know I have. I just don't know if it was on this list or outside of it. Anyway, the song is great, it's fun and adventurous, but with a more fanfare tone, which brings the song into this more serious territory without losing that fun aspect that makes the song diversified. It's honestly a great listen, I quite enjoyed it. 9 out of 10, S tier. Next up we got Hermit. This plays in the Hermit Cave in the Death Plateau. If you just went, holy shit, yeah, that cave, I remember it. Yeah, same. Honestly, I gotta commend them for making a song for such a small place that you pretty much visit once during a quest. It's an overall calm, almost spooky song. It gives you the feeling of, well, isolation that, you know, other spooky songs give, and it doesn't really do enough to stand out, but I guess it's fine, you know. Again, it's an entire song for a small cave that you visit once for a quest, so it's a 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up we got Kingdom. The song plays around the Warriors Guild. I think the song is a bit undecided between wanting to be a icy type song or a danger ahead, be careful type song. It weirdly works for both and because of each other, so I can't really knock it for that. Like, it very surprisingly works. I just don't get the title since, you know, it's no Kingdom after all, so, you know, the song barely plays in Berthorpe, it plays around the Warriors Guild. Anyway, overall the song is pretty surprising, I thought I would like it less. 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Contest. It's a fight song yet somewhat playful. It has that deviousness and playfulness that, you know, the trolls usually have. The song plays when fighting death for the Troll Stronghold or Death Plateau quest. It's a fun song, but nothing that stood out too much for me. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we got Tremble. It's the same circumstance as Contest, the song we just, you know, talked about before. However, maybe a bit more serious, until around the 130 mark, where the song just enters this quite jarring transition, but, or like, it's jarring by RuneScape, by RuneScape standards. Like, yet it felt so cool. Like, it was so interesting. Like, it's like a sort of an electric guitar solo, but in 8-bit. I don't know, I found it really cool, honestly, and, you know, the overall song is a pretty solid experience, so, yeah, it's pretty good, 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we got Sojourn, something along those lines. It's basically a funky version of the prior songs, still with that fiery sound. Honestly, I felt that these songs are actually quite great, and the breath of fresh air from how different they are. I guess, you know, since they play on the troll places, they have more of a dangerous but still somewhat playful and clumsy vibe to them, since, we're talking about the trolls, which honestly I don't mind at all. I feel that in the future, if I revisit these songs, I feel like I might give them higher tiers, I don't know, but I just have that vibe of, I feel that I will appreciate these songs in the future more as time goes on, but for now, it's an 8 out of 10, 8 tier. Next up, Mad Edgar. This song plays in a cave where Edgar is, and again, I gotta commend Jagex for the effort. It's almost 4 minutes for something that plays in one cave that most players will visit a few times for quest purposes. Anyway, this song is somewhat spooky but with a sinister tone to it. It gives me a lot of Halloween vibes at the beginning of the song. Then it goes into this suspenseful transition and right back to the beginning. I'm honestly impressed, although probably not something I would choose to hear much. Still, I'm gonna be charitable and give it a 7 out of 10, 8 tier. Next up we got Marzipan. This song has a playful, devious vibe. It is toned down somewhat, and for the most part there is really only one main melody playing. This is usually composed to 2 instruments, one like more bassy one and then one like that is higher in registry. I don't know like the English term for it, which gives it that devious vibe because they are playing essentially the same chords, but because of their tonality, they are contrasting with each other, which really pushes that like deviousness overall. It's a pretty fun song to listen to. It's a 7 out of 10, 8 tier. Next up, Righteousness. Triumphant synths alongside a pretty funky like flute, clarinet, something. I don't know the instrument. Either way, imagine like just an over-the-top, super uplifting Lumbridge song, and this song is basically that. It actually plays at a low altar, to my surprise. Again, all altar songs have been bangers, super high quality and different, and I would say that this song is actually different than other altar songs in the sense that like it isn't as different from the main game songs we've heard so far, but it's still a super solid track. It's very strong, 8 out of 10, 8 tier. Next up, we got the Insect Queen, the unnerving sense of danger ahead. This song is great at conveying the danger, and the use of high tempo contrasted with the slower, more lullaby almost breaks is great to amp the anxiety of a fight. Yeah, this plays at the Call fight layer, including the boss fight, so technically it is a boss fight song. The only thing I got weirded by were the initial drums, which, when you see a name like Insect Queen, right, and all of a sudden the drums that are mostly used in the jungle start going off, it does sort of catch you off guard. Anyway, drums aside, pretty strong song, 8 out of 10, 8 tier. Next up we got Breeze. The initial hook, well, hooks you right in. The song feels like a more refined version of many Lumbridge songs and Drainer songs. It has the same newbie yet humble and magical feeling. It actually plays in Izafthar, and it's pretty memorable overall. This song is great, and I got super hooked listening to it, even listening to it multiple times just because I got carried away. Pretty much the same vibe as Jungly 2 in the first part, where I just kept listening to it even though I already gave it a score and reviewed it. 10 out of 10, S tier. Next up, we got Well of Voyage. This song is way sinister than I thought it was going to be, for no particular reason. Like, after defeating Ivan, this is the thing that will lead you to Izafdar and will lead you to Breeze, the song that we just heard. I was shocked, since I was expecting something more magical and like special in the vein of like Breeze and whatnot. Overall, it's a mad track for me, as the sinister nature of it really did not make me interested one bit in the song. I don't want to like be unfair and give it a score that is way lower just because I thought the song was going to be something that it wasn't. Overall, the song itself, it's a 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up, we got Crystal Castle. There we go, a magical feeling song. This one actually is way more laid back. However, like, it makes you feel it's basically a lullaby. You just sort of feel like the song is carrying you as you relax to its sound. It plays in prifddinas, and well, it's pretty chill and peaceful. It's essentially like a Lumbridge song without the humbleness expressed. So, you know, that doesn't detract away from it, in my opinion. I think it only makes the song even better. Prifddinas is supposed to be a magical place, after all. It's actually a 6-minute long song, surprisingly, and although it did not feel like it, after the 3-minute mark, it goes into this more exciting transition as if, you know, things were like opening up to you, still, you know, maintaining that magical feeling, which I guess, you know, Prifddinas does slowly open up to you. So it's an overall great experience. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next song, Exposed. It sounds like you are hearing a march of the troops from the main cartoon villain. Honestly, did not vibe too well with me. Not that the song is bad per se, but it's just like it didn't fit the vibe I think the song should have, since it plays on the Tyrus camp or on the Poison Swamp. It also sounds generic at points, and for what it is, it goes on for too long. I was 2 minutes in and I thought I was nearing the end of the track, which is actually 4 minutes long, so, you know, I had to essentially re-listen to the track again because it just repeats. Anyway, it's a 4 out of 10 C tier. And finally, there was one. There's only so many ways you can write a spook theme, and it probably doesn't help that you write it always in very similar ways. Yeah, it's a spooky song that plays in the Poison Swamp. I'm gonna be honest, if you put all of the spooky themes together, there is a real chance I have no idea which is which. It's not bad, but just not all that good either. Overall, 4 out of 10, C tier.
So first up we have Meridian. So it's a sort of devious but playful song. It gives me a lot of Halloween in Gillinor and like your misadventures type vibes. The song actually plays at a Tyrus camp and around it, so I don't quite understand the mood of the song, as I don't particularly think it fits. However, you know, when talking about the song itself isolated, I have to say I wasn't convinced, but there's just something about it that hooked me, you know. The main melody is great, so, you know, I'll have to give it a 8 out of 10, A tier. Okay, so, just like some other songs in Turn 1, this song has, like, adventurous but somewhat magical twist to it. I did not expect it to be this fun of a song, and it really conveys the adventuring vibe that Lumbridge songs give, but not as easygoing since again you're in a magical forest. The change towards the middle wasn't my favorite at the start, since it put quite a bit of tension on an otherwise pretty cheerful song, but it grew on me and I think it fits the overall vibe, since it does convey the sense of hardship given that this isn't your normal forest that you are trekking. It also involves the Ioworth camp, so that might have something to do with it. Either way, this is a strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Maintaining the Lumbridge but magical vibes, it's yet another cheerful yet playful song. It's one of the most unique in this area and definitely tries to bring in more different elements than the others, accentuating that playfulness that the song has. It was thoroughly enjoyable. It's another strong 8 out of 10, A tier. It's a menacing song that plays at the Arundar Pass. It has a constant horn making the song have this slower pace that fills you with this anxiety of something might happen. When in conjunction with the other elements, the song sets the tone quite well for the area it's in. There is one problem though, which is this song is kind of repetitive. After setting the initial tone, it sort of just repeats itself until the end. Nonetheless, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier.
This song plays at the forest near the Poison Waste and south of Latvia. It's a very lonesome yet somewhat uplifting song. It has this sense of peace yet of mystery, making you somewhat uneasy due to the unknown land you're in. When the song opens up, going full peaceful with no drawbacks, transforming that constant arp from something more cautious to something more magical. It's a decent song, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. The song wants to be both uneasy with a certain devious tone, playful and magical. It's just a very bizarre mix, and honestly I was a bit confused with it. It plays right as you leave Underground Pass and south of Arendar. Weirdly, this song is on the RuneScape Classics collection, and honestly I thought Breeze would be a far better pick for that. Very disappointed that this is the first song you hear upon entering Turnwen, since it's something that sounds more like it would, you would hear it like ogres or goblins or something along those lines, not something you'd hear in a magical unknown land full of elves. And yes, given that what I just said, the irony of the name of the song is not lost on me. Overall, very disappointing, 4 out of 10, C tier. Saga. So this song is a very generic song until the 40-second mark. Then it goes to just straight up banger, and it's like everything just clicks. At the breakthrough, the song uses the same leitmotif as some other songs I've heard before in a previous episode, even though I can't recall the name. The break at around 3 minutes is also really good, even though it completely changes from what the song just was. Either way, it's a pretty decent introduction to the Fremennik land in terms of songs. It's a strong 8 out of 10, A tier. A slow yet triumphant song. It's your typical Viking, we're here, we're very strong and we're very courageous and we ran at first into the fight and danger type thing. It works pretty well in this song though, so I can't knock it too much for that, but it is at points pretty boring since it doesn't really deviate much from that formula. It's still a 6 out of 10, B tier. And after 2 Fremennik songs, we're back at the desert for some reason. At first I thought they used some weird distorted dog bark, since they do actually use a dog bark in some of the pirate songs. That sound was a bit towards the jarring, honestly. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's a desert song. Ian wrote it. Is it stereotypical? And what do you think? I mean, take a shot every time, I guess. It's very slow-paced, which vibes well with the desert, I guess, but a slow desert song that mostly hinges on flute, drums and sitar. Yeah, it's a very boring song, and if that wasn't enough, it's 5 minutes long. I left it in the background just playing, and only realized it wasn't playing anymore, like 10 minutes after I first put it there, so overall, 2 out of 10, D tier. I mean, it's the same case as the previous song when it comes to the instruments it uses, however this song is far more groovy, which makes it far better since despite the more stereotypical instrumentalization it uses, it does do something more unique that stands out more than the rest. It's a vibe of a song and it's overall enjoyable, however, again, it doesn't really do anything super amazing that hooks me a lot. It's a 5 out of 10, B tier. It's a somewhat toned down circus music. It's very playful. It plays during the mime random event, so I guess that explains things. It's pretty playful even for the song that it is. It doesn't deviate much from the original melody, and that's fine. It does its job and it does it well. Just as an aside, I'm fairly certain I've heard this during some quest or some other cutscene related to runs or something along those lines. I don't know, either way, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. This song plays in the Haunted Woods. Yes, it's funny we went from like 10 Elven songs to 2 Fremennik songs to 2 Desert songs to a random event and now to Mauritania, but I guess that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Either way, it's a very spooky song. I think it resembles a non-RuneScape song at parts, but I can't put my finger on it. Either way, while it fits the place it plays in, I can't say the song was amazing or anything. It's a fine spooky song with a nice main melody. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. A somewhat discombobulated song. It plays in the catacombs in the Shades of Morton minigame. It tries to be spooky and dangerous at the same time, but I don't know, it didn't go well with me. It also is pretty repetitive, so you get really tired of it by the end of the song. It's a 4 out of 10, C tier. Spooky, scary skeletons, except not as catchy. Honestly, it's a fine song, nothing too major that grabbed me or anything, just good background fodder. Until the break at 140, was not expecting that, and was pleasantly surprised. Unfortunately, the song goes back to the same old, but still, that was something. 5 out of 10, B tier. It's like a spooky song, but the type of spooky that is just spooky and not really scary. It's that type of spooky that knows you're used to the spookiness, so the spookiness is more of a devious than scary. Honestly, nothing that stood out too much until midway through. The song just has this section where it's super melancholic, like a place they used to thrive, slowly destroyed and lost to time, forgotten by civilization. It's essentially the audio version of Element. Honestly, if the entire song had been that, it would have been S tier. Unfortunately it isn't, so it's a 6 out of 10, B tier. A very adventurous, upbeat song with a tinged sense of danger. I was surprised to see that it plays in the wilderness. Honestly, if I had to guess, I would guess it plays in some quest or something. It's one of the better wilderness songs and I was very surprised by it. It does have, a more vanilla, generic moments here and there, unfortunately, but, overall it's a solid 8 out of 10, A tier. I know most people are probably tired of this song, but honestly, I gotta say it. It used to be my favorite and it still remains a very strong song. This slower vibe is much the same as Legend, the song that we've heard before. It plays at the Barbarian Village, so it has the same we're strong vibe. It is quite a fun song to listen to, however. Also, I must say I really enjoy the use of choir here, since it makes it seem like barbarian shouting, which is actually super fitting for the song, and I found that detail really cool. 9 out of 10, S tier, and the first one of the episode. This song sounds like something that you would hear playing like Crash Bandicoot or something. It's very groovy and I really enjoy the fast-paced nature of it. At points that seem a bit disjointed, especially when there's a lot of instruments together. However, I do like on the rest of the song when the instruments just sort of come in and out playing their little tunes. The song does feel all over the place and yet somehow it sort of works. And then I see it's played at the Chaos Altar and yep, now I understand why the song seems to be all over the place. It's supposed to be chaotic. Yet another runecrafting song, yet another banger. I gotta say, the playful nature of it really plays into the groove established right from the get-go. 9 out of 10, S tier. It has this peaceful yet solemn vibe. It's in a way very melancholic yet hopeful at the same time. It's very bittersweet in that sense. It's like wanting to sound triumphant and never really wanting to go full triumphant, I guess. In a way, it remains down to earth. It plays at the Earth Altar because at this point, if a song sounds too good, you should know where it plays by now. Honestly, I wasn't convinced by the first 10 seconds, but everything that came after had me convinced plenty. This is another easy 9 out of 10 S tier. It's a song that plays in mostly dungeons. It has a high, octane, high stakes fight type deal going on. I get it, and I found it pretty interesting, but unfortunately it doesn't deviate much from the base it establishes, and as a result it just really gets repetitive. The end also seems pretty forced, and I didn't quite like it. Overall, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Much like the last song, while it does have an interesting start, it never really seems to go much from there. I did enjoy it, and in a way found it a certain low budget barbarianism. Honestly, I might come back and this song might have grown on me a bit more. I heard a lot of interesting parts, but the song isn't quite clicking with me. Regardless, I feel like giving it anything less than a A tier is undeserved. So 7 out of 10, A tier. The initial intro actually had me hooked, especially because it's used in a wilderness song, I'm pretty sure, but after that the song kinda just felt really unfocused and generic. It's still decent, but it was somewhat disappointing. But yeah, if you haven't guessed, we're back at the Fremennik songs, and this one plays at the east side of Roleka. It's a fine 6 out of 10 B tier. Honestly, I would love to talk about this song, but I'm not gonna lie, I was slightly distracted, and the song's slow pacing combined with not much interesting going on kinda just made me block it, so I'm not entirely sure about all of the parts. I know it has this heavy, serious tone because we're Vikings, Fremennik, but yeah, outside of that, it's a fine 5 out of 10 B tier. I get the fighting type songs, but I'm also getting that they might not be for me. This song just fits the scene really well. You are fighting Koshei during Fremennik trials to prove your worth as a warrior, and yet the song itself, it's nothing amazing. It sort of just, again, does its job. 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have the Navigator, which for some reason has a way bigger text than the rest. What the fuck did I do here actually? Hold up. Yeah, like, that's the only one that has like this massive whatever. Look, just pretend it's the same size as the rest, alright? It's yeah, when you go through 100 fucking images, one is bound to get fucked. And look, I get that they have a song for every random event, but a song for every trial? Yeah, this plays at the Swenson's puzzles portion of the quest, the teleporting rooms one. And just as an aside, shout out to both Wiki and RuneHQ for the screenshots, because the game doesn't allow me to go back to those puzzles, so I couldn't actually get the screenshots myself. Let's be honest, do you really need a 5-minute long song for a part of the quest that you can complete in, say, like 20-second stops? Especially now with guides. I guess I gotta commend the commitment, but damn, like, it's maybe a bit too much at points. As for the song itself, much like the previous two, I guess it does its job, but nothing that amazingly stands out for me. 5 out of 10, B tier. It's a more stripped down, slower version of Scape Main. It's pretty good, to be honest. It's a vibe and it's perfect for Halloween. And yes, this is unlocked by logging into RuneScape during Halloween. So, there's this, perfect spooky, but we celebrate the spooky rather than spooky, but we're really scared of it. Also, I don't know what instrument it was at 130. There's this sort of mimicking of a robot voice, and I love that detail. It plays pretty well into the song. Honestly, despite being the same leitmotif as Scape Main, I was not expecting like this song as much as I did. It's a pretty strong 8 out of 10 A tier. Honestly, was just not expecting this song. It's a mix between a pirate type song with a spooky song. And it works surprisingly well, and it's super catchy as well. It plays at the Pirate's Hideout in the Wilderness, which explains the pirate/spooky theme. I really like how playful the song comes out, and it sounds just super fun to listen to. It's like a sea shanty 2 in terms of it being a sea shanty vibe, and it has enough going on to keep me interested. I love it, and it's definitely one of the highlights of the list. I don't have as much to say about it, but I just had a lot of fun listening to it. It's a 10 out of 10, S tier. This song is what plays at the Krender dungeon, that section that leads to Elvarg. And rightfully so, it's a bop. It starts slower, more triumphant, like a knight marching into battle, and then goes into this frenzy, which could be considered a little battle in of itself, which it probably is. There's lesser demons outside of Elvarg's lair, and I can only assume that frantic part of the song is what your heart does, just going crazy from being scared you'll get slapped by a demon and lose all of your stuff, especially because demons are actually way higher level than Elvarg herself. It's an absolute bop, 10 out of, or 9 out of 10, S tier. Hold up, we get more Wildy songs. This one plays at the Chaos Altar, the one near the ditch, and it's a slow, spooky ballad. I can appreciate the attempt, and honestly, I was pretty surprised at how unique the song ended up being, especially for a wilderness song. Until 158, I was really digging the vibe, honestly. At that point, you just have an introduction of a solo instrument, which, while interesting, didn't add much to the song in my opinion. To a certain extent, I'm actually left wondering if I haven't heard this song before. This either took inspiration from some spooky movies, or maybe it's just formulaic enough for me to think that. Either way, it's an enjoyable experience. 8 out of 10, A tier. Okay, I'm starting to notice another trend. Water-related songs have to have these wave sounds. Now, the song itself is also somewhat spooky, but more on a devilish, playful way, which is kind of bizarre for a lighthouse, I would think. I think it's going for the attempt of illustrating how living in a lighthouse can be scary and whatnot, but overall, not very convinced. The song is alright, just not what I was maybe expecting. 6 out of 10, B tier. A song that plays in the Dagenham cave underneath the lighthouse. Is it more exciting to emulate fighting? Yes. Does it have wave sounds? Also yes. Is it just fine for the song it is? Yes. 6 out of 10, B tier. A spooky song that plays at the downstairs of Draenor Manor. It is, as the name implies, a song that makes you feel like you are tiptoeing around. It has this more sneaky type spookiness to it rather than what plays up top. It does, as a result, sound to a point less serious, but I'm fine with that, honestly. 7 out of 10, A tier. The beginning does remind me of a sea shanty. It's a very animated track, so while it is more upbeat at times, it does give you a certain relaxing feeling. This song plays at the Berthorpe Games Room, which is why it's called Competition, and honestly, I don't think I would want to be listening to anything else while I'm demolishing newbies at checkers. 9 out of 10, S tier. I like the playful vibes of the song, but at points you feel that the song gets this more serious vibe, which I didn't feel it fit the song quite well. Also, nothing that grabbed me too much. It's just an okay song. It's a 5 out of 10, B tier. The other part of the Fishing Guild. The song starts with this harp, then introducing a bass. From there alone, it already sets this relaxing tone to the song. The rest of the song is just the instruments like the waves. What, you thought you were going to listen to a song that was water related without the waves? Come on now, don't be naive. The actual song is very relaxing, and while mellow has a more, mellow tone to it, this one has a more uplifting vibe, putting you much more on a positive, relaxing mood of someone who is just enjoying the sunburn while fishing some sharks. Very pleasantly surprised. 9 out of 10, S tier. Okay, imagine a lower budget version of Fanfare. That's basically what this song is. Since it plays at that Setria, which is the Viking zone, it is more stripped down, and it does work, I guess. Although, while it does work, I do feel we are getting into the territory of songs that work, but that aren't all that memorable either. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Okay, imagine a lower version budget of Camelot. That's basically what this song is. Okay, maybe this time I'm not being entirely fair to it, I just wanted to, the joke to come full circle. But yes, it's a song that sort of makes you feel like you are having a royal banquet and dealing with the politics of running a kingdom, when in reality all you care about is how pretty the person you're about to marry is. If we ignore that you are marrying them for power and not for love, which this song tries to make you forget, and yeah, it's just a nice kingdom, humble, where everyone lives happy. Oh, by the way, do you want the end of My Offspring so you can get to own everything and everyone in this kingdom? Oh yeah, just go right ahead. It's all yours. I'm sure they won't have any objections. I know I'm being a bit, fetishious at this point, but I do actually enjoy the song. Much like the previous one, not that memorable, but it is enjoyable experience when you are listening to it. 7 out of 10, A tier. It's a playful song matched to the tune of the gnomes. As you might have guessed, it plays in the Grand Tree Cave. I like the overuse of wind instruments taking center stage at the song, as I think that's what makes it really playful. Either way, I know I'm repeating myself too much, but just like the previous songs, not that much memorable, but just enjoyable while listening to it nonetheless. 7 out of 10, A tier. Okay, so imagine a lower budget version of Spooky. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop now. But yes, this song is sort of just a sneaky, spooky jungle. It does play a tape at all, so it is pretty fitting. It's just a 6 out of 10 B tier. This song plays at the hangar with the gnome lighters, where you do the sliding puzzle for Monkey Madness. Now, if I tell you that, what type of song do you envision? Well, very likely not a chill song with a certain mellow and magical tone, and yet that's exactly what you get. This song caught me completely off guard, and honestly, as I've stated in another tier list, I'm a sucker for, slower paced songs that fill you with calmness. I live for these vibes, and this was such a needed surprise, when we just had mass song after mass song. I especially love the more, I guess, quote-unquote negative sections and the use of sounds making it sound otherworldly and foreign. And in a way, it sounds magical because these types of technologies would be considered magical given the time. I also enjoy a lot how the song evolves in the second part. I was super afraid when I noticed the song was over 5 minutes long, but honestly, it was completely worth it, and I would even go as far as saying that it used that time well. One last thing, I love that instrument that comes around every once in a while. It sounds like a wind instrument. But it just adds so much to the thematic of it being a otherworldly song. 10 out of 10 S tier. Okay, so it is to a point your stereotypical jungle song. However, this one I have to give it a pass because it is a bop. The bass and flute with the drums just going on the background give a very groovy vibe to the song while maintaining this sort of almost dangerous tone to it. I actually quite liked it. It's an 8 out of 10 A tier. Very minimalistic track, barely any instruments. The song is 3 minutes long and it takes until 1 minute to have any kind of actual instruments going on. It's very disappointing, but I guess it is just a transitory island you barely ever come to, and for that I can't really fault it too much. It is a place that most players will very likely spend less than 5 minutes total throughout their entire RuneScape careers. I bet most people haven't even heard this song until the end, which is why many don't probably know why is it that the transition at 2 minutes sounds like a sea shanty 2 points. I'm just super confused with the track, and it feels incredibly disjointed. It's a 2 out of 10 D tier. In the segment of the previous song, congratulations if you guessed that this one also plays at Apatol on the bottom half before the gate. It is a jangly song mixed with the vibes of a sea shanty song. It's a decent 7 out of 10, A tier. This song is 6 minutes and I think it's 6 minutes too long. It's just very boring, honestly. It again has this sort of spooky vibe. It tries to use some of the instruments established to, be related to jungle instruments. I guess it does its job, and again, it's a place most people won't spend too much time at, but then again, do you really need a 6 minute long track? There is a second section to the song that is more, I guess, magical with a sense of wonder, which I gotta ask, why? Like, it doesn't really fit the song at all. And to make matters worse, the reason why the song is 6 minutes long is because you have two sections and they just repeat midway through. You could literally cut it in half and it would be the same song. And for that indiscretion, I'll actually give it a 1 out of 10. D tier. This has the same vibe of the other Apatol songs. It does play in the Monkey Madness 1 cutscenes, according to the wiki, so maybe that's why. It's a fine song, not too much to be said, but I will say it's at least less offensive than the previous one. It's a 4 out of 10, C tier. This plays during the boss fight of Monkey Madness 1. It is a more combat-oriented version that combines the elements of previous tracks, at least when it comes to the vibe of it, that is. It's a fun song, encapsulates the seriousness yet wacky situation of fighting a demon alongside gnomes. It's a 6 out of 10, B tier. Okay, we're not entirely done with Apatol just yet. We have the song that plays in the amazing tunnels full of traps, very high level skeleton monkeys, and zero run energy. Yet again we have the use of more jungly vibe, but mixed with a more dramatic tone to signal the danger of the situation and how unusual it is. Again, fun to listen to, but nothing that grabbed me too much. It's simple, it works, it's a weak 7 out of 10, A tier. This song could easily pass as a wilderness song at the dangerous zone people usually fight at. Funnily enough, a lot of YouTubers that actually make PKing videos do use this song while PKing. It really sets the mood for the danger that you face against other players. The song makes it feel much more intimate, much more raw than fighting a boss, for example. This song doesn't deviate much from what it is originally, but it doesn't really need to. Putting a spin on an already established melody works just as fine. Besides that, usually the leading instruments happen in short bursts to convey a certain anxiety, and when they elongate a specific note, you feel the anxiety spike. So the song never really lets you be too comfortable. And to finish it all off, you have a smooth transition at 3:04 from a dangerous song to a triumphant one to signal the end of battle. The song does then repeat the beginning and fade out, but I'm not gonna hold that against it, since when you do finish a game you usually just jump right into another game, so if you remove the fade out, the song actually just loops forever without the loop ever feeling out of place. The looping really makes it feel like your fun never ends, since time doesn't really feel like it's passing. I think it's a pretty obvious one, isn't it? It's a 10 out of 10, S tier. It's a very relaxing song. I guess you could say this is the calm before the storm, since it plays at the Castle Wars lobby. It is very, well, melodramatic, yet again using the names to signal what the feeling of the song is. While it is mellow, it does have a fun, even dare I say, dramatic twist to it. It's a relaxing yet fun song to listen to, and a classic that I think sometimes gets forgotten since Castle Wars tends to outshine it a lot. I will say, I, yet again, don't think the more somber tone added anything positive to the song other than just making it different for the sake of making it different, but it's still an amazing song. 9 out of 10, S tier. And to send Castle Wars we have the song that plays at the waiting room. Honestly, the weakest of the threes. But to be fair, it was kind of hard for it to be anything amazing when you are competing against the two previous songs. It's still a solid, fun song that gets you ready for battle. Oops, did I say the name of the song again while describing it? Yeah, now that I mentioned that, you will notice it 24/7. No need to thank me. Yeah, as for the song, again, not much to say about it, just a solid 8 out of 10, A tier. Another combat song. Honestly, I think I'm gonna have a very hard time doing tier lists in the future because I'm already running out of things to say and we're not even halfway through. What I really love about this song is the instrument that comes in at the beginning. That instrument reappears later on, and I have no idea what it's supposed to be, but I really liked it, like how alien it sounded, which makes sense. This song plays at the haunted mine, and the strings give it a more certain vibe of it uneasiness, if you will. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. If Spooky's so great, why didn't they make a Spooky 2? They made a Spooky 2. I just realized I should have made that joke when I reviewed Shanty, but well, this will have to work. The song itself isn't as vanilla spooky as the original counterpart. This version has a more heavy tone to it, while sacrificing the stripped down nature of the original, which to me doesn't make it as spooky. I would say this song is more fidgety, if you will. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. I would say this is the unofficial version of Spooky 3. It doesn't share the same progression, but it does share the same vibe, and I'm all about vibes, quite frankly. It gives very spooky ghost be scared feels. The problem is that it's 6 minutes long, and while it does change in certain aspects, it's nowhere near enough to make up for all of that time. I already felt bored 2 minutes in, imagine 6 minutes. And then at 2 minutes in the song, it just goes into this frenzy, which is actually quite interesting. And yet again, just like other songs here, it's just a brief showcase of what things could have been, and then it just gets shut down again in favor of the boring parts. The song then just repeats to fill the 6 minutes, and then yeah, it just ends. Honestly, for its length alone and making me feel like I wasted my time, 3 out of 10. See it here. I'm just now realizing all of these have been part of the same place. This song is pretty much the same as previous ones. Honestly, why make 4 different tracks just for a mine and have them all be 4 to 6 minutes long? Is Ian crazy? Don't actually answer that, we all know. 4 out of 10, see it here. I'll give you 5 GP if you guess what this song is. Yep, it's Cape Main, but adapted to Christmas. Honestly, it's way more uplifting than the original, and for being a seasonal thematic song, it's way more fun than it should be. Actually, wait, no, it's never more fun than it should be. I'm happy it's this fun, and every thematic song just should be a banger like this. I'm honestly happy about it. Strong 8 out of 10. A tier. I'll give you 10 GP if you guess where this song is. Yep, it's completely related to Christmas. It plays at the Trollvice mountain. You're forgiven for your mistake, don't worry, it's easy to mess up. Especially because this song sounds like one of those Christmas songs that appears in those super low budget Christmas movies, and yet it's super fun. It captures the misadventures and the wacky situations you can find yourself very well. It's an 9 out of 10, S tier. It has much the same vibe as the previous one, and I love it. Maybe not as much as I felt it's missing that thing, but it's still a pretty good song. It's a strong 8 out of 10, 8 tier. The intro instantly sets the mood. No playing here. Desolated, dangerous road ahead, you're gonna have to prove to be good to overcome it. Gives me the vibe that some wilderness songs do, but with that different touch. I I really like that the song is more icy, giving it that unique flair. The song not being over the top like some other really transmits that unnerving, imminent danger that you just haven't been able to spot quite yet. Until you do spot it, with a change midway through the song where it sounds like you are in the middle of danger already. Overall, pretty solid song, 9 out of 10 S tier. A spooky, warped song. It plays at the Myra Q, I doubt. Honestly, overall kind of boring for me, and yet again it's almost 6 minutes long. I guess we went from using stereotypical sounds to make, wannabe prog songs, and honestly, I don't know which one is worse. 3 out of 10, C tier. Pathways is a music track that is unlocked at the Brimhaven dungeon entrance. Is that it? A 4-minute track for the entrance of a dungeon? What even... As for the song, it has some groove to it, but overall nothing amazing that grabbed me. I did find it fun to hear the sound that plays as if I'm just waiting for someone to pick up my Skype call, as it sometimes it sounds like that. Also, again, the song doesn't really play at a big space, it's 4 minutes long, someone should take Ian's keyboard away. It's for his own good. It's still somewhat enjoyable, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. As the name implies, it's a gem. It's a very upbeat song, mostly using and focusing on percussion. The vibe is the same as Aztec, so a song great for when there's action. It plays at the Brimhaven dungeon because apparently the dungeon is so important and it needs 2 different songs. Although this one didn't grab me as much as Aztec, unfortunately, it's still fun overall. It's an 8 out of 10, A tier. Did I say it needs 2 different songs? No, I meant 3. 3 different songs. Yeah, this one also plays at the Brimhaven dungeon. It still has that same action adventure type vibe to it, although much more toned down, given more emphasis to this unknown and even mysterious place that feels to a point like it doesn't quite belong. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. And to keep in tune with the dungeon related music, this one plays at the Fremennik Slayer dungeon. Specifically where the basilisks are, which scares me because does this mean that like Brimhaven, this dungeon will also have 1,000 songs in it? We'll have to see. Either way, the song is very distant. What I mean by this is that the song barely has an instruments going on at any given time. Imagine Shadow of the Colossus when, the songs do that call and response thing, except with all of the epicness to it. Yeah, that's this song. It tries to instill some anxiety by continuously cutting instruments short and having them come in short bursts, but I gotta say, while what was tried was different, it did not land for me. It's a 4 out of 10 C tier. This song plays at the Slayer Tower in Mauritania. And yes, I just now realized we're past all of the songs that came out with RuneScape 2 and we are moving on to the originals that were released later. So yeah, the reason for all of these dungeon songs is because Slayer was just released and all of these new places with all of these new monsters needed music with them. This song combines Mauritania vibes with the deviousness, with the loneliness, and combines it with a certain cheekiness, not taking itself too seriously. It's a fine song, kind of a mixed bag. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. This song plays in the rest of the Fremennik Slayer dungeon, and it's called The Slayer. Not just any Slayer, mind you, it needs to be the one. This song sounds to me to a point like a wilderness song. It's very chaotic, there's lots going on, and it's always changing. It gives you these very messy combat type vibes. Although the song is so over the top, it makes you feel like you are in an actual far bigger danger than you actually are. Like, most of the monsters here aren't really super high level. Also, I don't get why midway through you get sort of a ghostly vibe. I don't think that was all at all necessary, but then again, it's a very over the top, chaotic, everything just goes song, so yeah. It's 7 out of 10, A tier. Frankenstein's refrain. I referred to a section in the previous track as ghostly, and I think that's a great descriptor for this track. It's a very lonely, ghostly castle. Well, it does play at a castle, so maybe there's that. And I think that's the key here. The song, while sounding ghostly, never really sounds spooky. It goes for a more wacky, crazy, since, Frankenstein is more on the crazy side than the spooky one. Overall, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. At parts it sounds very sad, but then you have this, what I'm about to call goblin type beats. Okay, so listen to this. And now listen to this. Maybe the beat gives it away since it's the same beat, but like the vibes are so wildly different. Honestly, if it had been maybe only the somber moments, I would have enjoyed this song a lot more, but as I am getting into the mood, the goofy beats just come back and I can't take the song seriously anymore. This song plays at the Experiment Cave. The song does attempt later to sort of bring everything together, but by that point you already lost me. Although I gotta say, even though the song doesn't really come together as a whole, the good parts I really enjoyed. Unfortunately, like many other songs, it goes on for far too long and it kinda ruins the vibe as a whole with that third part, that it's just another type of goofy beat. So 5 out of 10, B tier. This song pretty much has the same vibe as Gnome Ball. They are both involving balls and they are both about sports, so maybe that's why they both sound very upbeat, silly and fun. It's honestly quite enjoyable, it's just an 8 out of 10, A tier. This plays at the shipwreck in Mauritania. I guess you are getting good at this game by now. While that is interesting, there is definitely more of a vibe of we'll see what happens when you don't take things seriously. It's not a summer song despite what it's talking about, it's what I mean. Also, the waves are back because of course they are. Funnily enough, this song played anywhere else and you would think it's just about these, mischievous adventures of an NPC as opposed to a shipwreck. This is gonna sound bad, but it's a fun song for a shipwreck. So 7 out of 10, A tier. Guess where this song plays? If you guessed Port Las Mares, you would be wrong. It plays at the Ectopit in the Ectofunctus, because of course it does. What were you expecting? I am now realizing I do play like a visual intro of the song, so you already know where the song plays before I even ask you this question, but I mean, at this point it's what we got, just deal with it, alright? The song is ominous and goes on for 5 minutes, and let me remind you again, this song plays at the Ectofunctus slime pool. Jagex creating full songs just for small areas again. Despite how ominous it sounds, sometimes it goes for a more low-key background vibe of a song than anything more centered. It's okay, I guess, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Guess where this song plays? Yes, this one plays at Port Las Mares. The beginning gave me vibes of those Humble, Lumbridge / Yanel / Catherby songs. Then the song goes into a more Mauritania style, if you will. It's a song on the slower side, not wanting to be over the top, instead just wanting to exist in a place. I think it does that well, and while nothing amazing, it does have a vibe to it, if you know what I mean. The song as a whole was actually quite enjoyable, and at parts it made me feel like this is home. Maybe not for you, but for other beings. It does have that humble feel to it, and honestly, I think this might be because I had to listen to it again after the first time, given that I wasn't decided on a score, but I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10 S tier. Okay, let's play this game again. Guess where this track plays. Yeah, okay, this one is pretty obvious. It does play at Dragontooth Island. And honestly, whatever you might be thinking this track is, it isn't that. This track is a very mellow, melancholic song. It makes you feel super lonely, far away from home and everything. At the 2-minute mark, the song evolves from this mellow vibe to a more adventurous track, as if to forget the old and focus on the exciting new, the discoveries you can do there. And then it goes back. I know this type of change doesn't work in a lot of songs, but here I think it just shows both sides of being far away. Both the sadness that comes from being homesick, but the excitement that comes from new adventures. It's the complete package, and if you tell players this plays in Lumbridge, they would probably believe you. And that's the thing, even though I'm doing this tier list, I would believe you as well. I've had plenty of songs where I've like, but I've heard of these 100% before. At least parts of them I have, and yet I can't quite put my finger on it. And I'm repeating this because I really want to emphasize that, right? Regardless, this is yet another nugget eaten away that most players won't know about it. Until now, 10 out of 10, S tier. This song plays at the M Cave. It has a serious tone to it, very combat danger theme vibe to it, if you will. It's not exactly what I expected from them, I doubt, but to be fair, I shouldn't expect much from people just ate monsters for no reason. I mean, just because you didn't get a drop and went dry, that doesn't give you the right to just create an organization against their entire fucking existence. 7 out of 10 A tier. Very middle of nowhere type song. It plays at the Mountain Door area, which is one of those most secluded places, so I guess it fits. It does have some combat vibes to it as well, since there are some moments where the song just goes into this higher stakes sounding. Enjoyable, something different, but really not something I'm seeing myself coming back to anytime soon. Also, it's yet again 6 minutes long. Ian, fucking stop making 6-minute long songs and, you know, that play in just tiny areas you visit once. Like, for fuck's sake. 6 out of 10 B tier. This song plays at the settlement as part of the Mountain Dara quest. That intro made it sound like it was another desert song, but no. Honestly, I don't know how to describe the vibe of this song. It's humble, but with a dash of hard work, if you will, if that makes sense. It's very serious for what it is, and honestly, listening to it, I'm imagining watching the villagers gather resources and build stuff in Age of Empires more than I am imagining RuneScape. And then the song has moments where it sounds more positive and adventurous, I guess. If we are talking about a settlement, you are going to get the whole package. Honestly, I changed my mind a couple of times when writing this song, but I think given how unique it is compared to a lot of other RuneScape songs, I'll give it a 9 out of 10 S tier. To my surprise, this song plays at the Lumbridge Swamp Caves, which is, in a way, I guess could be interpreted as such, but still was a bit surprised. It's somewhat ominous with a tone of playfulness, like certain creature themes have, but still with that shade of seriousness to mark the cave goblins, since they aren't ones to trust outsiders or play around. Also, this yet again sounds different from the tracks Ian released earlier, so I was pleasantly surprised at how unique it sounds, as well as the overall sound quality just being better, not from a technical perspective, but from a creative perspective. 7 out of 10, A tier. This song starts with a killer bass line. Fun fact, I used this song in No Bank and was again just super confused why I remembered it. Anyway, it's a pretty funky song, it gives you just a fun vibe, it's related to the dwarves, and the breakdown that happens into the song where all of the instruments just go crazy, it's really good. This is essentially flute salad, but for dwarves instead. It's easily one of the best silly songs I've heard, and honestly, just like Pirates of Peril, it doesn't really need that much examination, it's just fun to listen to. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier. A Rock. The song starts somewhat ominous with a worldly vibe, magical in a way. I guess given how weird that place is, I can't blame it for that. I like that the flute is trying to hold you down and not pass away completely, which is very fitting to the song. A lot of its elements really do work to make you feel like you are seeing, or like what you are seeing is crazy, and yet there's this sort of uneasy feeling about everything. I did dislike when everything kinda just went silent at around the 2-minute mark. I think it just took away from the experience instead of adding to it. And then at the midway point, the song just changes vibes completely, as if the world opened up to you without the restrictions set before, which just gives it this really relaxing, comfortable feeling. And then the song just goes back again, but here it kinda works because since it is just a fleeting moment that reflects the moment where you find this world full of gold, that then you have to flee. It's still an amazing song, but it's a good 8 out of 10, A tier. So, this song also plays in between a rock, but it plays during the quest. It uses a lot of the same elements and chords, so I'm not gonna go over it again. I'm just gonna say In Between landed much better for me. I felt that In Between just had more variety and more stuff going on. I get it, I get that this is playing during the quest, and given that you do need to get out ASAP, there's much more anxiety added to it. I get that the song being more serious in tone and not exploring much of the otherworldly vibe that In Between does, but still. Also, they lost an amazing opportunity to call this song A Rock, so, then you would have In Between, and then you would have A Rock, which is, just as the song In Between a Rock. I like to think I'm really clever, okay? Also, this song is even longer than In Between. Why? It has less than In Between. So, yeah, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier, but it's a very weak one. It's a polyphonic song. Guess what vibe and instruments it has? Exactly. Honestly, I find these a bit better. Maybe with the experience and new tools, Ian became a bit better, but it's still not exactly my favorite, and at times it does sound like a worse reiteration of the famous desert tracks. I will say though, this version of Ian seems far more focused. A lot of these songs are more coherent and you can hear and understand the elements better, while they tend to be more creative as well. 6 out of 10, B tier. There's a lot I could say about this song. The mixture of excitement previous escapes had, but with a much better emphasis on the epic, triumphant and adventurous of the players. Yeah, look, we all heard it before, we all know why it's the most recognizable RuneScape to have ever be played, so I don't think I'm gonna spend a lot of time talking about it. I know it's great, you know it's great, I don't need to convince you of it. 10 out of 10, A tier. Wait, A tier, no, not A tier, S tier, sorry, that was a bit of a slip of tongue. Okay, so imagine Mauritania songs meeting a sitar, that's pretty much it. Also again, the song is 5 minutes long. What happened with the short and beautiful 2 to 3 minute tracks? Do you think I have time to sit here and have to review them all to the end? I do have time to do that actually, but still, I will give it this, however. It does encapsulate the lonely vibe of being abandoned in the desert pretty well. 6 out of 10, B tier. Why? Again, a 5-minute song for a place you will visit a couple of times during a quest. I honestly want to know how many people have heard this one until the end. Also, it just sounds like an extension of the previous one. It puts more focus on the lonely, sad, even forgotten, dare I say, state of things than anything else. It's 6 out of 10, B tier. Okay, finally a song that isn't 6 minutes long that players visit once. It's 6 minutes long. Yeah, this is becoming a much bigger issue than the stereotypical sounds, especially because a lot of songs don't really use the time well. This song is just ominous. Well, it talks about demons. I don't really understand what you were expecting, to be honest with you. I was quite bored throughout it. I don't know. It has used the chorus to try and mimic chanting, and overall the song tried to portray what happens in the quest, so I can't fault it too much, but it's not the most exciting thing in the world. 5 out of 10 B tier. Because of course I had to complain about the stereotypical use of certain instruments for certain zones. Yeah, guess what? Also, this song is again 5 minutes long and it doesn't really use that time all that well. It's a slow-paced song that tries to make you feel like you are at an hostile place, but yet again I kinda find myself bored. Honestly, the string of these past few songs have been really bad, unfortunately. So much so that I completely forgot to rate this song, so I'm gonna do it on the fly, 5 out of 10 B tier. I think that's what I rated it. Like, I don't know why I don't have the rating here written down. What the fuck? Past me, hello, you're writing fucking reviews of the songs, why didn't you write the rating? This song is 6 minutes and half. Guess what it doesn't do again? And now it's a shame because this song actually sounds good. It has this magical adventurous tone to it, very uplifting, and then it transforms into a worry trying to make you uneasy, which then completely transforms to this somber song where it finally dawns on you the danger of the situation. The problem here is that it accomplishes all of that by the 2-minute mark, whereupon it just sort of repeats with slight changes and bam, it's another song that if you cut off of it, it would have been more than fine, but alas. Oh, by the way, these are all Desert Treasure 1 songs, so there's more to come and probably they will all be very, very long. Let's hope that they are at least good. This one I'm gonna give a 7 out of 10, A tier. I think that a nice challenge would be to just put all of the desert songs together and have you figure out which is which. Cause like, even the wilderness songs didn't get this bad. And on top of that again, not much going on. It does its job of filling the silence in the background, but yet again, doesn't really do much. At least it's only 4 minutes and 19 seconds long, as opposed to 6. Like, I don't want to give this song any lower score because ultimately, when compared to some of the lower scores on the list, their quality is undeniably better. But I think not having bad songs also means Ian no longer has that chaotic creativity to also create the biggest bangers, so on average, the songs are indeed better, at the cost of not having as many extreme bad or extreme good songs. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Lone, desolate vibes with this one. Much like Path of Peril, it is a good song but gets bogged down with it being 5 minutes and a half. I did quite enjoy it, you know, it's different than the others, although for this one you have this song that plays on the path that gets you there, which I honestly kind of enjoyed more. Song being way too long aside, one of the better ones to come out of Desert Treasure 1. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Oh my god, thank you, we're back to the short songs. This one plays at the drain or sewers. I used to hear this song all the time when I was younger because I was a free player, so I spent a bit of time just exploring around. It's essentially the Time to Mine song but with a more somber twist. It's basically Spooky if Spooky was Flute Salad, I guess? You got that? But yeah, it's just a fun song that uses the spooky elements while not taking itself too seriously. In a way you can actually take the song pretty seriously as well, given the inhospitability of the place, but regardless of how you take it, it's a banger, 9 out of 10 S tier. Ian, you're already bad enough at making desert songs, why do you insist on making them so long? This one is 6.5 minutes, a desert song that is long made by Ian. Take a wild guess. Yeah, not very interesting, it uses too many stereotypical instruments and doesn't really use its time very well. At least this one isn't as repetitive as other tracks, as, things take longer to get going and the melody is catchier, but still, when I say it doesn't use its time well, I mean that the song is just too long for the parts it does have. I must say, however, this song was far better for me than many of the other desert songs. I think having the emphasis on the cities really gave the depths that the song needed in order to, not just be another run-of-the-mill desert song. I guess the whole situation and mystery of the, two cities really helped its case and helped express more than otherwise it would have expressed, but still not that amazing. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Oh boy, what we're in for. Now, you know what? If Ian is gonna keep using the same instruments for desert songs, I think I'm allowed to use the same reviews. However, unlike Ian, I'm gonna spare you the boredom. 5 out of 10 B tier. I'm gonna be completely honest here. I actually thought Sphinx, like this song, was Scarab, so I wrote a review for it first, not realizing the song came before it. However, I'm gonna leave the review I wrote since it fucking applies anyway. So again, if Ian is going to keep using the same instruments for desert songs, I think I'm allowed to use the same reviews. And again, unlike Ian, I'm gonna spare you the boredom. 5 out of 10 B tier. A 4-minute song that plays at the pyramid while you are hypnotized. And again, it's kind of boring. It tries to sound ominous and it slowly builds up while remaining very slow paced. It is interesting from the perspective that it isn't a desert song, and I find the attempt to try and sound scary while sounding malicious kinda cool, but it's nothing that grabbed me too much. A nice break from all of the desert songs, however. So, again, it is a shame that you have a 4-minute long song that just sort of repeats itself for the sequence that, lasts like not even a minute. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. It's basically the same vibe as the previous song, but positive. This version plays after you are no longer hypnotized, although it also sounds much more stereotypical, so swings and roundabouts, I guess. 6 out of 10 B tier. Okay, it is 6 minutes and a half for a small cave, but at least it's something different from everything we've heard before. This song just hits you right in that, sort of magical, even mystical side. It gives you a wonder feel of what place you're in, but it maintains a certain positive look. And then the song just evolves to have the snare and horn in the background while maintaining that magical, impressionable vibe. There aren't many songs that get to the 2-minute mark, and I'm still wondering what's gonna come next. The song does give space to its instruments to shine. Yet again, we have this third section of the song where it changes slightly what the first part was, but not by much, and then just sort of repeats. To me, it's a very question mark song. Like, I like it, but also like, there's just something that doesn't fully grab me for some reason. I don't know, it's an 8 out of 10, 8 tier. To keep it consistent with the previous track, this song also has some of the instruments used there to maintain that magical feeling, although here the track is far more whimsical, way too upbeat and happy when considering the fact that you are collecting tears. It's still pleasantly surprised for the song, it's really enjoyable, it's an 8 out of 10, 8 tier. It feels like an undead waltz, if you will. This song plays at Barrows, and honestly, while a good song, I expected more somehow. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but maybe it's a bit too simple for my taste. Like, when I think Barrows, an abandoned town where 6 brothers live at, with an old man constantly digging graves, while I expect the macabre aspect of it, I also expect maybe higher stakes, maybe more mystery, more somber tone. Either way, the song is still pretty good. 8 out of 10, 8 tier. A somber, sinister tone that builds up slowly to this anxiety-filled combat. This one plays at the crypts where barrows are. Now, this isn't what I expected from the previous song, since I knew that the previous song wasn't actually in the crypts, but just the overworld. but I still expected more from it. From this track though, I actually kinda expected less. The track just goes from this slow, ominous vibe to faster paced sections. It never makes you feel triumphant as you fight, but rather relieved you didn't die type deal. It's a mood setter, and I really appreciate this song. Also, I gotta say, I really liked the ending. I think it's amongst the better endings when it comes to Old School Runescape songs, even if it still uses fade out. Maybe in the future I will change my mind about the rating, but for now, it's a strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Okay, so imagine the lower budget version of Dangerous Way. I'm just kidding, but essentially in terms of structure they are somewhat similar. Both have slower paced moments where it builds, and then faster paced moments where you have this release. I really like the drums to ramp up the importance, or I guess anxiety of the fight, putting you more on your toes. It does play at the Ogre Flesh Eater's Cave, which again, I don't know how long players will spend there for a 5-minute long song. Again, it gets a bit repetitive, but I'm repetitive at this point. Also, I guess the ending of songs have been becoming better since they actually slowly lose instruments to close out the song. 7 out of 10, A tier. It's this playful but devious song. Imagine the gnome themes but slower paced and with heavier instruments. It's a fine song, I don't have much to say on it. It's enjoyable, I guess. 6 out of 10, B tier. Next up, Romper Chomper. This is a pretty funky fan song. It's an ogre song and it plays out of Castle Wars. I would wager the chompers are the birds you need to kill since this zone is pretty abundant with them. It's a vibe of the song and amazing start for the tier list. 9 out of 10 S tier. This song plays in the Dargashan mines, and the first part of the song sort of gives you this sense of urgency with like little elements related to the goblins. The song then transforms that sense of urgency into an upbeat sort of vibe where the song fully opens up, where it feels you get a glimpse of how the cave goblins actually live. I do like songs that sort of reflect a journey or an action, sort of like a mini story. This song is also really funky. It's a 8 out of 10 A tier. A sense of urgency mixed with spookiness. This song comes in the sequence of the previous one, since it's about the cave goblins as well. This song doesn't just play on the mines, but it actually plays on the tunnels leading to the cave goblin mine. I guess it does fit the environment. The second part, while good, I must say that it kinda tries too hard to have this sort of sense of urgency, sort of danger type vibe with it, like when the horn coming in and, you know, sort of out at times, sort of signal this sense of danger. The song then mellows down to a sort of calm before the storm type section. So it's pretty decent. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Tale of Keldagrim. This song is a chill, happy song. The melody at the beginning somewhat reminded me of a chopped up version of Mad Skipper melody. The song plays well in Keldagrim. It's a very relaxed vibe, just like when you arrive for the first time at the main city after the tutorial. You just sort of go around. It's a new adventurer on an adventure. It's pretty solid track, and the only thing holding it back is that I am not the biggest fan of like the choppiness that the song type has. Regardless, it would be wrong for me to give it anything less than an 8 out of 10 A tier. Land of the Dwarves. This is essentially Tale of Keldagrim Part 2. It has the same vibe, although less choppiness to it. It's more straightforward. It also has a bigger magical, wondrous feeling than the previous song. It does pretty much invoke the same feeling as its counterpart, as well as being a bit more playful. Not as strong in my opinion, but it's still a 7 out of 10 A tier. It's a spooky song. This is what you would hear sort of during a Halloween event. It's not like quite full spooky. It's more like spooky, you know, and it does a very good job at setting that sort of spooky mood, but it's also like super busy. The fucking tempo change. The temperature? Why did I type temperature? whatever, the tempo change fucking midway, it sort of changes to this faster rendition of the song. It's a welcome change, but it is once again one of the changes that Ian sort of just does for the sake of having a change, much like Shadowland. Overall, it's a nice song. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Now, while this song does play at Rogue's Den, it sounds like the type of song you would hear at some dock or some bar from some dock. Just a sunny day of people hanging around and getting drunk vibes. Alas, it does actually not play there, but it does play at the basement of a bar, so I guess there's that. It's still a good song, although I must say it's a bit too long for my taste. Unfortunately, Ian seemed to look at the place where the songs were supposed to play, and then the smaller the place, the longer the song. Look, and a bit of spoilers here. RuneScape 3 has plenty of massive songs. Songs that I think, in a way, aren't long enough because they are actually good. The problem here is that these songs are so repetitive, you get to the point where you are so tired by them by the time they actually end. Also, I'm fairly certain midway through the song, one of the synths is playing, like a melody that reminds me sort of the Medskipper melody, or some other song that I've heard but I can't recall. But it's sort of, again, sort of shoppy. But yes, either way, I'll give it a weak 7 out of 10 A tier. No, not S tier, A tier. So, the other song is supposed to play at the Rogue's Den and the minigame. And the song plays at the northeast corner of the minigame, and it's 4 minutes long. I'm just so confused at the artistic decisions that Jagex decided to implement here. Why not just have this song for the entirety of the minigame? I don't know, honestly. Look, in a way, I guess this song is more fighty, so I guess it fits the minigame a bit better, I guess, but it is also pretty fucking generic. Okay, I am at the Rogue's Den, it's an agility thieving minigame, or maybe I am on the path to go kill some random minor demi-boss dragon from some 2004 quest. Yeah, it's a 5 out of 10 B tier. This is an exciting, epic song. In a way, I don't really like the epic beats. They are kind of nightly, or at least they sound nightly. And as I've expressed in other songs, I don't like the nightly vibes that a lot of songs have, especially with the drums or snare, whatever the fuck. And honestly, I think that sort of detracts from the actual epicness and epic vibe that the song could have, of like being a new adventurer, taking, on quests and feeling like you're the best. Until the break actually kind of ruins that as well. So, yeah, honestly, Ian and having the shittiest second parts ever to a song, name a more iconic duo. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh here, as that part does, in a way, fit the song, since the song is all about recruitment drive tests, and still, I was enjoying the vibe of the original parts, and then sort of just, because the original parts sort of sound this upbeat, exciting, newbie melody, and then you just get blocked from that excitement. This is the opposite of Shadowland. In that song, I would have given it an S tier if it only had the part in the middle. Here, I would have given it an S tier without the part in the middle. I enjoy this song, but again, that part of the middle just kind of ruins it. 7 out of 10 A tier. This is another rendition of Scape Main, a more epic and happy one. This came out at the time of the farming skill, which, just imagine RuneScape without the farming skill. Can I say that the song is rustic as well? Well, I'm gonna go with that anyway. Farming countryside vibes that the song has, and it's kind of like rustic. Honestly, it's a very solid rendition of Scape Main, although it is just Scape Main, so there's already a lot going for it. It's an 8 out of 10 A tier. No, not PT, A tier, there we go. The synths combined with the ARP give the song a very relaxed and nostalgic feeling. As the name indicates, it makes you feel like you are far away. It has this very humble yet playful vibe to it all, emphasizing the somewhat magical nature that the place that you're in actually has. There is a minor issue, however, which is at the 3-minute mark. The song sort of just stops for like a second and then it just restarts. It makes it feel kind of jarring. Otherwise, it's a very solid track. It's an 9 out of 10 S tier. As the wiki put it, the name of this track is a reference to the fight or flight response. You know when I meme about like a name of the song being the feeling that they give? Except instead of my usual, I know that it is supposed to be that, and I know exactly what I'm doing, I would be entirely serious. Yeah, the wiki really needs a Captain Obvious award. Anyway, the song itself is, you know, very combat heavy type song, and it does emphasize that sense that you either fight or flight. See what I did there? This is how you do it, wiki. Honestly, a solid track, but the first 20 seconds are the most memorable, and the rest of the song is just kind of forgettable. It's a fine song, I will give it a 6 out of 10 B tier. Forgettable melody. This song is as playful like the previous Dwarven songs. The second part of the song is just I kind of forget, so 7 out of 10 A tier. Now, I have given Ian a lot of shit for songs playing in a single section during a quest, but to be fair, the minecart puzzle takes at least 2 hours for people to complete. This track builds on other Dwarven tracks, or at least it's the same derivation, or it's derivative, it's my fucking point. Although it sounds sort of like a goose chase song, which I guess for the silly puzzle it's a good thing. In fact, I'm fairly certain that the beginning is from the Yakati sax song. You know, that song that sort of people always use when they want to convey a goose chase that is sort of humorous in nature. I bet on Pragmatic Covers is complete shambles. Ian covered this one 19 years before they could. Overall, it's a 7 out of 10, A tier. The Desolate Isle, which I kept calling the Desolate Island, so I guess there's that. The song is a sort of sad, melancholic vibe. The stripped down nature builds up this sort of lonesome feeling. This track plays in the desert, even though I showed Waterbirth Island. Yeah, no, actually it does play in the Waterbirth Island, but if I didn't show you where it plays, I fucking bet you wouldn't have known where it plays just by the sound of it. Yeah, it's kind of generic, and at like minute and a half the song changes from melancholic to a happy, even silly tone to a certain degree. It's hard to describe, but either way, I'm not amused by the song. It also doesn't help it's 6 minutes and a half, for some reason. Honestly, the songs that should be long aren't long, and the songs that shouldn't be long are very long. I just don't get it. Either way, this one gets a 3 out of 10 C tier. Okay, so this song sort of has that ogre silly vibe to a point. Although it tries to be somewhat intimidating, it never really gets going. It's like build, stop, build, stop. It's the equivalent of trying to turn your car on and then the engine doesn't quite get going, so you need to keep, you know, jamming your keys and keep trying and trying, and the car just, you know, and it never fucking gets going. That's basically what this fucking song is. There's never any actual payoff. Not very impressed, but the song is also not all that bad, so it's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Look, do I really need a 4-minute song for a random event? Maybe not, but the song is actually a fucking banger, so I'll let this one slip. I really love the build-up of the song, contrary to the other one that we just fucking talked about. It starts very humble, you know, sort of relaxed, and it builds from there to this silly but still relaxing song with a constant rhythm going on in the background. It kind of sounds like a silly waltz, which just might be true considering that pheasants aren't exactly very easy to catch. The tube really adds to that silly sound by contrasting it with the softer sounds. Overall, it's a really nice experience. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Essentially, it's the same silly vibe as the previous song, but more upbeat. It's a fun all-around song, and in a way reminded me of some Gnome tracks. It's a solid 8 out of 10, A tier. This is, again, a 4-minute song for a random event where you just stand there, using one tile max. Ian, what the fuck? I mean, whatever. The song itself sounds like the beginning of a triumphant song. You know that part, like that end part of a movie where like the heroes prevailed and there's this like usually huge, meal that everyone sort of, is introducing the heroes as, people that just defeated the evil, and sort of like there's this huge party and the song sounds happy and triumphant. Yeah, it sounds like that for the random event that asks you to pick the odd one out. I don't get it. I mean, look, the song is fine, I guess, but it's nothing to write home about, and I would not exactly say that this is the vibe I get from watching quiz shows. The song might grow on me in the future, but for now, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Okay, so I don't know if this song actually is pronounced brew hoo hoo or brew ho ho. So, either way, it's a 4-minute long song for a place that is probably like, I'm gonna say like 15 tiles in total, that you maybe visit once, I would say, during a quest. Yeah, the song is sort of the song itself is just sort of stripped down, spooky rogues den. It is not at all that amazing. It doesn't grab me too much. It's fine. Honestly, the description I gave to Rogues Den actually does fit better to this song, because at least this place actually does have alcohol. So, invoking alcohol and drinking, because brewing. There's a change at the 2-minute mark, much like Shadowland, so I guess we found a signature move that Ian likes to make that I actually enjoyed. It's somewhat jazzy, it's pretty enjoyable, but the rest of the song is just, it's whatever. It's fine, it's average. I'll give it a 5 out of 10 B tier. Evil Bob's Island. The start of it sounded like you just selected a character to play in sort of like a Mortal Kombat type video game. I don't know what it was supposed to be. The song itself is like an inversed version of a cheerful upbeat song. Since I guess you aren't on RuneScape, but rather on Scape Rune, that does make sense. Honestly, I'm convinced this is just a slightly sped up and altered version of Dangerous Road. It even has the same like beat at the ending. Honestly, it's not as enjoyable, but it is a nice experiment. And as a song, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Death Can Dance, which is a spooky wilderness song, because we're not done with those yet. It has the same slight sense of urgency and danger that other wilderness songs have, but here the main focus of the song is in the deviousness that the spooky parts have. This is the best description I can give, honestly. The song is pretty entertaining and quite enjoyable for being a wilderness song, somewhat different as well. I really like the higher tempo version at the middle of the song. I think more RuneScape songs need that type of sound to them. I think it's quite interesting and does a good job at creating tension. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. It's a essentially spooky spin on the wilderness type song, in the same vein that Death Can Dance, the previous song is. I think the song is a bit too long for what it offers, but I do enjoy the distortion of one of the saints. I think it creates a certain deviousness to the song that I very much enjoy. Then the song sort of goes into this more traditional, high-stakes, dangerous situation with the horns and drums. Honestly, if I gave it the previous song a A tier, I also need to give this song an A tier as well, because they're pretty similar, so 7 out of 10 A tier. This song plays at the Ardoin cellar all throughout. Actually, wait, it's not fucking cellar, it plays at the sewers, not cellar. Oh, it's because the song is called cellar and I fucking wrote cellar instead of sewers. Either way, the song is very quiet with sort of something being afoot. It reminds me of those video games where like you enter a dangerous area and you have to like investigate what's going on and sort of find out who the villain is and like what their plan is. That type of quiet. The song does have a section where the drums are more present, which is essentially the moment you get caught and you need to just bolt it out of there. This song actually sounds quite different than the rest of Old School songs, and somewhat unexpectedly, I actually enjoyed it quite a lot. It's a strong 8 out of 10 A tier.
Next up we have Have a Blast, Furnace, because this song plays there. This song is not sad or happy, it's the type of song you hear where the mood isn't all that well defined, but rather the action is. And here the action is artwork. There's the presence of heavier instruments representing exactly that, while the softer ones are there not to allow the song to go into a very serious territory. It's yet again, just like Cellar Dwellers, quite unique from the rest of RuneScape songs. It was a nice experience, it was a 7 out of 10 A tier. Jungle Troubles, a jungle song by Ian. Taiko drums? Check. Flute? Check. Is it a gem? Maybe not. I mean, honestly, as far as jungle songs go, this is far, far better than a lot of them. There is a certain jazzy feeling to it that I quite enjoyed. Definitely a massive improvement on your side. I can't exactly say that this was as big of a surprise as Jungly 2, as that song was just a massive banger, but definitely not disappointing. It's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Tsar. This song plays at the Fight Caves. It's a combat song and a damn good one at it. Honestly, I love the sense of urgency that the song gives you. You are in the middle of danger, the song gives you this hype to never give up, but it never allows you to feel triumphant, as there's always more danger around the corner once you defeat the danger that you just sort of are dealing with right now. This song, in my opinion, encapsulates exactly what it's like to be in the Fight Caves for the first time ever. It's a solid 9 out of 10 S tier. This song plays at the Fight Pits, a dead minigame players usually call a friend for to get the diary step done. I think this song took a pretty big inspiration from the song Castle Wars. I mean, it's a PvP minigame, much like Castle Wars, so I get it. I don't think this version is superior, but it does put a less triumphant and I guess more dangerous, less glamorous twist on it, much like the same vibe of Tsar. It's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. In the Pits. This song plays in the outer Tsar city. It still has a combat type vibe with, this faster tempo. It's a quite enjoyable track, and well, while I did expect it to play during the Fight Pits, which would have made justice to his name, I still think this is actually a superior song to Fire and Brimstone. It's a pretty solid track. 9 out of 10 S tier, and I'm convinced that these two tracks are actually changed in terms of names. As in, this track should be in the Pits, and because it's in the Pits, and this track should be Fire and Brimstone. I think that would have made far more sense. I think they just messed up the names there. Strange Plays. This song sounds like it plays in a tense moment. It actually plays in a cutscene, despite the fact that it is 5 minutes long. Do you want to know what's not 5 minutes long? The cutscene. The song itself is, as I mentioned, somewhat tense, since it plays during the Robert the Strong and Dragonkin fight. It's alright for a cutscene song, I guess, nothing that grabbed my attention too much, although I hate to harp on this. But again, 5 minutes is too long. By the 3-minute mark, the song already was sounding repetitive. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Temple of Light. This song starts as this magical world just waking up, opening itself to you. The song is very magical and relaxing. This plays at the Temple of Light. You know, that marvelous temple where you have constant shadows annoying you with the agility obstacles you are definitely going to fail. In that temple that is as far away from a bank as possible, that has that amazing puzzle people definitely did without a guide, without pulling any airs. Yeah, look, don't get me wrong, the song is actually the prime example of what I would point to when it comes to magical, relaxing songs in RuneScape. But damn do I think it doesn't fit the place at all. The song itself is, however, very good. It is 6 minutes long, but given how good it is, I don't actually mind it. In a sense, the song seems to be that long, since it gives the instruments time to breathe, which gives it this relaxing feeling, like everything just belongs. Part of it reminds me of certain runecrafting altars, since the song shares the same magical vibe to those. An amazing and welcome surprise I didn't know I needed. I will say, however, the song does run a bit dry when it gets to the 5-minute mark, as there is this section that yet again sort of does not belong in the song, but given that the section is only a few seconds long, I'm not gonna let it ruin my enjoyment of the song as a whole. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier.
I know I call a lot of songs spooky too, but this one might be it. It has the same exact, toned down vibe as spooky. It's great. The song plays at the Death Altar, and I must say, as far as altar songs go, this is probably the weakest. Which, to be fair, isn't saying much, as the song is pretty interesting when compared to the rest of RuneScape songs. It tries to convey this sad but devious vibe. It actually grew on me quite a bit upon further listens, and it's a strong 7 out of 10 A tier. It's a pretty epic, triumphant song. It's actually based on the Cerulean City theme, the town from Pokemon. It's not, but it could very well be. So yes, this song to me is just like a RuneScape rendition of the vibe that Pokemon adventurers get, which honestly is not a bad thing. It's a compliment, not an insult. It's an 8 out of 10 A tier. I've said this in previous songs that, their melody somewhat sounded like this song, and well, there's a reason for that. This song used to be my favorite when I was growing up. There's just something about that happy, playful nature overall, not taking itself too seriously. The song plays at the Medscaper Point, which is a small peninsula south of Port Sarim, so it retains the vibes from the area. It's quite a joy to listen to, where it's somewhat both fun but relaxing. If summer vibes playing RuneScape at the theme, I think this song would be it. There is yet again that dreaded break, but once again I think the build up during it to then culminate in the transition that actually sounds incredibly clean and feels like it belongs right on. Even without the transition, I think the song would have been good anyway, given that even during those breaks, the song retains that playfulness. Despite not being my favorite anymore, still an absolute banger. 10 out of 10 S tier. Blistering Barnacle, or Barnacles? I wrote Barnacle, but I wrote here Barnacles. I don't actually know what the name of the song is. It's a spooky song with a playful, devious twist. It plays at the Brain Death Island mountain, and usually pirate songs are bangers. This song is no different, especially once the transition hits at around 150. At that point, the song becomes way more playful and upbeat. It's honestly a joy to listen to. It's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. I love this song ever since I found it. It has this silly, funky tone to it. You can feel the song doesn't take itself too seriously. It does still have this more devious section because, well, pirate zombies are a thing, so danger. But the Pirate series isn't about being serious. It's a silly drama that requires a silly song to go with it, and this is it. Although again, this song is just a banger. Honestly, I would consider this one of the best sea shanties out there. You can just imagine being in a ship and your crew just having fun playing this. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. It's a tense song. It plays in the rooms that lead to the Darknet Kings through Waterbirth Island. It's a decent song, honestly. I enjoy the faster tempo contrasted with the slower, more menacing tone of the heavier instruments. I don't know how much I'm going to remember it, as I don't find it nearly as memorable as other good songs, but I guess it fits the place it's in, and it's solid. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. This is another song that plays at the Waterbirth Island caves. The first cave after you set your pet rock and after the gates. And I'm confused on the regard, because if the previous song plays in more places, why is it shorter? Anyway, the song is fine. It has the same vibe as the other Waterbirth Island songs. Somewhat tense, somewhat combative. That's pretty much it. It does its job. It's a fine 6 out of 10 B tier. This song plays in some rooms of Waterbirth Island and the lair of the Darknet Kings. I find it funny, all of them have the wave sounds. This one has the same vibe as Dagonoth Dawn, but it is, in my opinion, much better. It just sounds more focused. There's a clear tension, combativeness to it that the other song sort of, feels a bit confused about. It's a fast-paced gem, which I have mentioned in previous songs I've been waiting for. So, I gotta give it 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Grip of the Talon, a song that I actually forgot to include the image here on the tier list, so I had to redo this entire fucking thing. I know I said I enjoyed fast-paced songs, but they don't all need to be fast-paced. This song plays during the Agrith boss fight on the quest Shadow of the Storm. Jagex making it really easy for me to get footage for these videos because, you know, I can totally create an entire new account just to record fucking 10 seconds of footage and a screenshot to put in the background of my image. Anyway, the song isn't anything amazing. It serves its purpose. It's that type of generic movie filler music whose entire existence is to just, you know, be in the scene, so the scene isn't exactly empty of music. Kinda like what I do with my videos. It's not exactly bad either, it's just good. 6 out of 10 B tier. I get that you need to read dialogue, and that's, you know, this is why maybe these songs are so big. But nowadays people just spacebar skip through all of the dialogue anyway, so we might not need the song to be this long. This song plays before the Agrith is summoned at the chamber, because of course it does. Have you noticed that yet? Like how some songs are from further in the game than the songs coming after? I guess Jagex ID system doing wonders. Anyway, the song is a menacing, slow-paced affair. Just like the previous song, it's fine, it does its job, it's nothing too amazing. Also, wow, does the just fade out really extend. The song was already fading out at 5:10 and went on for another 30 seconds of just fade out. I should have given it a 1 out of 10 just for that, but honestly, in a way, I find it pretty fucking impressive that it was ballsy enough to pull that. 6 out of 10 B tier. Catch Me If You Can. It's a slower paced song with a certain devious tone. It plays at the Rat Pit in Artoin, so I guess the vibe tracks. Honestly, the track at first is very boring until around 120 when the song kicks into a higher paced, more animated affair. I enjoy this part more since, yes, this is one of those songs where the middle part is the good one, not the bad one. But yeah, it didn't really do enough for me to bring it back. Maybe upon further listens I will change my score, but for now it's a 5 out of 10 B tier. This song plays at the Keldagrim Rat Pits. Once again, I gotta respect Jagex for having a completely different song for an area of the game that serves the exact same purpose as the others. The song has the same vibe, although it's more animated and happy in nature, but it's pretty much the same silly, devious vibe. I did enjoy this one more, however, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have The Noble Rodent, another boss fight song, but this one is for a rat. Essentially imagine a fusion of the previous two rat tracks with the boss tracks we've heard before. That's essentially what this song is. 6 out of 10 B tier. Varrock Rat Pits. Sure, why not? 6 out of 10 B tier. Hey, this song actually plays in everyone's favorite quest. I must say, this song is way too relaxing and chill for the quest it is. I don't think most people will feel as happy as relaxing when, you know, just doing this quest. It's surprisingly much better than I thought it would be. Problem is, it gives me the same vibe as Mudskipper Melody, but while Mudskipper Melody goes all the way, this song just feels happy not going all the way, and it kind of ruins it. Anyway, it's a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. Serum's Vermin. You're not gonna believe this. Rat Pits, but for Port Serum. Also, I should have probably mentioned this. All of the Rat Pit songs are actually a fusion of Rat Pits plus whatever song they have in the region they are played. So this song is influenced from songs that are around Port Serum because it is in Port Serum. Honestly, the Rat Pit songs aren't all that bad and they are far more pleasant to hear than others around the game. It's just that they also don't really offer anything amazing. It's a decent 6 out of 10 beside what the fuck B tier. Desert Heat. A desert track, but with the vibe of the songs we've heard from this list. Honestly, Surprise is not that bad, but also nothing super amazing. It's a nice 5 out of 10 B tier. I will 100% keep harping on this, because I think it's kinda silly. 4-minute song for the Genie Cave. The part of the quest people are at for 30 seconds tops. Why so long?
The song is just a desert track with higher tempo, similar to what we've already heard on this list before. Not terribly impressed by it, and for me it all just sort of glues together in this foggy mess of what is or isn't a desert track anymore. 4 out of 10 C tier. Please let this be the last desert track. Please let this be the last desert track. Look, I think I made it really clear that Ian isn't the best at desert tracks, and most of them are kinda boring. This is yet another of the boring ones. Hopefully there aren't that many desert tracks to go. 4 out of 10 C tier. This song is 6 minutes and a half. For a quest part you maybe spend 2 minutes on. Does he just hate the desert or something? Like, the desert is, in my opinion, his worst work. It also sounds too generic, most of the songs are way longer than they should be, and the instruments used are too stereotypical to ever have anything interesting going on. Look, I can't fault the song specifically too much for my problems with the area as a whole, but damn. The lucky thing is, this song somewhat reminds me of Jak and Daxter soundtrack, so I don't find it as bad as other songs. It still isn't particularly good though, so don't get the wrong idea. 5 out of 10 B tier. Okay, this is another song that somewhat sounds like a Pokemon song, to me anyway. As far as nightly tracks go, this one isn't as obnoxious as the rest. I think it's because the more upbeat vibes as opposed to the triumphant ones. Like, the song gives me the vibe of adventuring player defeating a monster and, coming out victorious, then it gives me the vibe of fucking self-righteous dumbasses that think that they are the world police with their white armor and level 33 combat just because they are in an amazing city of Felidor, the capital of Gillinor. Anyway, this song is a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. This is the track that plays during the fights themselves instead of, the outside. Yeah, if I didn't mention it already, both of these tracks play in the Champions Guild. It's a faster paced, denser version of the previous track pretty much. It's also a 7 out of 10 A tier. Woe of the Wyvern. It's a combat type song. It doesn't go all out and it's more on the side of subtlety than it is on the side of triumphant boss fight. There's a vibe of cautiousness and danger. I can't put my finger on it, but there's just something about this song. I think it does a good job at encapsulating not just the wyverns but also the cold of the area and the magical nature of the beings. It's a pretty good twist, however I did not enjoy one of the instruments as I felt it didn't fit the song, like sound wise anyway. Honestly, it just makes the song sound really low quality for some reason. If you listen to the song, you know what I mean. Yeah, I don't know, there's just one instrument there that makes it sound super low quality for some reason. Still, it's a 9 out of 10 A tier. Django's Little Helpers, which I actually fucking typed Django's workshop, so I had to redo the image. Yeah, look, this tier list is not going according to plan. Anyway, it's just a festive song that plays, or used to play during the Christmas events. It's fine, it's nothing too amazing, does its job, it's good background food while you do the event. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. This song plays at the Enchanting Chamber at Mage Training Arena. It's way too tense for the place that it is. I would expect something more relaxing, more magical than this. Honestly, this song sounds more like it plays in the wilderness at the mage area, like in the mage combat area, than, at the training one. It's a decent track, although not my favorite. Also, I'm not entirely sure that the ending was supposed to be like a thing. Like, the song just cuts, and you have like the same melody by different instruments, and then the song cuts again. It's a bit weird. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. I'm not sure why every Mage Training Arena song so far sounds somewhat depressing, but here we are, I guess. This song does have a more magical sound to it, which I find to be more interesting. Overall, still nothing super amazing, just like good background fodder. Although I will say, if I have to grind Mage Training Arena, 100% I'm muting this. Like, no way I will be listening to this for hours and hours on end on repeat.
6 out of 10 B tier. This song is far more animated than the other two, and I think it's entirely a mistake. This song plays the telekinetic grab chamber, and this has to be one of the slowest rooms ever. Not only does the statue move slowly, you will run out of run energy with how much running you're gonna have to do, and on top of that, all of the rooms are all the same. So honestly, the song is pretty good. I just don't think it fits the place all that well. Or maybe it does, since, you think the room is actually going way by much faster than it is because of the song being faster. So yeah, it takes you a bit longer to get bored. Anyway, it's a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. It combines a somber tone with magical and knightly elements. Honestly, not for me, although I can see it work for other people. When I'm training magic, this is not the vibe I get. Something I've neglected to mention is that these songs are overall more unique than many I've reviewed so far, but that to me doesn't actually save them, so 5 out of 10 B tier. It has the same somber vibe as the previous song for some reason, but it is more playful and devious in nature. I think the song is alright, but yet again, nothing that grabbed me too much. I do enjoy this new direction that the songs have, as yet again, comparing to the previous 100 and the 100 before that, you can clearly see an improvement in style. But overall, many songs are simply missing that X factor that made so many of the original amazing. I think that Ian has gotten better at songs. He stopped doing as many unique things in songs, which means that while they are overall better, they also miss that charm of someone who just wants to pass a certain vibe instead of making a song decent for the background it's in. As for this song, 6 out of 10 B tier. This is another desert track. I like this one because of the fast-paced nature of it. It makes me feel sort of tense in the middle of the desert. This song plays at the agility pyramid, which I guess it's perfect since it has a more tense, faster tempo type song and agility pyramid, you can fall, etc. Still not the biggest fan of the stereotypical instruments, since sometimes I really cannot distinguish between jungle and desert settings, but I guess here it works. 7 out of 10 A tier. Lament, it's a desert song that is almost 5 minutes long. Why is every damn desert song 5 minutes long? Ian, fucking, what's wrong? The worst part is that even if a song is boring, I need to listen to it entirely, so yeah, there's that. Maybe that's why my hate of long songs comes from. Either way, the song is a slow-paced experience, and then it increases the pace in the second section, and then in true Ian fashion, the song just sort of repeats, so it's 5 minutes long for no reason at all other than having a long length. It's serviceable, but yet again, nothing that sticks out too much. 5 out of 10 B tier. It's a fast-paced song that has this animated piratey combat theme. It makes you feel excited for being aboard the ship and sail the seas and fight other pirate ships. It's a grand old time. Also, this song commits one of the biggest sins possible. It's only 3 minutes long. See, Ian, your songs doesn't need to be 5 minutes long to be good. Also, I do really enjoy how this song doesn't actually have the typical second part undermining the entire experience, and on top of that, the song is actually quite diverse with how much is actually going on, and it feels like it never quite has, a repeat full part in it, so it's a huge surprise. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. In the Brine, it's a silly, playful pirate song. These songs are really reminiscent of just Sea Shanty 2, and I really enjoy how fun they are. It's just fun to listen to them, since they don't take themselves too seriously and just exist to be silly and put a smile on your face. This song keeps alternating between the slower and faster tempo, making it feel more diverse and fun, and yet all of the changes feel like they belong, because this type of songs are just that fun and silly, and you really expect the sudden changes to be something the type of song just allows to exist. It's a strong 8 out of 10 A tier. A combative song with some magical elements. It doesn't feel like a storm type song as much as it does a fierce battle between you and the monster.
I guess it does that since, killer watts are all about zapping you and, whatnot, so I guess it can be a first battle if you are heal equipped. It's a fine song, nothing else to say much about it, just it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. The Mad Mole. This song makes Giant Mole feel way more fun to do than it actually is. It is not as fun to just run around eating zeros and have the mole just dig out again and you have to run around again. With that being said, imagine the chaos that the Giant Mole was when this came out. The song itself is a banger, and again, I must emphasize, I'm really vibing with the faster paced nature that a lot of these songs have. I think it gives them another perspective, and in this case, the faster paced nature doesn't make the song tense as much as it makes it fun. This song is just what you hear when you are hanging out with friends, if you have them at all. 9 out of 10 S tier. This song plays at the Mogra camp and has this warm, relaxing feeling to it with a touch of deviousness. It makes me feel like I'm in a dire docks in Super Mario 64, which I guess it fits. It's yet one of those songs that does its job, but I'm not terribly impressed with it. The thing that impressed me is how weird the song actually is. Like, I don't know, I think it's a bit bizarre to use the RuneScape sound font in this way, but I appreciate the experimentation. As far as the song goes, however, it's a good 6 out of 10 B tier. This is a slower paced Mad Mole. It's a pretty fun, silly song, not as memorable in my opinion, but still serviceable. I like that it plays in the Evil Chicken lair, which is a pretty meme monster, so I guess it also deserves a somewhat meme song. 7 out of 10 A tier. This is the previous two tracks combined, but with a bigger emphasis on the tension. It's a good boss fight track for the Recipe for Disaster, and yet again it's faster paced. This one didn't grab me as much as others, but I do enjoy the faster paced nature of the songs. I hope that doesn't come back to bite me, and I hope it doesn't fuck it up, but for now, I like them. 7 out of 10 A tier. Jagex really thinks they are terribly clever with their names, aren't they? This song is fine. It has this nightly vibe to it with a little adventuring sprinkled on top of it. It does play during the quiz at the Trailborn section during the Recipe for Disaster freeing the Lumbridge guide, if I'm not mistaken. So, you already know that Ian does not know how to make quiz-related music, and it, at least for the two quiz musics that we had, it kinda shows. Either way, it's nothing terribly convincing, nothing terribly bad. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Hello, mouse? A song about goblin chefs cooking. Yeah, it's a fun, relaxing experience. I really like the bass and the sax on this one. They create this fun vibe to the song of some pesky cooks trying to help you and yet hilariously fucking up every single step of the way. Unfortunately, there is where my praise ends, as despite all of that, I don't think the song is super amazing or anything. 7 out of 10 A tier. It's a very somber song, making you feel sad. I think it would contrast well with the second section from Shadowland. Unfortunately here the second section is this faster paced moment. Look, I did say I enjoy faster paced songs, but I don't think that this is the moment. Especially not after the first part being so good at setting the mood. I feel that the second part is completely disconnected from the first one, which just sort of ruins the vibe of the song for me. Also, yet again, the song is 6 minutes long, but it appears to just loop twice instead of just being 3 minutes long. To be fair, this song does just sort of not entirely repeat, because there are differences, but not enough for me to think that the song really needs to be 6 minutes long, and for that it gets a 4 out of 10 C tier. Okay, Fangs for the Memories, or Fang for the Memory. I actually don't know if it's Fang or Fangs. It's the second song that I don't know if it's plural. Like blistering barnacle and barnacles. That's kinda funny that it happened twice. Anyway, this is more of an old school version of a combat related song, or at least the style is like more old school, more akin to the older songs. Song's fine, I guess, nothing amazing, does its job. I can't remember the amount of times I've said that, but it's the truth. I can't say much about it. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Okay, so I thought we'd already gotten to these songs, but a Soulsbane songs, here we go. Fucking, this one is not very fearful. Honestly, it's more menacing than anything. Mostly toned down, using heavier instruments. It's 5 minutes long for some reason. Honestly, while the song does a good job at being background noise with an heavy tone, this is not what I thought I would hear in a fear room. Also, what even is that ending? As Ian just started doing the good, amazing thing of ending the song, throwing a random sound in there after the silence and then just ending the song? It's jarring, it's not cool, so just for that, 4 out of 10 C tier. Method of Madness. This song tries to be confusing. Keyword, tries. I don't know, I haven't exactly been vibing with these songs. I can see where they're coming from, but they are really not gelling with me. I think the song's not being as toned down as the last one didn't help either. Maybe, they just suck, and there's that. Honestly, the song also has this section where it ends midway through to pull a sneak on you, and it then just keeps going. The funniest part is that I was listening to this song in game and got jump scared because the moment of the song got to the actual end, my ears actually got blasted with a jingle when you actually open a power chest, and I thought that was part of the song, so 4 out of 10 C tier. No Way Out. This is a very minimalistic track, and for a song that is supposed to make you feel hopeless, it just sounds somewhat depressing in the sense of like traveling Dark Mayor, not oh my god, I'm never gonna find my way out. And in certain sections, it just sounds like there's a fight going on, which I guess there is, but the song has a more spooky, somber element than hopeless. I guess do not deviate from the other songs. 4 out of 10 C tier. Wrath and Ruin. Okay, so to go with the other 4 songs, or other 3 songs, because this is the 4th one, and since I haven't harped on this in a while, all of them are repetitive. They are too long, each being 5 minutes long. I think these quests will take you less than 20 minutes. The entire quest is weird to begin with, so I guess the songs being somewhat weird tracks. Well, tracks. Okay, to be fair, this last song is only 3 minutes and 50 seconds long, not 5. But I think they are way too long for what they are. This song more specifically is a faster paced because Anger and Wrath, I guess. It's a fine song, much like the rest. Honestly, I think I regret saying I wanted to see more fast paced songs. It's fine to just, be like the other 3. Yet again, like, I don't think the songs are all part, I guess, or rather, I think that all of these songs are part of the same group, but they're not all that well part of, like, RuneScape, I guess. Honestly, I'm gonna be consistent and give this one as well a 4 out of 10 C tier. Funny Pennies. It's wild to go from such an heavy quest to a track called Funny Pennies. Obviously, it's an Easter song, and while it can be unlocked through Easter events, you cannot actually visit the place where it plays, since it only played during the 2006 Easter event, making my job super easy to capture footage for this video. I'm starting to think the visual and audio intro I do was just a fucking mistake. As for the track, it is this fun, upbeat track, as most songs are. It's somewhat of a gem, as other people would put it. A solid 7 out of 10 A tier. Null and Void. It's a more sinister sea shanty type song. Enjoyable, but nothing too memorable. It plays at the Void Knight outpost, so I get that it's an island, but why the sea shanty vibe? Also, island equals wave sound, cause if there is even a tiny reference to water, the wave sound is gonna be used. 6 out of 10 B tier. Pest Control. When you're trying really hard to like a song because that song is associated with a very popular piece of content and you don't want to upset people? Yeah, this is not the case. The fucking song is just a banger. In a way, it has the same vibe as Dangerous Road, and it really, like, I really enjoy the fast-paced nature of it once again. Yet, Ian learning how to change BPM has been overall really helpful, I guess. Not every fast-paced song is a banger, but many of them have been good, and this one is no exception. Honestly, I'm convinced the reason why people do certain pieces of content is because of the music. Like with Castle Wars, if the music wasn't a banger, I don't think many people would have done it. 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Everlasting Fire. The song is structured around a series of short sequences of heavy drum beats along to haunting background ambience. As the song progresses, instruments such as piano, brass and other drums build onto the song, creating a slow but steady rhythm of tense drums and scattered instruments that symbolizes a volcano progressing through eruption. Or at least that's what the wiki analysis says. My analysis: the song feels incredibly discombobulated and it takes way too fucking long to actually get going. Also, I don't quite feel that the ARP fits soever into the fucking song. Honestly, I appreciate the experiment, but the song actually only gets going by the 2-minute mark, and by that point most people already fucking muted the in-game sounds. Overall, it's a disappointment, regardless if it symbolizes a volcanic progressing through eruption, especially considering that the Willy volcano never actually fucking erupts. It's a 2 out of 10 D tier. I was gonna make another joke with the wiki analysis, but something you would probably know is that over 90% of the songs have zero analysis to begin with. So this song is more fast-paced and it plays during the Swan Song boss fight, thus the fast-paced nature of it, yet again, just like many other songs before it, it's fine for a boss fight but nothing super amazing. Also, don't forget, of course it has wave sounds cause water. I guess here you do fight the Troll Queen, so it makes more sense, but I think it would be a fun drinking game, take a shot every time a song even relating to a little bit of water has a wave sound. Either way, as for the song, 6 out of 10 B tier. Making Waves, a song called Making Waves about a fishing colony which is next to the sea, and not a single wave sound. Incredibly disappointing. The song itself is very animated and happy. I was expecting something more relaxing, but I guess this works just fine. It is somewhat playful in nature, and for once it's not 6 minutes long because it doesn't need to be. Shorter songs are the best. Also, this song ends up having the change at the third part, not the second one, and I must say it actually goes much better since by this point you could find the rest a bit repetitive and this gives a good break. Or the section is just that good, so I think it actually goes better as the third part instead of the second. Either way, it's a pretty good song, 8 out of 10 A tier. I think it's tradition at this point to black out during at least one song and not remember it whatsoever. I guess this time it was this one. The funniest thing about this one is that while I did forget it, this fucking text wasn't yellow. My software wasn't allowing me to just have a yellow text. I don't know, this song is just fucking cursed. I don't know, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Another random event song, and this one is honestly a gem. Everything that involved trolls, upbeat and playful music, count me in. This is the lost offspring of the other Ogre songs we had in the last 100 songs. It's a genuine gem, it's exciting, it's memorable, it gets you in a happy mood. Honestly, it's perfect for the random event that it is. I will say though, it can get a bit repetitive as it is 4 minutes long, which doesn't have a lot of variation going on. However, I hesitate to give it an S tier for now. Maybe in the future, who knows. Either way, it's a very, very strong 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Corridors of Power. This song plays in the underground pathway between Miscellanea Kingdom and the Etc. Kingdom. It's a fine song, a bit of royalness to it, a bit of strife, a bit of Ian elongating generic songs that play in small places a bit too much. I feel that this will be a permanent complaint of mine. Either way, 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Land Down Under. This track plays on the other side of the underground between both kingdoms. Thankfully it's only 3 minutes long, but I mean 8 minutes for a fucking tunnel. Okay then, I guess. This song is more epic than the other, you feel more humble vibe, but not by much. Honestly, both songs are just generic and forgettable. 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Meddling Kids. This song is a playful, happy vibe. The song plays during the Royal Treble cutscene, so I guess the name of the song came from the scene with the Meddling Kids. It's a fine song, it has far more older vibes than newer ones in my opinion. Sounds like an OG Gnome song than a newer one, and this is honestly in its favor. There is a weird change at 250 which lasts for 4 seconds, and then the song goes right back. It's a bit jarring, but it's 7 out of 10 A tier. Slither and Thither. This song plays at the boss fight during the, snake boss fight in the royal thing. It is yet again a song with an older style than a new one, and it has some of the vibe than other Sea, Dagonoth and Trolls have. It's more of a fast-paced song, but not a triumphant or tense, just an animated song for a fast fight. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Scape Home. It's another Scape main rendition. This time it's for the release of Construction, just like how we had it for Farming. Honestly, I miss these themes. I think RuneScape 3 should have kept doing it. As for Old School, I really hope they do it with Sailing. The song, however, in particular, it's far more relaxing than other renditions. It has the elements from Scape main, like the horn, and the elements from Home Sweet Home, like the harp. It's a nice rendition, somehow making the song sound exciting and happy. I did not expect to work that well, since they are two wildly different songs, but it did actually work surprisingly well. It's a nice 8 out of 10 A tier. Home Sweet Home. There's no place like home. 10 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Warriors Guild, and this song is huge fucking news. 392 songs later, and this is the first song made by fucking Non-Ian. And yeah, this song was actually made by Adam Bond, which will also start being a staple of RuneScape music, both Old School and RuneScape 3, although for us the relevant thing is Old School RuneScape. This song is honestly impressive. It instantly has that nostalgic component where the intro is a very relaxing, noobish song, and then the trumpet, trombone, or whatever the fuck it is, just sort of comes in, making you feel all triumphant, like you've achieved something, which, considering you do need a total of 130 levels between attack and strength, you kinda did achieve something. But this is the type of song where it's like you achieved something, but there's more to conquer. It's basically just a welcome and then sets you up to further adventures. Also, I must say, while the song does to a certain degree retain the three-part structure, the second part here feels like it's just a continuation of the song as a whole, instead of just being something different for the sake of being different. Bond started with the right foot, and the song is a fucking banger. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have M-Fisted. This song is yet again made by Bond, so we got two songs that don't absolutely fucking suck, which is great news. This song has a sneaky vibe, like you are sneaking into a place you shouldn't be. That's exactly what's going on in the quest, so it fits quite well. Honestly, this one isn't as much of a banger as the previous one, but damn, this new style that Bond is bringing, it's pretty good. Hopefully it doesn't disappoint me like Ian did, but, you know, that still remains to be seen. As for this song, 7 out of 10 A tier. Sigmund's Showdown. This song plays during the Sigmund fight, and it is this combative type song. I really like that Bond uses this crescendo during the songs, which makes them sound much more epic, something that I felt Ian almost never did. It just adds another depth to the song. It's
like you get both normal combative type songs with the horns and drums, but you also get these more epic tense moments. This is a strong 7 out of 10 A tier. Distillery Hilarity. It's this relaxing chill sea shanty, wow, vibe. It is related to pirates, so of course it seems to have this sort of piratey sound. I love it. These songs are usually silly and don't take themselves so seriously, as I've mentioned before, which I really appreciate. This one is made by Ian, so unfortunately I've only listened to 3 Bond songs so far, but this one is one of the good ones. Overall, 7 out of 10 A tier. Life is a Beach. In the segment of the previous song, this one has the same vibe. It is more active than just chill, but yet again, the vibe is the same and I don't really feel like repeating myself 10 times. 7 out of 10 A tier. Little Cave of Horrors. Little Cave of Horrors? Yeah, both the cave and the horrors are pretty fucking big. Come on now, Jagex, this is just, false advertisement. As for the song, it has the same vibe as the previous ones, but more spooky, as obviously playing in a cave with cave horrors, it would not be as relaxing or happy. It did not grab me as much as the previous two, but it's just a fine song, and the best part is that it's only 3 minutes long. 6 out of 10 B tier. Trouble Brewing. It's an exciting song, very animated, not very serious, since while it is a competition, it's about brewing, so you don't want something super epic or anything. I was honestly surprised at the quality of the song, especially since nowadays people just sort of AFK there, so maybe the song is not the most appropriate thing, but it is super fun to listen to. I think I do need to revisit all of my lists in the future because I'm always torn when it comes to some songs, and this is one of them. For now, I'm gonna give it a strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Dance of War. It's like a slow, spooky waltz. It plays in the 4th level of the Stronghold of Security. It's a nice song, but in my opinion, it's too slow for a 5-minute song. There is, however, enough going on to keep me interested in certain moments. Maybe, again, if I visit in the future, I'll change my opinion. For now, 7 out of 10, A tier. And lastly, and finally, 400 songs, which means that at this point we've officially surpassed halfway done with all of the songs. This song, it's almost 6 minutes long. Made by Ian. Yeah. And it's actually a fucking banger. Like, the amount of times I got this song mixed with wilderness songs, it's absolutely wild, for a lack of a better word. I would hear wilderness songs, and the fucking intro melody would get in my head, and I couldn't, like, for the life of me, recognize or remember which wilderness song it was. So I guess this song was stuck down in my memory from all of the 2007 free-to-play days of killing minotaurs. The song does repeat, so maybe it doesn't need to be that long, but still. Also, the song is pretty simple, mostly just containing a simple drum beat, and it just works. It gets you ready for war, and then when the change comes in, and despite having a more animated sequence, it does an amazing job at just building the song up. All the way just building and building, and the actual payoff where you finally get to fight. Honestly, a big surprise to finally find a damn wilderness song, which turns out to not be a wilderness song at all. So yeah, 10 out of 10 S tier. So first up we have Food for Thought. It's a much more toned down song compared to Dogs of War. It does emulate a certain dryness. It surprisingly does not sound like a desert track, so that is a positive thing actually. Although it does sound like background music, it's a fine song to start off the list. 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up, Malady or Malady? Or something, I don't know the fucking pronunciation of this, and I'm not gonna be bothering looking it up, but it sounds like a weird mix between a wilderness song and a gnome song. It's like somewhat high tension, but with a playful tone to accompany it. Although these playful tones don't always accompany every moment of the song. They do add to the experience of making the song feel much better in what it's trying to convey. It's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, On the Wing, and this song starts with my favorite instrument, the bird tweet. Yeah, the song starts with just birds chirping, and then introduces this trombone alongside some strings, and it's like the most peaceful, uplifting thing I've ever heard. It's like an entire different identity when it comes to RuneScape songs. Things have a place to breathe while the song slowly illustrates the place to you. It later adds the clarinet to synergize with the trombone, or the other way around. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know which is which, cause I kinda suck at identifying instruments, so yeah. But the song essentially just, definitely has very like humble vibes to it. It's the sort of thing you would hear in early console titles. And then the wave sounds hit, my second favorite instrument, of course. Overall, if I had to guess where the song plays, I would say, in some like forest or somewhere with a lot of, nature and wild animals that is also next to the sea. And well, it plays both in the Enchanted Valley and Pescatarius Enter area, so that actually tracks. Bond once again hitting it out of the park, and I must say I much more enjoy his style of music. Maybe it's because I'm tired of Ian songs, which, to be fair, it has been over 400 of them at this point, but there's just something about the approach that Bond has that makes the songs feel like they have more depthness without needing to throw 100 instruments at the wall. You can listen to all of the parts of the song so much clearer, and that is not something just to do with the amount of instruments that he uses, but with the composition as well. The composition just sounds so much clearer, because like despite the MIDI soundtrack in terms of composition, I would say that these songs actually sound quite modern. Like they sound like they could feel many modern video games out there, So yeah, I much rather have Bond's compositions than Ian's. As for the song specifically, if it hasn't been obvious by now, 10 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have We Are the Fairies. It's a toned down magical song. It plays in the cosmic plane, and while the song isn't super bombastic or anything, it does a good job at encapsulating the place it's in. The magical yet very mixed tone between being relaxing or tense really makes for an interesting song. I would place this song at an altar if I didn't know any better, but the cosmic plane is fine enough. I really like the hook though, it's a really catchy hook. Also, it sounds like those early 2000s browser games, so that's an interesting thing. And one last thing, why fairies? Like, I get that the cosmic plane is where you go during the quest after unlocking fairy rings to grab the thing ingredient to make the magic potion for the queen, but I think the name like that would be better, used on actual fairies. Either way, 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Dimension X. The wiki actually lists 4 instruments for this song. It might be actually the most stripped down song ever. What I find interesting is how tense the song actually is. It's not boring whatsoever, and it knows how to play with the minimalistic style it's going for, using it for its strength rather than weakness. I also found the more bassy sounds to be really good, and the best part is it's not even 8 minutes long. So yes, despite the fact that it is only 4 instruments, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have All's Fairy in Love and War. It's a magical song with a pun, of course. However, it does encapsulate the war part really well, and I love the contrast between the magical tone and the war tone. I actually really enjoy as well the instruments that usually sound magical, but used in a way that is way more tense. It's a pretty good song, honestly, and now I understand why they didn't use We Are the Fairies for the actual fairies, because of course they had a pen in mind. Either way, 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Tomb Raider, and the beginning of the song sounds like a Ian Desert song. And sometimes I really wish I was wrong, you know? Yeah, the song plays at the Pyramid Planner and it's a generic desert song. I already talked about this multiple times, so I'm just gonna move on. 4 out of 10, C tier. Next up we have Waking Dream. It sort of sounds like a lullaby. At the beginning that sound like that peaceful state when you first are asleep. It also has this weird happy section at the end. It's a nice song, but nothing that grabbed me too much, a bit too discombobulated to make sense, but a nice attempt at conveying such an abstract concept which I can't imagine was an easy task. Still, 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Dream State. It's a very peaceful song, like you're in a dream of sorts. But yes, I actually like this song quite a bit, but unfortunately I did find it a bit too boring at times. Like, the slow pacing nature of it sometimes doesn't do it enough favor, but obviously it is a peaceful song, and that's kind of my soft spot when it comes to RuneScape music, so 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have The Lunar Isle. This track sounds like magic combined with Fremennik songs. It's a fine enough song and I find it interesting at points, but it's more background fodder than anything else. 6 out of 10 B tier. And next up we have Isle of Everywhere, which has the same vibe as the previous song, since it also plays at Lunar Isle, and I pretty much feel the same way, although this song is a bit more combat oriented because it plays more on the sukas, so outside of the Lunar Isle city than on the inside, so still 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Way of the Enchanter. Essentially this is a more magical Time to Mine, if you remember that song. It has the same heavy tones as those dwarf songs. It does make sense since it does play on the Lunar Isle mine, so but yes, this song is kind of like magical fan mining. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. The Galleon. It's like an adventurous song with a certain pirate undertone, which I appreciate a lot. I think the song is a lot of fun and feels like Baby's first adventure outside of the beginning village. It does fall back on a more slower sea shanty type vibes by the middle, but I think that only helps the song instead of detracting from it. It then goes into this faster tempo of a sea shanty vibe. It's pretty good, honestly. I was very positively impressed. 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Brimstale Scales. This song plays in the gnome cave where you do the crystal puzzle with like the shapes and colors. It's a song very reminiscent of the gnomes, obviously, so it has that playful tone. I quite really enjoyed it. There are parts of the song that are pretty catchy as well. It does get a bit too much at times. Like a song goes, or as the song goes, like you sort of stop enjoying it. So maybe it's a bit too sugary in that sense, but overall it's a nice song. 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Lament of Myrditch. Ian has a lot of bangers, but Ian also has a lot of generic songs. Swamp and Desert seem to be by far his weakest points, and while I have talked a lot about the desert, I haven't really touched too much on the swamp, and I think that this song just really proves that. It's not bad, it's just very boring and forgettable, and I think that their 5 minutes length doesn't really do them any favors, as usually they are not used well. So it's a 3 out of 10 C tier. Next up, The Last Shanty, and I might have heard this song before, and this is more like a doomer version of parts of that song. I think it fits the mood quite well. It's doomer in nature, but it's somewhat playful, not too serious, until it lures you into the second section, which is a much more serious part of the song when it comes to its tone. It's that playful, things are so bad that you can't help laugh at the hopelessness of the situation. It's a pretty solid song, and it's an 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Night of the Vampire. The beginning is such a banger, and then it's all downhill from there. I guess not entirely downhill, but like the beginning was super promising, and then we only end up seeing sort of glimpses of that organ-led song, which was kind of disappointing for me. Still, there are sections that are good despite this. It's just that they are enshrouded on a more generic song. The song is also pretty long for what it is, or what it should be in my opinion. Yes, I understand that the appeal of long ballads when it comes to vampires and the mood that is being attempted to be portrayed here, but I end up being more bored than engaged or immersed, so maybe not that great to set the mood. Still, it has good moments on it, so it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Slugabag Ball. It's like a sea shanty inspired, somewhat combat tense song. I actually don't know what to make of it. It's very meh for me, it didn't grab me, and I feel like it's hard to understand it. This is something I've touched on when it comes to Ian songs, but some of them are just hard to understand what they're like supposed to be, or you know, they're very confusing, or at least they're hard to get into. I think the mixing of styles sometimes is really good, but other times it just makes things much more confusing. Like it's hard to understand what the mood or the place that the song is conveying actually is. It's just that, honestly, Ian sometimes can't really carry out those mixes in a satisfying way, and that's why they sound way more confusing than they should, but, you know, still, 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have the Mollusk Menace. So the song leans more heavily on the sea song than, you know, that has more menacing tones, and I think it works far better. It's also more catchy as well, and I think the section in the middle doesn't really work all that well, while, you know, Ian has gotten better at making them, you know, so they can fit a bit more seamlessly into the songs. I'm still not a huge fan of most of them. Still, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Prime Time. Honestly, it's like a mix between a dwarf song and just something. It's this weird mix, and I was quite surprised by it actually. Honestly, for the reputation Elemental Workshop has, the songs are not bad at all. But then again, you know, 5 minutes for a section you visit once during a quest. Yeah, it's almost the same song and dance, and either way, like, you know, I gotta give it to this song for surprising me as much as it did. 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have My Arm's Big Adventure. It's this playful song with a sea undertones. I think it fits the character of My Arm, and it's a nice song. I think this song is the perfect representation of how you feel during My Arm's shenanigans, and fits the quest like a glove. As far as the song itself goes, it's a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Rock and Roll, 2 songs for 2 cutscenes in a single quest. Jagex budget at this point must have been just swimming in money. I actually like this song. It's this fast tempo, tense fight. I think it's great, and as I've mentioned before, I do enjoy the faster tempo songs quite a bit, and, you know, think Ian should do more of them, and well, he did. Some of them weren't that great. This one, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Ice Spirits. I like the start quite a bit, the rest is serviceable. It's a 2006 Halloween event soundtrack, so it doesn't really need to be anything super fancy, I guess. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Floating Free. It's a relaxing, adventurous song, a welcome surprise for sure. I really enjoy the toned down nature of it. It's not bombastic or anything, just a chill, hey, let's go on a little adventure and enjoy. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Escape Enter. This song came out with the release of the Enter skill, and yes, it is based on Escape main. This version has a more adventurous vibe to it, more exciting vibe to it. It's basically like the farming song, the Escape Farming or Escape Farm or whatever, but it's more a bit. It's a good song, honestly, I just enjoy it and I don't really have much to say about it. It's a 7 out of 10 right here. Eagle Speak. This song starts the same way that the song On the Wing does, since it plays in the same area, or at least close to it. It's only fair, I guess. The song starts very soft and then has a break before continuing the intro and building on it slowly. It's a relaxing song using bird chirping all throughout while having bits and breaks that are a bit more negative in tone. Honestly, while the song is good, I feel it gets overshadowed by the melody at the beginning, since I think that is what most players remember. Either way, the rest of the song is no sloucher. I could do without the more negative breaks, but I understand why they're there. Still, 8 out of 10 right here. Poles Apart. The song starts more spooky until eventually builds into a more exciting song. It never leaves those spooky moments behind, which, speaks to the hostility that the area represents, since this song plays in the Relenka Enter area, a frozen iceberg full of creatures to hunt. It's a fine song, but this is one of those where the song just sort of glues together and doesn't really seem to have an identity for me. 6 out of 10 beat here. Next up we have Joy of the Hunt. I would say this is a more exciting version of Eagle Speak. It has more of adventurous or exciting vibe to it than Eagle Speak does. It's a nice song all throughout, although, again, nothing super memorable, which is a theme I am noticing with a lot of these Enter songs. While not bad by any means, I also don't quite care for many of them. They are good background music and that's it. Still, 7 out of 10 right here. This is a mix of jungle songs with Enter songs. It's good, but a lot of the elements I seem to enjoy just remind me of other songs I've enjoyed more. Still, nothing bad about it, good to have on the background, and while not a gem I would actively put on, I also wouldn't skip it if it came on my playlist. Yeah, that's how I can describe these songs. You wouldn't pick them, but if you also wouldn't skip them if they came on. So 7 out of 10 right here. Next up we have Where Eagles Lair, because, Jagex really thinks they're funny with their puns, and they are sometimes. But yes, it's an Enter song, but more menacing with a spooky undertone to it. It plays during Eagle Speak, and I must say, not really my favorite, but it doesn't do anything too bad. It's average. It's average. 5 out of 10 beat there. Next up we have Jungle Bells. It's a Christmas song. I see Jagex loves releasing a new version every year at this point. This one is just Jingle Bells, but with a sax just ripping through the track, and it was honestly a vibe. 7 out of 10, 8 here. And Jungle Island Xmas. This is the Christmas version of Jungle Island. Yeah, I guess Bond was on Christmas duty that year. 6 out of 10 beat here. Just take a wild guess what this song is. Yeah, not 2, but 3 Christmas remakes. I mean, honestly, I gotta give it to Bond. Having to release 3 different tracks for Christmas that are remakes of well-known tracks must not have been an easy task. 6 out of 10 beat here. Assault and Battery. It's a combat song that creates tension by not having to rely on fast notes. I think this song slowly grew on me. It plays during Barbarian Assault, which I can already visualize the song going on while players fight the penance creatures. So honestly, 8 out of 10 right here. Pirates of Penance. This song has a much more menacing tone than the previous one. You do hear it while fighting the Queen, so I guess that tracks. Between both, I think I enjoyed the previous one better. This one, however, is still pretty solid, and for me, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Back to Life. Okay, this is an Ian Desert song, and I was ready to be disappointed. However, I was kind of surprised. While it is a desert song, the song uses the strings ensemble thing to make it sound much more of a magical thing than just a desert song. In fact, I would say the focus is on the magical with desert details latched onto it. And as the song progresses, it starts being more upbeat, more exciting, more active and involved. Overall, it's a very good song that I was really not ready for. For a moment, I actually thought the song might have been related to the Tower of Life, given its name, and then I got instantly disappointed as the song started, as, you know, because the beginning is just a bit too deserty. But there is this section that is more of a desert vibes at around 240, which I didn't exactly enjoy. But, you know, when it comes to the rest, I gotta admit, even Ian gets desert songs right sometimes. Almost never, but hey, a broken clock is right twice a day. So it's a strong 8 out of 10. A tier. It's a desert song with the focus being more on combat since this plays during a boss fight. I mean, well, look, one song was still good, right? Like, yeah, this one is just fine, I guess. 6 out of 10 B tier. It's a 5-minute long desert song. Well, back to reality we go. 5 out of 10 B tier. Okay, it's not as bad of a track for being an Ian Desert song like they have all been until now, but it's also nothing that pulled me up that much. Maybe I'm just a hater for desert tracks, but I can't be fucked with them, honestly. I just can't be fucked with them anymore, so 6 out of 10 B tier. Undead Dungeon. Okay, so this song was a bit weird at first, given how simple it seemed to be from the other RuneScape tracks. And well, the different style isn't random. This song is from Mod Den. Who, you might ask? Well, he worked at Jagex for 2 years between 2006 and 2008, according to the wiki, so yeah, there aren't a lot of songs of him. As far as this one goes, it combines a menacing tone with a combat one. It's a nice experiment and it might grow on me, but for now it's 6 out of 10 B tier. Ooh, next up we have Espionage. Yes, the Penguin songs. I quite like them, including this one. It's such a devious, sneaky tone to it. And while that is happening at the same time, the song sort of makes the space feel really busy until the break comes in, which is much more of a sneaky moment. It's like you are spying on a spy headquarters. That's why the song has this busy, sneaky tone, and then it breaks to a slower, sneaky tone of its own. You know what? 9 out of 10 S tier. Have a nice day. This song shouldn't hit as hard as it does. It's a really good song with a interesting pun, to say the least. It's just so peaceful and has this vibe of solitude, and yet you never feel quite alone or at peace. It's by far one of the most interesting slow-pacing songs in the game for me. The entire icy, secluded feeling just does it. And the best part is that the song, or as the song goes, it starts to unravel itself, adding more bits and pieces to it and slowly filling the silence. Over time it became one of my absolute favorites for sure, and there's a reason for that. 10 out of 10 S tier.
Major Minor. It fills you with the sense of worry, and throughout the track it warms you up to it, so by the middle, while the track isn't exactly happy, it also isn't menacing anymore. In a way, it sounds like a dance between mining and feeling the danger, which in this case, yeah, the song plays in the Atizo mine where the trolls are, so it's pretty fitting. Anyway, 6 out of 10 beat here. Over the top, yet another pan. Like, there are way too many pans in this game, and yeah, Jagex can never seem to get enough. The song just has a lot of different sections, mostly using the same instruments. It repeats a few times and then changes and then repeats the patterns throughout most of the song. It's like this dangerous song, but at the same time with the vibe from the Trolls. I guess the song name is supposed to be a pan over the top, and the song is very much that, and there are a lot of trolls in this particular cave, and it was a fucking pain to get to it, and then I died, and then I lost my orb, I got back to it, and then I didn't have my orb, so I had to get to it again. So yes, honestly, it's a very interesting experiment, but it didn't exactly gel with me despite how different the song was. 6 out of 10 beat here. Jester Time. It starts very slow and slowly builds up as the king, I guess, starts being more entertained, and the Jester performance starts picking up. Yeah, because it plays during that minigame of the Jester doing the Firmneck Isles quest. The song sounds more medieval and somewhat silly and fun. It's fine, I wasn't exactly expecting much either. 6 out of 10 beat here. Oh my god, it's a song from all of the fact videos about how RuneScape as a song with Morse code that spells RuneScape. Yeah, the song itself is actually pretty slow-paced, and honestly, the best part about the Morse code section isn't even the fact that it is Morse code, but the fact that it's catchy, and the part that I by far remember the most about the song. The rest of the song sort of maintains the same demeanor all throughout, except for the break in the middle where it goes into this choir section, and then it sort of uses that to build on the third section. I was pretty surprised to learn that this song was actually a Bond song and not an Ian song. Still, it does its job. I can blame it for trying something unique, like the Morse code thing, but it's also not the most catchy. 6 out of 10 beat here. Island of the Trolls. The song starts pretty slow, it mostly relies on drums and saxophone, and it's meh. I don't know, like, I think the song's just very meh. It's like fine. It's a very simple rhythm, just sort of going through. I found it very boring, very akin to some of the wilderness songs I've covered in the past. It's a 5 out of 10 sit here. It still has this Viking vibe, but with a more exciting tone to it, an happier tone overall. I really enjoyed this section after 1 minute. I think it's by far the catchiest part of the song. The rest is fine, nothing to write home about, but again, if the song came on the playlist, I probably wouldn't bother skipping it. It's a 6 out of 10 beat here. Garden of Autumn. This song is akin to the one I mentioned earlier, the Back to Life song. It has details of desert song, but it is a more peaceful song overall. It is supposed to pass an autumn vibe, which I think doesn't exactly do. When I think autumn, I don't exactly think this type of sound, or at least I don't think it should sound like this, or this is not what I picture it sounding. But still, you get the magical sections, the more nature sections, and the more icy sections. It's sort of a pleasant song to listen to. It's 7 out of 10 right here. Garden of Spring. It is essentially the same song as before, but with a more spring tone to it. Duh. It mostly uses shorter notes to make it seem a bit busier and more exciting, as if the garden is just waking up from a slumber.
Although it's not much different from the previous ones, I can't take points away due to that, so it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Okay, think the previous song, but the notes are less shy, is how I would describe it. 7 out of 10 A tier. Okay, think the previous song, but more icy. Yeah, this game sometimes doesn't really make it easy for me, does it? 7 out of 10 A tier. Creature Cruelty, a very sad song with a slower tempo. Despite being 5 minutes long, the song just sort of grabs your attention and makes you try and understand what it's trying to present. It has a constant arp going through the song, but what conducts the mood is by far the other instruments that slowly come into the song. At first I was like, okay, good song, but I think the longer the song went on and upon subsequent listens, this was a earworm. Like, I really love this song, and it might not use a lot of the instruments in this cacophony type thing that usually the other songs do, but it's a really good song, and I would say amongst the most interesting in the game for sure. Sometimes you just gotta go with instinct and review songs that way, which is why this song is a 9 out of 10 S tier. Magic, 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 or Magic, Magic, Magic. Yeah, this song is essentially the same as the previous one, but it has a happier tone to it. Like, it's pretty much the inverse of the previous song. I must say this one doesn't eat nearly as much as the previous one, as I think the slower paced nature here doesn't lend itself as well to an happier song than a sad one. It's still an interesting song, but after hearing the previous one, I don't think this version this version would be able to top it. It's still pretty good with that magical feeling or wondrous feeling that some songs give you, but not as good as the previous one, I can tell you that much. 8 out of 10 A tier. Mutant Medley. This song sounds like it plays in a desolate arch environment. It does play at the Tower of Life, in the basement, in the creature creation minigame, I think it's called. I don't really understand the menacing tone fully of it, but sure, okay, weird creatures, but still. The main melody does in a way help diffuse that and bring the song to a more sad mood, so it's not just menacing, but still. I think overall the song is fine. Funnily enough, I glossed over this one and went right for the work, 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 so I heard that one before this one and only realized when I didn't have any notes in my script about it, so there's that. And maybe, that's why the main melody sounds like a weird mix between the other 3 Tower of Life songs. I mean, sure, the song is called Medley, so maybe that's why, but I couldn't help shake off that this is just not on the same level as the others. Still, 7 out of 10 A tier. Work, work, work. Okay, imagine Nurse Code, but better in like every way. The bass on this song just slaps, and it combines so well with that scale thing that it's going on with other instruments, and in good Bond fashion, you just slowly add details to the song to make it feel fuller and support the other instruments. I must say, however, the song kinda ends at 2 minutes abruptly and then it starts back up again. That was a bit weird, especially because the song doesn't actually end, but that break did take away a bit from the overall vibe. Still, this song slaps so hard, and this is exactly the reason why you shouldn't have Bond on Christmas songs remake duty. You should have Bond on just creating these fucking bangers. 9 out of 10 S tier. Zombieism. It's a
mellow song, very on the side of loneliness. It is again pretty simple, and at this point you can see Bond start to take over and participate much more in a lot more songs, which to me is welcomed, because while songs like this one aren't super bombastic and they don't grab me a whole bunch, ultimately I do prefer them over Ian's, since they are easier to grasp and are more of a mood or a vibe, I guess. Like, it's easier to put this song on the background and just sort of have it there, keep you company, than many of Ian's more boring or background songs. Also worth noting, this is the first song that uses the reworked audio. For us, that doesn't matter, because the audio I use is the current one found in the wiki, which, if I recall correctly, is the one found in the cache of the game currently, so all songs are up to date in terms of quality. I did think about using the older versions for the songs up until now, but there were two issues. One, I couldn't find the old version of every song, and two, if I had to preview or review every song, or every version of a song rather, we would be here all day, so I ended up not doing it. Anyway, as far as the song is concerned, 6 out of 10 B tier. Drogashen City. It's a slow-paced goblin/troll type song. I guess it fits given the shyness of the cave goblins. If earlier I was talking about background songs, well, this is one. It's not a bad song or a boring one, it's just one of those chill songs to have on the background while you do something to keep you company. 7 out of 10 right here. Norgashan Deep. It's a menacing song with the sound signature of the cave goblins. If you took that away, I wonder at which point you would realize this isn't as much of a desert song as it is a cave song. I mean, to be fair, the Dagenham caves have the same vibe to them, so maybe I'm being a bit too harsh here. Either way, same scenario as the previous one, although to a lesser degree. 6 out of 10 B tier. Alternative Route. This song plays on the Chaos Tunnels from the quest What Lies Below. These tunnels actually have a portal that, if you have a Chaos Talisman, will teleport you to the Chaos Altar, which is why it's called Alternative Route, because it's an alternative route to the Chaos Altar. Okay, I gotta admit, this one is actually pretty fucking smart. I think Bond is actually developing more of this minimalistic style, and then just sort of slowly adding instruments as the song goes. And honestly, I can't describe the mood of this song, but it's very lonesome to a point. Like you are in sort of a unknown, potentially hostile environment. But I do like that sort of minimalistic building with instruments as the song goes style, much more than Ian's throw 100 instruments at the wall, have different vibes to it throughout the song, and done with it. This one, 7 out of 10 right here. Easter Jig. It's an Easter song and a fast-paced one at that. It makes whatever you are doing pretty exciting type deal. This is another song made by Dan, so that's 2 out of the entire catalog, which I think is like 12 songs. I fear he might not have that many more in Old School Runescape. Either way, this one gets a solid 7 out of 10 right here. Next up we have Rising Damp. Speaking of Bond's minimalistic tracks, you can get more minimalistic than this. I think this might be his worst track so far, to be honest, and funnily enough, it's still a serviceable song. I might skip this one if it comes on a playlist though, so yeah, okay, you know what, I gotta admit, I was kinda vibing with it by the end, so I gotta give it a 6 out of 10 bit here. Ham and Seek. The perfect song to sneak around. It does have a bit of that tone from Work 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 at times, but it does work here. It is the type of song for a quest section, so you can fault it too much for that. Of course it's not gonna be the biggest banger out there, and on top of that, it was still enjoyable. 6 out of 10 B tier. Ham Attack. Another song that plays in a cutscene,
and another song by Dan. I gotta say, he might not have made a lot of songs, and they aren't all bad. This one is just sort of a rock song, pretty much. Like, this shit actually just goes really hard, and it has no right of going this hard. Like, you could easily make a cover of this with real instruments. I was super impressed by this, and for a cutscene song no less. I do think that at points the MIDI doesn't lend itself to what the composer wanted to do, and as a result the song sounds a bit low quality, but honestly I can't fault it too much. Like, there's a good song in there, and it's pointless to try and argue otherwise. And MIDI aside, this was a really good surprise, because the song might be actually amongst the most unique songs I have ever heard. Not because of the composition, but because of what the fucking composer tried to actually pull off. I gotta give it 9 out of 10 S tier. Slice of Silent Movie. First of all, let me just say, I love the use of the whistle to portray a train tone. It's a very nice touch. As for the song, honestly it's a good boss fight song. It's not over the top, and it doesn't need to be, it's just a tense, and you know, it sounds like those soundtracks from silent movies, which is the title of the song, and with segment tying Zanuck to the tracks, also, you know, goes playing into that. Yeah, Jagex really loves making all of the puns come together. You know, as for the quest tropes, again, like the name of the song sort of tracks, so, you know, what really did you expect? 7 out of 10 A tier. Slice of Station. So not only does this song have the nice jingle about, you know, riding a train, it also emulates the sound of the train actually working. Like, sure, as a song, this is not gonna be the best thing in the world, but honestly, for RuneScape and for how creative it is, it's a good song. I can tell Bond had a lot of fun working on this one. I'm not gonna give it an S tier, but honestly, I gotta give it a fucking A tier. These songs are just they're just getting so creative, and I really love that, you know, composers are being able to sort of get out of the box with what they do and how they present it, at least, you know, on an audio perspective. This one is a 8 out of 10, A tier. Down and Out. It's this magical, lonely song. It does play in the Lunar Isle mine when Sirius is, well, down and out. It's only 2 minutes long, and this is what I love the most about it. It doesn't need to extend over what it needs to be. It just is what is and does it well. And for that, 7 out of 10 A tier. The next song, Everlasting, which is also the name of the creature you fight. This song has a sort of constant drum in the background while constant strings happen in the foreground. It plays during Dream Mentor, so I guess it's supposed to, you know, be a tension type song where the drums seem to be more of a, like, it reminded me of a heartbeat, and the wiki actually beat me to it. Yeah, I really hate, like, having a thought and then the wiki just sort of does that when it comes to the analysis and anticipatedly. Either way, I think the song does a good job at it, because if multiple people feel that that song represents a certain heartbeat, then I think that the song did a really good job at fucking representing that. So it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Elusive. Much like the previous song, this song is mostly focused on conveying a certain emotion. Here, and as the name implies, you are fighting the elusive. So as a result, the song doesn't have a constant instrument, but rather short bursts of instruments coming in and out with fast notes, seemingly out of order to convey a certain sneak yet very tense tone throughout the fight. Also, suck it wiki, no analysis for this one, so I call it dibs. Also, since I have pretty much crucified Ian for this in the past, this song is 4 minutes long. It might not have maybe needed to be this long, in my humble opinion. So, you know, if I criticized Ian a bunch for this, in this point, I also gotta point it out. Still, 7 out of 10 A tier.
Actually, I was wrong, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier, sorry. Inadequacy. This song plays yet again during the Dream Mentor boss fight during the inadequacy phase. Compared to the two previous songs, this one is much more of a build-up. It feels like you are slowly training to eventually defeat the final boss as things escalate. I found it pretty entertaining, honestly. 7 out of 10 A tier. This was the 7 out of 10 A tier, not the elusive, sorry. On the up, much like the previous song, this is a build-up song. The song is preparing you for something. It has more of a uplifting and hopeful tone than the previous one, probably because this plays after helping Sirius. This song is yet again 2 minutes long. Bond seems to know how to make good short songs instead of 5-minute long songs for places that you visit for like a minute tops. This song is fine, albeit I find it a bit generic. Still, 6 out of 10, B tier. Untouchable, the last Dream Mentor creature. This song starts much like the elusive and slowly adds strings and it builds up tension. However, the song never quite allows itself to get fully going because I feel that would give it a different mood of what it's going for. The song is trying to make you uneasy. It is not much of a song, so again, I appreciate the sacrifice of not being that good of a song if that means it sets up the atmosphere quite well. 6 out of 10 B tier. Looking back, this is just a more relaxed version of Newbie Melody and it plays at the Varrock Museum. Also, the name of the song is fantastic. Not only does it fit the museum, since, you know, museums are known for preserving history and us looking back at our past, but also the fact that the song is a different version of Newbie Melody, the first song you hear in-game. Super fitting. This version is like what you would remember Newbie Melody being ages ago, like you just found a cassette with songs from decades ago. You know, they are going to have sort of this old timey sound, and this song does a good job at doing that with Newbie Melody. And I mean, it's pretty much Newbie Melody, so 9 out of 10 S tier. Fefi Fafum. This song sounds like a more modern Bond song, the percussion being faster with the strings accompanying it in the background, making the fights, and in this case the Grim Tales boss fight, much more engaging since you have both the combat nature of the song, but also the song itself sounds full without sounding like a cacophony of instruments where you have a hard time knowing what the fuck is going on. It also uses the leitmotif of Skip Main, I'm pretty sure I've heard it there. It's just an absolute banger and I was not expecting it. 9 out of 10 S tier. Mousetrap. The song starts very slow, making you feel like you are in an hostile place. It then goes into this section with a more silly approach, while still maintaining the hostile vibe. The song plays when you are in the rat holes after being shrunk, so I guess it's pretty fitting. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Impetuous. The song plays at the Puro and it starts very sneaky, very devious. It then goes into a more silly section with the dog bark. And look, I know it's not a dog bark by the way, but I do like to call it that. Honestly, the song seemed more of a background song at first, but it did grow on me, the melody's catching, I was vibing by the end, so 7 out of 10 A tier. The Maze. I think that at this point Ian might be on vacation because it has been several updates and several songs of just Bond. I mean, look, I'm not complaining, I'm just surprised, it's all, you know, I'm so used to Ian that now having all Bond, it's like, whoa. Yeah, this song is spooky and a very, very minimalistic song. I do enjoy the dark tone it comes in as, you know, if it's a sort of demon growl, but other than that, I don't really have much else to talk about. It sets the mood well, I guess, that's about it. 5 out of 10 B tier.
Okay, imagine barbarianism, but higher stakes. That's this song. It has an overall more somber, sad tone to it, which I guess is fitting since we are talking about barbarians being dead in a dungeon, so, you know. The song then slowly builds on the background percussion with more percussion until finally it all comes together. It's yet again a song that grew on me as I wasn't really expecting it. I really like the sad tone to it, which at times kinda wants to be triumphant, yet it's never allowed to be. Eventually, towards the end of the song, that triumphant tone does fully build, finalizing the song and bringing it to a close. Solid 7 out of 10 A tier. School's Out. This song plays at the school surprise exam random event. It has a funky vibe, being very upbeat, and he probably heard me talking trash because Ian's back. Yeah, this is actually a banger song, very pleasant to hear. Midway through you hear a sort of solo which I think works great to that 3-part structure Ian loves using, since here, instead of being a subversion of the tone that the song has with so far, it's more of a break that builds on it, much like solos usually do for regular songs. Honestly, part of me doesn't want to give it, but I mean, it kinda deserves an S tier, so congratulations Ian, 9 out of 10. Nightmare, because Nightmare, yeah, we're back with the fucking puns. Yeah, it starts very toned down, almost giving you a sneak type vibe, until the horns come in, giving you that grander sense of danger. The song then goes back to being sneaky. I think it does a really good job at not just conveying the sneaky but dangerous tone, given that you are infiltrating the Black Knight's fortress. But also, you know, at reminding you of the danger that can always be afoot, especially with the horns coming in and out. Solid 6 out of 10 B tier. Lore and Order. Okay, this one sounds like a familiar nightly track. I find it amusing that this one plays at the Sears Village court case. Like, this is a court, you know, not a nightly army castle. But this song actually marks a very important stage in our tier list. This is the last RuneScape 2 song we have. From here on out, every song you'll hear is new to Old School RuneScape. As for this song, 7 out of 10 A tier. Armadillo Alliance. Psych, you really thought? Okay, technically, the save that we had for Old School RuneScape was made before Gold Wars Dungeon was released into the game, meaning this is the first track original to Old School RuneScape in terms of updates. However, it is a track that came out in 2007 and this is an unaltered version for all intents and purposes, so I'm gonna count this as an original RuneScape 2 song and not an Old School RuneScape song. So yeah, rest in peace. Anyway, the song itself is very triumphant. Honestly, this song sounds like the audio version of Justice. Like just the word Justice. Like if the word Justice was a song, it would be this song. Yeah, honestly, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of it, especially of the nightly type songs, but still, 7 out of 10 A tier. Armageddon. This song sounds like a mix of all 4 Gold Wars Dungeon songs. How do I know that, even though I only heard Armadillo Alliance so far? Well, let me tell you a little secret. I don't always respect the order of the list, and sometimes I just make jokes relating to their placing in the list. And now that you sort of know that information, you will never know which songs were an actual surprise, given their place on the list, versus which one of them I already knew and just decided to make a joke about their placing on the list. Anyway, this song's a 7 out of 10, A tier. Bandu's Battalion. Whoa, it's so crazy to be hearing this song for the first time. I totally haven't heard this song before, taking notes to be able to make the assertion I made on the Armageddon song. Anyway, much like the Armadillo song, this song is just over the top. It has that, elemental, usually troll and goblin songs, and, much like the Armadillo song, you have the same percussion, which obviously symbolizes the marching towards a fight, because Cold War's dungeon, this place. This song, however, at parts is more serious, Pink Panther theme, while at other parts is more triumphant. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think if you hear it, you'll understand what I mean. I guess Bond wanted to encapsulate both winning and losing members in the same song, and this is essentially that, and that's why you have that duality. I didn't enjoy this one as much as the Armadillo one, although it's a pretty nice experiment. 6 out of 10 bitter. Strength of Ceredom. Wait, why is Ceredomin smaller? At least the text looks smaller, doesn't it? Or am I just tripping? What the fuck? Whatever. Fucking Strength of Ceredomin. This song is, to me, just like the Armadillo song, but far more magical in nature, which I fucking hate because I hate Ceredomin. Why does Armadillo have to get the shitty nightly tracks? I want all the magic tracks. This track does not have the percussion the same way that the other two tracks do, however, and it also seems to remain far more awful all throughout than the other two. There are glimpses of the magical tone being more sad, but they don't last often. This is yet again just favoritism towards a shitty god. For that alone, the track should get a 0 out of 10, but since I'm judging the track itself, it's an 8 out of 10 A tier. Zamorak Zoo. I don't get the name of this song. Are you calling Zamorak an animal? I mean, I agree, but still, seems a bit harsh. The song is much more devious in tone than the other three. There is more emphasis on the spookiness and chaos of the song, as the song rarely maintains an easy-to-follow rhythm. It's even worse once the song goes into this sort of distorted section, which I loved. It encapsulates the demeanor that the god is known for. Honestly, Ian might have a lot of bangers, but as far as songs encapsulating certain atmospheres or characters, Bond just seems way better at it. Not to mention that Bond also has plenty of bangers as well, even though he doesn't have nearly half the fucking songs that Ian does. 7 out of 10 A tier. Gnome Village Party. Now this is the first Old School Runescape song. RuneScape 3 does not have this song. This is the first exclusive song to be made in Old School Runescape. It was made for the Thanksgiving event back in 2013, and the song is very upbeat and cheeky, which is typical of the gnomes. It's a fun song to listen to, and the most important factor, this is the first song made by Mod Ash. Yep, the solo Mod Ash developing all of the content for Old School RuneScape. We are entering that era. This makes 4 completely different composers present in Old School RuneScape so far. And honestly, Ash's first song might not have been as big of a banger as Ian's or Bond's, but it's still pretty good. 7 out of 10 A tier. Beneath the Stronghold. It's a slow-paced, menacing song with glimpses of a more magical tone. The way I can describe the style of Ash is just classical. Like, this song just reminds me of a classical song, played by an orchestra, which might make sense as, if I'm not mistaken, Ash does have training in, or as a classical musician. This song, 6 out of 10 B tier. Netherrealm. This song has a faster tempo with short notes to drum up the tension. It plays at the Metal Dragons area in Brimhaven, or if you are as old as me, I'm like 90% sure this used to play the Stronghold Cave where the Metal Dragons were, because the Stronghold Cave used to have like all of the Slayer creatures. Anyway, I think the song grew on me quite a bit, and you can clearly see Ash is not trying to make video game music, but I think that makes these songs much more unique. Like, between Ian and Bond,
Sure, if you've heard as many songs as me, you can tell most of the times which songs are from which person, but they function around the same. But with Ash, it's so clear, given his classical influences, which songs are made by him. One thing I did notice, however, was that certain instruments on this song were a bit too loud compared to the first part. I'm actually quite impressed. 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Troubled Waters. This song plays at the Kraken Cave, which means it has more of a C twist than the previous track. It does still have those classical influences, which is why I was so interested to see how Ash would tackle a song in such an environment. But I think it did well. Again, it's a mix between C and classical with constant stops and goes, or stop and go, I guess. Of the snare, which makes the song almost feel sort of two-faced in a way. Like, you have a more fun part and then you have a more serious, dangerous part, which I think fits the Kraken monsters quite well. 7 out of 10, A tier. Scorpia Dances, a menacing song making you feel isolated. This song is actually pretty good at painting the atmosphere at Scorpia, even though Ash doesn't seem to have as much experience as the others. Obviously, I do know he made songs for RuneScape 2 and whatnot, but still, he's mainly a developer, not a composer. It's crazy that during these early days, Ash actually made most of the songs alongside making the content for the game itself, which to me just means that he has a better grasp on what type of vibes the content should have since he designed it. Overall though, as a song, 6 out of 10 B tier. B tier, there we go. Devils May Care. Much like the Kraken song Troubled Waters, this song also has the same somewhat silly vibe mixed with a more serious tone. Then the song picks up into this faster paced, more menacing church organ tone, making everything feel much more important and serious. Again here, however, the mix is a bit loud with certain instruments when compared to the overall song. I guess this is one of the aspects that Ash needs to work on. It's still a good song, 7 out of 10, A tier. Pick and Shovel. This song plays at the Motherlode Mine, and honestly, I must say, I think Ash makes really interesting fast-paced songs, and this song is a pretty good example of that. Yet again, certain instruments are a bit louder in the mix than others. I think that this is a problem that, especially with a lot of Ash songs, and especially early Old School Runescape songs, they do have. I mean, some old songs also don't exactly have the best mixes, I've noticed, but at least with the Ash songs, I think it's really noticeable, the difference in the volume of certain instruments. But, you know, still, it's, I think, a pretty interesting song. Honestly, I only realized I was aiming this after I finished all of my notes, writing all of my notes. So, you know, 9 out of 10 S tier, the first S tier of Ash. Clan Wars. This song has the triumphant but dangerous tones on lockdown. Parts of it remind me of the Gold Wars Dungeon songs, but also this song was made by Bond, and here lies the issue. This song isn't original to Old School RuneScape, it's original to RuneScape 2. Honestly, this is just Bond showcasing how good he is at making music for the game. I think the worst part of Old School RuneScape is that it will be a while until Bond comes into the scene again, since most work will be done for RuneScape 2 and RuneScape 3 during the time where Old School RuneScape sort of gets popular. The song itself is actually really good. Now, does it come close to songs like Castle Wars? Honestly, I think so. While I was particularly convinced, or I wasn't particularly convinced at the beginning, I think over time, upon more listens, I can see how the song just sort of comes together and how well it presents both triumphant and glorious parts while, you know, instantly responding with the combat ones. I think it's great. To me, this song could very well have been way more generic, but there's just something, like there's an X factor. Like sometimes other RuneScape songs, like they are generic, but they just have that thing that makes them memorable. So as of right now, S tier, 9 out of 10. And next up we have Warpath. Now this song is essentially Asha's version of the previous one. This one is actually not present in RuneScape 2 or RuneScape 3, and it is exclusive to Old School RuneScape. This is something you will notice with a lot of pieces of content where, because they are essentially popular RuneScape 2 and pre-OC popular pieces of content that were imported to Old School RuneScape, they will have songs that were made back then and they don't have original songs. As far as this one goes, I mean, okay, maybe I'm a bit washed. It's not exactly Asha's version of the previous one, but it does try to convey the same triumphant combat as the previous song does. It tries to convey the same duality. It is then on, essentially Asha's signature style at this point. I think it's a catchy song, very solid. Honestly, I'm in between here, but I think that for now, I'm gonna give it a strong 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Bane. You can clearly see this is the first year of Old School RuneScape because it has been almost a year and we really haven't had that much content and that many songs as a result. This song compensates for being 8 minutes long essentially. Although, to be fair, it does play at a Corpist lair, which is a notoriously long boss to kill, so also this song is just the same one that came with the Corpist back in 2008, I'm pretty sure. I would have to listen to them again, but I'm fairly certain it is. Which means Mod Jolly is the 5th composer to contribute to Old School RuneScape, even though it technically didn't make any Old School RuneScape songs, original ones at least, that I'm aware of. But okay, let's face it, sure, the song is 8 minutes long, but it didn't really need to be 8 minutes long in my opinion. I got kinda bored midway through. And that's when the song gets you, because at that point the song starts changing into a more tense rendition, upping the pressure you feel, and then it goes back to normal. Or does it? Yeah, this song just really likes to change things around. From what I recall from my time with RuneScape 3, the Corpist quest has multiple phases, so it is fitting that the song changes this much. Honestly, it's a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. Shining Spirit. This is just a more magical and uneasy version of the song Shining. That wilderness song that I said it didn't sound like a wilderness song. Now, while Shining goes into this section with the trumpets, here the song actually slows down and it makes the song have this sort of delayed tone to it. It makes you feel very uneasy. Also, I'm not gonna name names, but I like to check both wikis sometimes, and just in case the song is on the other game and whatnot, and the analysis for this song is the exact same between both games. Granted, the song is pretty much the same since the 2008 content that was lifted from was directly applied to Old School RuneScape, but still. Now, while it is a very interesting experiment and I would say a very interesting cover of Shining, it is not very original either. So, you know what, all things considered, I'll give it an 8 out of 10 A tier. Okay, we're down to 3, wow, what a list. Next up we have Grimly Fiendish. It's a slow-paced, somewhat spooky song. It's an Halloween song that was released for the 2007 Halloween event and reused for the 2014 one in Old School RuneScape. It's a fine song, 7 out of 10 A tier. Coil. You want a fast-paced, tense song that makes you feel uneasy? This is the song. The classical tone is, in my opinion, what makes it so good, and it does a better job at making the song feel to a certain degree like alien. Like, this song is probably what made a lot of people have just PTSD in RuneScape for the first time. Zor was, and still is, to a certain degree, a very hard boss that people struggle at, and this song makes you feel that struggle, it makes you feel that anxiety. To a certain degree, at some points in the song, is like the song feels sorry for you and bad that you are struggling. Honestly, I feel that this isn't the type of banger you get from, the very beginning. Like, to a point, you sort of have to grow into this song. But honestly, once you do, it's a banger. 9 out of 10 S tier. And lastly, Thrall of the Serpent. This is the slower paced version of the previous song. Since it does play at the pier, it does make sense that this song would, be what you hear before the boss fight song. This song is much better at encapsulating the lament, the sadness of the area. This is also present in Coil, however, with the frantic, or how frantic that song is, you can barely pay attention to it as, your ears are busy and being pulled in other directions. I like this one quite a lot, honestly. This is actually why I appreciate the different composers in RuneScape and the different styles that they bring. Sure, in a way, RuneScape isn't as cohesive in the sound department given how different the soundtracks can sound, but if you're building a world with multiple races and multiple biomes and places, with multiple stories, multiple adventures, I think having a diverse soundtrack is actually a good thing, and, in a way, it's kind of unavoidable. People won't work for Jagex forever. Composers come and go, and the people that stay change and grow. They become more experienced, and their interests and influences change over time. This is why I've heard countless songs, and at this point, 1,000 to be precise, and in this case, I have heard multiple sad, somber songs, and they still are able to surprise me due to how different the RuneScape composers actually are. Honestly, we're finishing the list with a bang. Thrall of the Serpent is a 9 out of 10 S tier. First up, we have the Trade Parade. So this song is very similar to a RuneScape 3 track that came out in 2007. Oh wait, yeah, honestly things are gonna be messy for a while since we are at a period of Old School RuneScape's life where a lot of 2007/2008 content is still desired by players despite the fact that they weren't part of the save that led to the creation of the game. So yeah, this song actually came out with the GE in November of 2007, or in Old School RuneScape it came out in 2015. Honestly, it's very chill for a newer track. It does sound very similar to the older Lumbridge and Varrock songs in terms of vibes. This isn't to say the song doesn't sound different, it definitely sounds more modern, as it does have that twist in it, but it fits right in with the rest of the old OG songs. I love this song, I used to hear it all the time. The relaxing yet somewhat animated moments of the song really makes it feel like a simpler time, where people, would just hang around. As with a lot of older tracks surrounding these areas, it has this humble adventuring vibes. The horns at the beginning do sort of make it feel like, it's, you are in sort of like somewhat really important, grandiose place. But again, when done in conjunction with everything else, it makes the song sound more fun than grandiose. It's still one of my favorites and very nostalgic in a bigger way, more than the OGs. 10 out of 10 S tier. An Easter song, and it's by Ash. I did find it to be a weird style, so yeah, it checks out. Again, just like previous Ash songs, it does have far more going on in it than most other RuneScape songs, as it does have this more, classical approach to it, where you are sort of playing with an orchestra type deal. In a way, Ash is the opposite of Bond, where Bond tends to use instruments and mostly focusing on the progress of the song. Ash brings an entire band with him, where everything is playing together all the time. One is definitely busier, while the other is more methodical in the specific sounds it wants you to hear. Not saying one is better or anything, just pointing out how they differ. This song does have better mixing than previous Ash songs. Everything does seem to be more on the same level sound-wise and not all over the place, although at some points the instruments do sound a bit lower than the rest of the song, but overall an improvement. Being an Easter song, I didn't expect much. However, I was actually
pretty surprised with how good the song actually is. It has this devious but playful tone to it. It's the type of thing you would hear in a cartoon during a busy scene with a lot happening. I don't think I did the 2015 Easter event, so I can't recall if it's accurate, but I wouldn't be surprised if, it actually is. Either way, it's an incredibly good song, and honestly, for an event song, 9 out of 10 S tier. So, we go from Easter to August with the Cerberus release. As usual, Ash song. At this period, he made most of the songs, because Old School Runescape really did not have that many devs other than him and Ghost in our team, I think. So, again, we have more of a classical approach to it, although this song, you can definitely see the more Old School RuneScape type approach, as it is less intense than most other Ice songs, but still very much with the, classical influence. It's this menacing track, more on the slower side. It does play at the layer itself during the fight, so it's pretty interesting to see how a fight song in this case sounds more menacing than, hype or exciting or triumphant. It's more on the side of hope you survive this rather than triumphantly defeating the big baddie type thing. This song, however, again, does suffer from a bit of a weird mixing, some parts being much louder than others, and just overall some notes being louder than others, as well as the master volume just being a bit all over the place. Maybe it's because I'm used to the RuneScape songs at this point, so it's more noticeable to me, but still nothing that is a deal breaker. Honestly, for being a developer first and not a video game music composer, these tracks are pretty solid. Ash does nail the vibe of them, so honestly, 9 out of 10 S tier. That Sullen Hall. Most times when I see a 6-minute long song, I think, oh no. Thankfully, it's not an Ian song. The good thing about Ash is that his songs do tend to have more variations, and to a point are better at setting the mood, since it's not supposed to just be background noise. I mean, it is, but since his training is not video game music background noise, he doesn't do that all that well, which for us is good. And I think this track proves this pretty well. Track uses nothing more than a bell and organ, I think, and synth, yet it's so good at just setting the atmosphere. It would be pretty easy for this song to just be boring, but instead you just have this, like you have a song that slowly builds itself up, very slowly, but that overall has those little details, those elements that are going to come in full force in the previous song, which is the song that plays at the boss fight, because this song plays in the layer that goes to Cerberus. It sounds super menacing, like you are in the middle of evil and destruction, and yet it's suspenseful. There's a certain discomfort that you feel. Something is afoot, and there's this tension that never really gets resolved and just keeps you going and going, hooking you in. Honestly, 6-minute song, 3 instruments. You know me, I was fully ready to hear it, and instead what I got was an atmospheric intro for the 20-minute long song in that concept prog album. Seriously though, it's amazing at setting the atmosphere, and overall it's a pretty solid track, and honestly to me, it misses a steer just based on the fact that RuneScape isn't exactly the type of game where atmosphere really matters when it comes to these more atmospheric experiences. I mean, it is welcome, just, it doesn't matter as much when compared to the full actual songs that the game has. Still, 8 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Invader, and I think that by this point you're probably tired of hearing me speak already, because look, I told you this was gonna be long. I wrote a lot for a lot of these tracks, and Invader is another 6-minute long song for yet another boss, from Cerberus now to Abyssal Sire. Yeah, I didn't realize actually how close Serpent Sire actually came out. I really do dig that Ash brings these more menacing, hopeless, fighting in search of hope for survival type vibe to a boss fight rather than just triumphantly defeating the big bad. I honestly think in this case it also fits really well, since these two bosses aren't the types of epic boss who simply fight triumphantly, so I really enjoy the change in vibe. I gotta say, however, again, mixing is a bit all over the place. As far as the song goes, I would say the main melody isn't as catchy as for Serb, but still very solid, and much like Serb, the song is menacing, imposing, and there's this certain search for hope in the fight as opposed of triumph. Honestly, these songs are reminding me a lot of the MIDI version of the songs you get in games like, Shadow of the Colossus. These huge orchestral songs full of just stuff going on, these grandeur which is reflected by how massive the beings you are fighting are. The main melody is on the slower side, as reflection of your character's situation, where you are essentially fighting against the odds, slowly climbing your way through while you have constant chords. I think they are chords anyway. It's hard to tell with this mixing, and for me, because I don't really know a lot about music, but you have this fast-paced, simple repetition of chords on the background to signal this sense of urgency. I also do love the change towards the 4.5 minute mark around that, where the song puts much more emphasis on the faster instruments, since the boss at that point is reaching a more critical point, and it slowly builds all the way to the end where the main melody joins, being faster paced, where you are more comfortable with the fight while also amplifying the hope in the main melody by playing more hopeful notes, if you will. Honestly, it's a banger through and through, and just by a little bit that it misses the 10 out of 10. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up, we have Dies Irae, I think that's how you pronounce it. This song is from the 2015 Halloween event. It's on the slower side, and honestly one of the more vanilla, I would say, sounding Ash tracks, although again you probably wouldn't think this is the quintessential RuneScape track in terms of what it sounds like. It's again a more atmospheric approach, the song giving this vibe of sadness and hostility in the sense of something being unknowable, where since you don't have much knowledge you find this discomfort type deal, and well, I mean, this plays in the Grim Reaper's house, so I guess that tracks. Honestly, this reminds me of the type of medieval tracks you see in movies with that murky filter where everyone is just miserable but life sort of moves on. Or a Age of Empires song. It reminds me a lot of those songs for some reason. Seriously, I think this would fit quite well there, especially with the ARP moments of the song where it feels much more medieval in that sense. Contrary to the previous atmospheric track, however, not as good, but still pretty solid, and honestly a welcome innovation in the music that Old School Runescape has. 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Nox Irae. I see Ash doesn't just make atmospheric songs randomly, this is the other song that played during the event, and honestly, since I don't recall doing it, I'm having trouble understanding where each song plays specifically, but yeah, this song is faster than the previous one, and it's the main meal, I would say. It's spooky fun, is what I would describe it as. Contrary to many tracks before this one, does sound more vanilla, I guess, in that sense that out of every song I would expect this one to just belong in RuneScape. Still a good song, so I can't knock it too much for me, but yeah, I think the prequel was better, honestly. It's still a 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up we have Arcane. At first few seconds made me go, wait, this sounds like the old tracks. And yeah, Bond is back, apparently, and we arrived at Ze, so oh boy, let's get it. First of all, out with the long ass Ash tracks. I'm gonna miss them, but Bond is also good, so yeah. This is less than 3 minutes, as it should, so maybe Ian should take notes, not foreshadowing anything for future songs that I've already reviewed or anything like that. But yeah, the song is more, I guess, magical with a tone of mystery to it. It's like a certain otherworldly feeling of things that you understand, but not quite, since they aren't very familiar to you. Honestly, it's a pretty good song, and just what you would expect from Bond. It is, however, at points a bit repetitive, but I mean, it's short, so it doesn't really get to be that repetitive overall. 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Country Jig. I've had a lot of controversial takes when it comes to songs and my tier lists, and I know this song gets memed a lot for being bad, but it's a banger, I'm sorry. Like, the upbeat happy style with the banjo, which is something you really don't actually see everywhere. It's actually pretty rare to hear banjo in RuneScape songs. It's honestly pretty fucking good. I think the song is catchy, and yes, I've used it in this Viking Eleanor before, but either way, it might be me on this one, but again, I think the mixing is a bit on the weird side. I think the background instruments pop out a bit too much, but hey, fun times all around. I will say, however, yeah, it's really repetitive, as you know, these types of country songs, I guess, tend to be. So it's really repetitive, like really repetitive. But yeah, it's still a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up, we have Down by the Docks. It's a slow-paced sort of shanty song. It's more focused on the poor district than in the fancy adventures. It has that devious tone to it, as if there's bad things going on by bad people. Not really one of those fun to sing along songs, but serious and on the sadder side, as I mentioned earlier. I do like the bass that comes on every once in a while. It gives the song that more devious, serious tone, and I'm a huge fan of bassy sounds. Honestly, solid, although probably the first track in this list that didn't actually grab me too much, so it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Dwarven Domain, and the song that I fucking forgot to put text on screen. Yeah, it's a slow-paced, menacing song with huge emphasis on the more bassy sounds, which reflects, I guess, the hostility of the place. And honestly, yeah, I guess I wrote down Dwarven Mountain in the name of the song in my script for some reason. Either way, it does have instruments countering the main vibe of the song and try to give it that more signature sound that the dwarves have with the somewhat playful strings, but it is very much a more serious song. While I enjoy the experiment, I would say I didn't like it too much. I get the wanting to give a more hostile vibe to the dwarves, but honestly, it's just not what I associate the dwarves with, and I think the menacing tone is too much and completely takes over the song to the point where you can't have a more playful vibe, since it's all so seriously and like all hostile, menacing environment type thing. It's a decent 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up, we have Corinne the Magnificent. I'm literally just realizing now there's an N missing there. Fuck it, I'm not fixing that. It's Magnificent. I don't care. I'm not going back and fixing one fucking letter. Anyway, this song sounds really triumphant and grandiose, like it's an ode to Great Corinne, and honestly it's somewhat fucking generic. Honestly, I enjoy this, like it's pretty much a more like national anthem in terms of vibes. It's very meh as a song, so, you know, probably because I'm biased towards anything that sounds like a national anthem anyway being bad, I kinda do feel that the song is meh. Again, it's fine, I guess it's serviceable, just not something I would honestly seek out or put on. Also, the more menacing moments that lead to the triumphant ones, much like the previous song, do to a point end up changing the entire vibe of the song, so even when the vibe changes, it doesn't feel satisfactory. For me, I'm feeling a 4 out of 10 on this one, C tier. Next up, we have Wrecked Terrain. It's a somber song, somewhat hopeless and sad. It's a simple track, somewhat repetitive to a point, but since it's an Ash song, at least there's some variation present, which is welcome, but still, I find the song too hostile to being Corinne, present in places that are less traveled, but aren't that far out in the wilderness anyway. Sounds to a point like the iteration of the Thrall of the Serpent, in that it's somber at first and then tries to reclaim a certain positivity and hope throughout the song, but it's still very somber. Somber. It's honestly a fine 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we got Soulfall, a magical slow ballad that builds up over time. Again, very magical, but somewhat otherworldly. I like Ash's take on magical so far. It's a very pretty magical, if that makes sense. It does have this dreamy but isolated feeling to it, like this magical but lonely and isolated place you find yourself in. It does play at the Soul Altar in Zaya, so that tracks, but yeah, honestly, I'm vibing a lot with Ash's tracks. They are definitely different, and I feel they are not for everyone, but honestly, after hearing 500 songs, like 400 of which were from Ian, I find this welcome change. As far as the song actually goes, it does to a point get a bit repetitive, but it's still a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. The Forlorn Homestead, or Homestead, whatever. I think I've heard these intros somewhere, like, it really sounds familiar for some reason. I actually wonder where I've heard it from. But anyway, it's a 6-minute song with essentially 2 instruments by Ash. Yeah, while Bond have, you know, a different style than Ian, you could still understand they sounded very RuneScapey. Ash, on the other hand, just doesn't as much. And again, I'm not saying these songs don't fit the game or don't fit where they are being played, but it's just so different in the sense that they would fit many more places than just RuneScape. Honestly, it's yet another example of an atmospheric track that I enjoyed. It's this sort of soft lullaby. It's very relaxing. It grabs you in the arms and just slowly sings to you a melody while, you know, putting you to sleep. It's very like gentle, if anything. It's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have The Militia. The track opens with a bassy song, or sound rather, much like the Dwarven song, the Dwarven domain that I wrote Mountain for some reason, and slowly introduces more instruments and gives them more space to play, transforming the song from this solely menacing vibe to a more sad, hopeless vibe of something that you just have to deal with type deal. And well, I mean, Shazian are keeping out the Lizardman, so I guess that is a pretty accurate assessment. The bassist section does sound a bit loud, but honestly at this point it might just be my earphones. I'm not sure, you know, like I'm not gonna riff on the mixing too much in the sense that it might be a problem with my own gear, and I'm not exactly an expert on it. But yeah, overall, the song's pretty good. I would give it a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Monkey Madness, so we arrived to Monkey Madness 2. It has this slow melody at first with percussion setting the tension by being faster paced on the background. This is the last fight, the glove fight, and you can definitely feel the tension. Then the song goes into this, you know, a bit more of a faster paced part where the tension is still there, but the overall vibe is more on the side of excitement. Especially, you know, of like fighting than necessarily just the tension. And then it gets even more epic, making the stakes even higher, and if the glass is just about to tip over, you know. At this point, the song does sound more vanilla RuneScape songs, where you have the triumphant intention of a fight. It does, again, play during the glove fight, so, you know, you have all of these different sections, which are, you know, the different parts of the fight, pretty much like that Corporeal Beast song that we heard in the last tier list. You can definitely see that Bond came a long way, and at this point he had more experience as a composer, especially in RuneScape 3, and you can really feel it in this track. It's one of the better triumphant plus tension tracks RuneScape has to offer, and weirdly it both reminds me of early RuneScape 3 boss tracks and early OG Old School RuneScape boss tracks, like Attack 2 for example. It's a solid 9 out of 10 S tier. So with keeping on Monkey Madness 2, next up we have Monkey Business. It's a playful song with a clear tone of deviousness and malice. It plays during the Kruk fight and the caves after the quest where you killed the gorillas after the glove fight. The way it builds, maintaining both that deviousness and playfulness while upping the stakes and tension, is pretty good, although this sounds like a much more vanilla Bond track, where the instruments are given the space to play and the focus is on the song progressing. It's a good track, solid 7 out of 10, A tier. Next up, Monkey Sadness. It's a 6-minute long song by Ian, and oh my god, not again. Yeah, the song starts with sort of a sad and spooky vibe, very lonely, sad. It then goes into these somewhat like spooky, scary sections. I don't know how to explain it. What I do know is that there's a certain talent in making long songs with loads of instruments that just somehow like bores you. This is the opposite of what Ash was doing. Honestly, I would be as harsh for this song, and I listened to just plenty of bangers before. The only thing that is somewhat salvageable is at 3 minutes 20 until like 4 minutes. I don't find that section bad, but at the same time, unlike Ash, where every detail matters, here it doesn't as much. Again, as I mentioned, very thankful the song is coming after a bunch of bangers, because I think I would rate it worse than what it is right now. 2 out of 10 D tier. Monkey Trouble. It's a 5.5-minute song by Ian. I'm not gonna fucking reiterate what I said previously, especially because this song is more interesting. But again, it's a toned down song trying to establish an atmosphere. It's a mysterious, somewhat hostile song, like you are intruding where you shouldn't be. I mean, you are literally doing that, but still, point remains. I do think here the toned down style works much better, although to me it doesn't pass from background noise, which is a shame. It also has the typical combo of percussion, bass, and the other instruments you've heard Ian use in the jungle in all of the other 1092 times. It's a 3 out of 10 C tier. And finally, for the last Monkey Madness 2 song, we have Scape Ape. And I mean, it's just a jungly monkey version of Scape Main. It's pretty much a one-to-one, except it uses the typical jungle instruments Ian loves using. Not the worst thing, and frankly, this is one of those weird covers you would see on YouTube, like, what if this song used these instruments instead? But yeah, outside of that, pretty much the same. It's just not that bad, I guess. It's fine. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Darkly Altered, as in alter, not as in alteration. This song plays when fighting Scottizo. Honestly, one of the more repetitive and simple songs Ash has done. Also sounds way more RuneScapey, so yeah, maybe there's a connection there somewhere. Anyway, the song is somewhat spooky sad. It does have faster tempo than just your regular spooky song due to the tension of the fight, but I don't think the song fits that well into Scottizo. I expected something darker, perhaps, I guess. Anyway, it's a nice 6 out of 10 B tier. Last Man Standing. Slow, menacing crescendo of a song. Another 6-minute song. They are really pushing it nowadays. I guess since they deleted the forums, they do have the server space for that. It then finally builds to this serious fighting type song. You can hear the stakes, the fog approaching, everything on the line, or some epic sounding thing like that. Speaking of, yeah, this song is like the perfect blend between tense, serious, triumphant, and epic, all while maintaining this fighting vibe to it all. Honestly, it's a pretty solid track overall and reminds me a lot of the older Bond tracks. For a 6-minute track, it does actually go by extremely quickly. However, there's one problem with this song, which is it didn't pass the vibe check for me, so it's an 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have The Doors of Din, or Dinje if you speak a language where this is a ny sound, so it's another sort of medieval atmospheric track by Ash. This one has this sort of desolate but somewhat relaxing vibe, but like there's this sort of tension to it. Yeah, our songs are a bit weird at times, but yeah, like this is sort of medieval music is all I can think of most of the times. It does eventually start opening up, adding more instruments, and then midway through it drops everything. There's this sort of sad, desolate feeling to what I can only describe as the solo, I guess. And then the song sort of returns to what it was again. It never quite builds up fully and really opens up in the details when it comes to the instruments added. So yeah, it's honestly a just nice 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Ice and Fire. Ice's song with fast percussion. I did like the juxtaposition. It's not a very triumphant type song, even though it plays at Wintertodt. It has these menacing, tense parts, but also these magical parts to it as well. You can hear the struggle of two sides fighting. The icy sounds from Wintertodt and the fast percussion from the mages and players trying to contain the threat. The song also has this slower paced percussion in the middle, where then it gets faster and slower and faster. It's essentially the gist of the song, and I like it. There's also a devious, like, evil tone underneath the song. It's a pretty good song overall. It's a solid 7 out of 10 tier. Next up, Altar Ego, another track from the 2007 days, or whenever this track came out, maybe 2008, I don't know when the fucking Oriana Altar came out. It has this faster paced percussion since it's in a dangerous place full of enemies and lava, but also these slower moments. The song is more of the side of tense with a mix of combat to it, although you don't tend to fight many enemies here. You can also really see that this song is on the older side since its composition is pretty different and more vanilla than most modern songs released at this time. It's just one of those Ian tracks that it's fine, I guess. It's a 7 out of 10 tier. Next up we have Ascent, and it's almost 7 minutes, and as the name implies, this plays in the Quidamorton mountain, where you need to ascend to get to the top. Yeah, look, I'm telling you, these names are always amazing. Anyway, this song is by Ash, and as with other songs in this style, it's more toned down, just sort of like background noise, although the song does slowly introduce more elements as it goes. Ash would make killer prog albums, honestly, and yes, again, I do know it does have classical musical training, and that shows so much in these tracks, since they aren't so much video game music as they are compositions that you could play in a classical show. You can clearly see that vibe here, and this song feels like it's building to something. The song itself is more on the lonely side, and then it slowly becomes more triumphant as you are nearing the end, which I guess is when you would get to the top of the mountain. Honestly, I love these more on the notes songs of them being exactly what they are describing. If I told you, hey, I want you to create the musical version of someone slowly climbing a mountain, yeah, these would kinda be it. I love it. I think RuneScape could do with more, tracks like this. There's only so many RuneScape tracks I can stomach, honestly. Solid 8 out of 10 tier. Next up we have Fire in the Deep. Some of the elements from the previous song are present here, although not as beautifully, I guess. This is a 6.5-minute song by Ian. I was scared, but honestly, it's a boss track, it plays during Olm, and it's kinda nice. It has this menacing sound without it being in your face, since it's kind of like a danger you set yourself in, like you didn't need to disturb the cute big Olm. It's his Olm, and you sort of just walked in, threatening him for some reason. Outside of the menacing tone, the track is somewhat tense but exciting at the same time, and focuses mostly on the percussion since the boss is more on the faster pace of bosses than some of the old ones. I like the song quite a lot, actually. I think there's something to it. It's not super menacing, not super tense, not super exciting or anything. It's just the right amount, which makes the song very fitting and enjoyable to hear. 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have a Lower Depths. Honestly, it's almost 8 minutes. They are really starting to stretch songs out, but I mean, at this point I'm not complaining since most songs have at least been good, so You know, this one is essentially the same as Ascend, also done by Ash, but it's more menacing, more isolating, makes you feel far more tense. Unfortunately, it doesn't build up as well as Ascend, but it does build up somewhat. Unfortunately, most of the build up really only opens past 5 minutes, and you know, honestly, the main melody isn't all that great when repeated into oblivion. Still, the song isn't exactly bad, and I tolerate his repetition more than I do Ian's. It's an overall 5 out of 10 B tier. March of the Shazian. It's a sad, menacing song made by Ash again. It really creates this tension with all the percussion going on and then breaking and then going on again and then breaking. I do like Ash's style of having a single instrument be, you know, constant as the glue to the song and a representation of another feeling or vibe. It's always more humble, more hopeful. It's like this wisp of hope that exists in the middle of tragedy, and you know, as the song sort of slowly builds up to complement it, you know, like creating this sort of overall interacting of the hopeful standing against the menacing. Like it's like a hopeful wisp that has always seemed to succeed as it always increases the presence in the song. It goes from this even thing in the song to the main driving factor of everything. I don't know how to explain it better than that, so I apologize. There's probably like a musical term for it, but yeah, I like it honestly. It's different, you know, it's just a different way of doing songs, and I find that pretty cool. Outside of that, this song is pretty straightforward, nothing we haven't heard from much. It's a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. The Desolate Mage. Again, 6.5-minute song by Ash, again and again. I'm not exactly complaining. This one plays atop of the mountain, so let's see how Ash tops off Ascend. And while this song is mysterious, somewhat spooky and uncomfortable, it also has touches of magical vibes, but it's overall very quiet, very shy. It's on the atmosphere side of songs again, but you know, it slowly builds up, you know, it's like sort of this presence. It slowly morphs from this sort of unknowing and mysterious song with a touch of magical and spooky vibes to it more tense over the course of it. It's like you're in that part of the movie where you're just about to find out the main motivation for the main villain type thing, you know, especially once the song actually does come through and you have like this more epic tense part. It's overall a pretty solid track, 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Upper Depths. I find it interesting how, despite the fact that Chambers of Xeric has had 3 composers for the different levels, top being Bond, which is this song, then Ash with Lower Depths, and Ian with Fire in the Deep, they also all have the same vibes and yet are so different. This one is more on the side of fighting in combat while being tense. It never feels fully triumphant, just having moments of mystery, and just when you get used to the song, it has this breakdown with heaviness to it, which makes you much less comfortable and signals much bigger danger. So just when you know, like win a battle, there's more to come and you don't ever feel fully triumphant. It's a nice experiment. I think that again it has that sort of balance of tension, danger and excitement kind of figured out. It's an 8 out of 10 A tier. Darkness in the Depths. Okay, look, it's your Ash track, you know, slow build up, somewhat tense, somewhat mysterious, somewhat hopeful. I'm not gonna repeat everything, but yeah, essentially same as before. 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Inferno. This track was actually remixed in RuneScape 3. I think that shows how good it actually is. This is probably one of Bond's best tracks and one of the best in the game. Although, tiny nitpick, and again, that might be me, but the mixing does sound a bit weird at points, where some instruments are a bit louder and the constant instrument going on, which I don't know, does sound a bit like lower quality, if you will. Again, that might be me, as my earphones kind of got borked and I'm using old ones, you know, so I'm no longer used to them, but so again, it might just be me. But the song is great. I mean, it's the perfect blend of what, combative type songs with tension and triumph should be. The song continuously walks between these two moods and it's perfect. And the way it slowly evolves, where the triumph parts sound more and more triumphant and then the tense parts sound even more tense. It's the perfect blend where you can feel you can inch ever closer to that sweet, sweet victory, but with every step you take, the victory becomes harder as the challenge becomes bigger. Honestly, I couldn't imagine a more perfect track for the Inferno. This is great, and I think this track perfectly shows how used Bond was to RuneScape 3 music composing at this point, as this type of song is exactly what RuneScape 3 was doing at the time, and what Bond was doing at the time. I mean, I really can't sing it enough praises. Again, as far as Old School RuneScape is concerned, after 2013, this might actually be the best song in the game. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier. Moral Wreck. It starts off as this slow-paced, menacing pace type thing, clearly indicating a hostile place, somewhat isolated. It has these, it has such a serious vibe sometimes. Weirdly, it's this sort of power ballad with an electric guitar, or at least the mimicking of one. Unfortunately for Bond, it wasn't the first one to do this, shout out to M-Attack, but it speaks to how unapproachable the song is, with this sad power ballad singing its isolation, basically. It's definitely a different vibe from most Old School RuneScape songs, and again, something more akin to RuneScape 3, which again surprises me with how well it actually fits in Old School RuneScape, all things considered. Honestly, I think it's a very strong song, and I'm a sucker for songs like this, especially ones that, at this point in the Old School RuneScape's existence, actually do stuff differently than just reiterations of the OGs. 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Fossilized, slow menacing song with the drums very present. Again, very isolating and hostile song. It's like a doomsday march where you are marching towards your doom. It's decent, but the prequel was better. 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up, Lagoon. It's a very relaxing track, which comes as a good palate cleanser, since most stuff we have had until now was very high stakes, very serious, very over the top, menacing all the time. This track just sort of constant synth in the background while ARP just plays its notes, and that's pretty much it. That's the first part of it. It's very relaxing, very content and happy even. Just sort of there, vibing, existing, at points it even sounds sort of magical in that sense of, beautiful. And I guess that is fair since it does play underwater in Fossil Island, very picturesque place. I always fall in love with songs like this, as I've mentioned multiple times. I like the slower paced, relaxing songs the game has to offer. They're a mood, and this one is no exception. 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Lava Is Mine. It's this jungly style track, and no, I get it, yes, mine is not, as in mine, but it's in a mine, because the mine is full of lava, but it's also yours. I get the fucking pun, alright? Anyway, the fucking song is like this jungly style track. It has excitement, tension, and overall it's just a fun track for a very fun minigame. Said no one ever. I was not expecting this from the minigame, since honestly I didn't think this type of song was a fit for the mine, and when you actually play the minigame, you're like, yeah, okay, I get it. I get why the track sounds like this mad jungle where you have to pay attention to everything that's going on, and it's very hectic, because that's how it feels playing the minigame. Between all the lava, the monsters, the rocks falling and everything, yeah, it just feels crazy in there. It feels very chaotic, as if, you are monkeys in a jungle. So yeah, other than that, it's a pretty solid track. 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Preservation. It's a sad song at the beginning and speaks of a desolate place. I guess desolate is a theme for today. I mean, I get it. A lot of places we've talked about today aren't exactly the most friendly, and honestly, I have to question at which point that is also what the team behind the game felt. I mean, at this point, we are 4 years into Old School Runescape, 2 of which the game was just in maintenance mode, where Ash just sort of slowly added content and fixed content, and now we have an entire new content added just a year ago, a new raid, and, you know, the sequel to the Fight Caves. All of that is just very uncharted waters, and I think you can feel the tension in a lot of these, you know, earlier songs in Old School RuneScape, where it feels like the devs just wanted to try their best, despite the fact that a lot of the things really weren't set in stone yet, and that uncertainty is palpable in the songs. You know, not only in the content itself, but the very music that accompanied it. As for this song specifically, again, tension is the name of the game due to the desolate place. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Preserved. The previous track and this one are both 2 minutes long. Again, here we have that sort of tension of being in an unknown, desolate place, but here is a bit more hostile as this is further away from camp. You know, it's a pretty good song, and I'm actually gonna read you something that I wrote here that I don't understand what the fuck I was on about. I wrote, and I'm quoting, "I think the song does fit better in the Dragon Slayer 2 part of the quest where this plays, although I keep remembering the puzzle from RuneScape 3. Sorry, unrelated, but the Dragon King there just felt more impactful than in Old School RuneScape." What the fuck do you mean, bro? What puzzle in RuneScape? I swear I'm not drunk when I write this, I don't know what the fuck my brain is doing. Anyway, it's the same scenario as the previous song, so it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Tempest. As with many other Ash songs, especially for boss fights, does it have tension? Yeah, and on top of that, it feels like this evil gaining strength that you need to fight against in this sort of twisted waltz type thing. I'm gonna avoid repeating myself a lot, since a lot of the things I've said about Ash's song apply here as well. Again, the tension and everything, I'm just gonna say I love the organ and give it an 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Revenants, and look, there's no easy way of saying this, but this song was made by Modjeth. Yes, that Modjeth. Honestly, it's not bad at all, it's very spooky, mysterious and sad. With that being said, I would attribute this song more to the likes of Bond than I would anyone else. I don't know, it just has that vibe. Maybe, you know, maybe Jet stole more than GP. No, I'm joking. I'm not saying he stole this song, I'm merely just pointing to the fact that it sounds way more like Bond than anyone else. Either way, I guess a solid track, although a bit, like, somewhat repetitive. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have On the Shore, a nice relaxing sea shanty, or well, somber I guess. Oh right, somber, that's the fucking word I've been meaning to use. Oh, kinda sad and evil. Yes, somber is what I meant to use. And I'm not gonna go back through 40 songs just to add that to the songs I wanted. Anyway, essentially this is a song that is just sort of a variation of a sad tale. You know, it's like a sad tale through a sea shanty. I dig it quite a bit. It's yet another Ash song, and again, the mixing at points is a bit too loud, but, you know, it's fine. Also, midway through the song itself just sort of gets pushed to the background, and there's this bass that takes center stage, as if you are a bit away from the party, where you can still hear people, but you're not there. Also, that bass is like something is afoot. It sounds like you're, you know, just coercing with someone else. You know, just like, as if you're like privately sneaking out and, you know, just up to no good without anyone knowing. And then the main song comes up again, especially the harmonica, according to the wiki. I'm gonna trust that. The song grew on me, quite honestly. I found it pretty good, and in the future I might change the score. Or maybe I'm changing it right now? Nah, I'll change it in the future. Anyway, it's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Land of Snow, and it's a Christmas track. It has this sort of fun waltz to it of sorts. Obviously a lot of icy type instruments since, well, you know, snow. And it's just a fun track. You know, not too much to say about it other than it's decent. 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Winter Fanfare. I thought this was a typo when I saw the name EIN, but no, this was an actual audio developer at Jagex from 2008 to 2009, so this song didn't actually come out originally for Old School Runescape. And neither did the previous one. I just saw Bond and assumed it did, but nope, it came out originally in 2007. Either way, this track is much like the previous one. It's like fun, happy, festive song, and even whimsical at times. Honestly, I enjoyed it, although it was a different vibe from other tracks. Again, I really just love listening to how different devs use the same sounds to make totally different songs that somehow, like, they all belong together. Much like Ash, this song has a more classical style to it, albeit not as much. Pretty enjoyable, I gotta say. 8 out of 10 A tier. Ooh, next up, Lucid Dream, and we are starting with the Dragon Slayer 2 saga, as we have the Monkey Madness 2. So Lucid Dream is specifically a more somber, slow-paced song. It plays in the Lucid Dream realm, so I guess I should be expecting that one, honestly. Again, there's this sort of tension that Ash knows how to give songs while having this mystery to it all. I'm not gonna repeat myself, yet, you know, you fucking get it by now. For this song, 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up, Lucid Nightmare. Well, this is the counterpart. Use the same sounds, but with a faster pace and obviously with a bigger tension and sense of urgency. This plays during the fight, so, you know. Weirdly, it's half the length as the previous one for some reason. It also has moments of excitement, but they don't really last long, as it's supposed to be a tense song. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have a Mythical. Oh, and we have a new developer that worked at Jagex for a good 3 months and made 3 songs. This one plays at the Myths Guild. It starts off as somewhat relaxing, very toned down and more shy, and then slowly opens up to be this more triumphant song, but never really gets that full triumph. It's like the song wants to have that triumphant more in the background, as if it mattered at the beginning, but doesn't matter as much now that you're here type thing. It's sort of like when you are hyped for something and then, you know, the thing actually happens, and after it happens the hype isn't as important anymore. It's sort of that vibe. But yeah, it's a very, very relaxing, even dreamy at points, although I expected a more, you know, much more triumphal song, like Fanfare for example. Either way, 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have On Thin Ice. This track plays during the Vorkath fight. Honestly, as far as boss track goes, not very exciting one. Like sure, there is some excitement, there is tension and worry, but like, they are very toned down. I don't want to hate on the song too much, since it's from, you know, an experienced person. You know, like, this was their second song they made. Because yes, this is from the same dev as the previous song. Although I'll say this, as far as modern RuneScape songs, this one that sounds like the most like Old School RuneScape, and I mean like proper fucking old school. Like, if I put this in any other place in the game from the OG times, I don't think people would actually notice it too much. Honestly, it's disappointing how toned down everything is, as I expected, you know, something more bombastic for such a boss fight, but at the same time, you know, I have to judge what's there and, you know, not expectations as far as it goes. So the track is a solid 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Oncoming Foe. Again, Ash song that is tense, sense of urgency, plus O+, and then you have this more triumphant plus hopeful moment, trying to outshine the more O+ parts of the song in this sort of crescendo until the song comes to a close. It's good, again, not much to say anymore. 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Relics, and the last track of Sebastian, the developer from On Thin Ice and Mythical. And honestly, again, it's a very toned down song, makes you feel super isolated, like somewhat mysterious place that is isolated from everything, where you are slowly piecing everything together. While not a song that I enjoy much, I think Sebastian is definitely better at these slower songs than, the epic, over-the-top ones. It's a fine song, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have The Dragon Slayer, an 8-minute long song by Ian. Yes, it plays during the Galvek fight, but I think that makes it much worse, since it's not as epic as the quest. The menacing tone is there, that's for sure. As the song goes, the pace starts increasing while the menacing tone stays intact. The song only actually changes after 3 minutes, so it took a while to come up with something new, so it gets a bit repetitive at points. However, the main melody of the song did grow on me quite a bit, so I don't think it's entirely bad. Also, the more menacing tone is the right call here. While a triumphant approach to it would have been epic, the pure menacing tone with a fast tempo which gives the sense of urgency fits the final boss fight much better. After 4 minutes is when the song goes into this transition to something new, still menacing, fast paced there, just this time a bit more desperate, I would say. And that all comes together at 5 minutes to continue with the song. While it is a long Ian song, I must say it grew on me much more than honestly any other song I've reviewed so far. It took a couple of listens, but I think, the song is actually a banger. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have The Forsaken. Just like this song, I knew something bad was brewing. Okay, look, I might have been wrong about the previous track, but my suspicions for this one were right. It's a 5-minute song that is mostly atmospheric by Ian. The intro is pretty good at setting that unsettling mood, but the rest of the song just sort of has this mystery vibe of an adventurer simply going through a somewhat hostile area, which is pretty accurate to the quest, but it doesn't scream vault that took me ages and a Vorkath kill to get to. It also has some magical elements, I would say, that represent the awe, that players go through, but after the song fully builds, it loses all of that. Like, it all blends together without really focusing on one thing. It wants it to be this magical awe place, but it also wants to be menacing, and while that combo, isn't exactly impossible to pull off, I would say this is not it. It's a fine track. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have The Walking Dead. This song is just really a cover of The Militia, the song that we previously the song that we previously done. I'm just I don't know. Either way, this one has a more menacing, unsettling tone than what The Militia establishes. It's not as good as The Militia, so it's a 4 out of 10 C tier. Song 555 for the 5-year anniversary of RuneScape. Yes, it's an 11-minute long song by Ian, and it is the biggest track in Old School Runescape at the moment. Thankfully this one is long because it's just a mix of newbie melody, autumn voyage, barbarianism, harmony and sea shanty 2, I think. It was released as part of the Falador Party Room Underground exposition for Old School RuneScape updates because it was during the anniversary of Old School RuneScape. I don't know if it's intentional, but at points I think it was mostly Autumn Voyage that sounded a bit wonky as far as I could hear. Again, might just be me, but I guess it's a competent mix, but nothing too insane. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. And as I've mentioned, 5th year anniversary of Old School RuneScape, Scape 5. It's another rendition of the Scape main theme. This one is again for the 5th anniversary of Old School RuneScape, and I'm confused at which songs are supposed to be part of it. It seems to be this, tense fighting vibe to it, so I would have to guess it's a mix of most updates until that point. But then it also goes into this more relaxing vibe, so I think I'm right in saying that it's sort of a melody mixed with, you know, escape main. I just don't like. I don't know what songs influenced it. I guess it's fine. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up, we have Roots and Flutes. Hey, and you know, this is by the composer from M-Attack, and I love that song. This song is actually again from 2007 from another quest that isn't in Old School Runescape, even though here it plays during the Briofita fight. I really love how funky the song sounds. It has this jungly vibe, but it's not like entirely jungly type thing. The song just has this fun, exciting vibe to it, as despite being used in the Briofita boss fight, it really doesn't make you feel tense or, you know, that there are high stakes. It's just straight up funk, you know, it's just super fun, exciting times ahead. Just imagine Jungly 2, but even better somehow. By this point, songs like these aren't as much of a surprise anymore, but wow, it's a killer song. It's a 10 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have A Taste of Hope. This song is so stereotypically evil, I actually fucking love it. It has the same vibe, you know, like... I actually don't fucking remember any Old School RuneScape that's like this stereotypical evilly, or stereotypical evil. I guess this is the new track that you should compare it to when you say that it's stereotypically evil. But yeah, honestly, I really love the evil vibe, especially with, you know, the organ that you hear on other Mauritania/vampire songs. And yeah, this one plays during A Taste of Hope, during the final boss fight. So it has this fast tempo to it while being this, you know, tense battle. The song is very busy, but also clean to a certain degree. Like, imagine the cleanness from Bond and the business or busyness from Ian, and this would like be it. It's like the best of both worlds. It really makes you feel like your time is fleeting and your hope is dwindling. It appears this was the first track by Mod Surma, one of the new composers that, I mean, at this point is no longer new, but you know, it's one of the newest compared to all of the others. Honestly, I've heard a lot of stuff from him, especially from RuneScape 3, and if we are talking about, you know, boss fights with high stakes, he fucking nails it every time. Like, this song is no exception. I do think that in that regard, that clearly the sound font is used to is not the simple Old School RuneScape sound font, so the song does sound like, you know, a simple MIDI track, where, you know, later you sort of substitute the MIDI with actual instruments, and, you know, I guess that's the only downside for me, but honestly, it's a very solid track all in all. It's an 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Bait. It has this fast-paced bass sound, while a more spooky sound goes on the background. Much like in the vein of the previous one, it has this, you know, tense, hopeless vibe to it. This sense of urgency that things are about to get oh so much worse. It was first released in RuneScape 2, so it's not original to Old School RuneScape, and you can kinda hear that. In terms of its composition, it's definitely on the older side, but still very competent at that. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Bloodbath, another track from RuneScape 2, and this one plays at Slepe or Sleep, and the Blood Altar. It starts very slow, very spooky and menacing. I think as far as unnerving spooky tracks go, this one is probably the best. As far as Rune Altar songs go, not one of the most originals, I must admit. Look, I'll give them this, right? At this point, it's hard to impress me with such songs, because I've heard so many of them. Back when I first heard the, you know, few altar songs that came around, they honestly, you know, sounded very otherworldly to a point. It was just this completely different experience from everything that came before it. But at this point, we have had several composers, very creative tracks, many coming from Bond himself, which also, you know, made this track. So really this track doesn't actually sound as otherworldly as the first few altar tracks did to me anymore. However, this is to not say that the track is bad, much the contrary. The track is honestly phenomenal, and while it doesn't deviate much from what I originally set for it, It honestly doesn't need to. As I said, as far as spooky songs go, this one just nails it. In fact, it nails it so hard, it's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have Conspiracy. It has that menacing vibe, sort of like the previous track, but it's much more on the side of caution. The track makes you feel like something is afoot and you just need to wait for it to happen, since there isn't much you can do about it. In a way, this track is like the calm before the storm, except you know the storm is coming and is inevitable. It sits in the middle of being just mysterious and spooky. It's that sort of weird vibe. It was at first 2 minutes, and I can see why. It's purely an atmospheric track. It just sort of repeats on loop pretty much, as you know, the changes in the horn aren't exactly enough to keep me interested in the song, but again, it's supposed to be more of a track that sort of sits in the background setting the mood, so we didn't need anything bombastic. It's a fine 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Vanascula. This is that moment where, having gotten the quest cape in RuneScape 3, tells me a bit more about Old School RuneScape. Yeah, this track is actually present in RuneScape 3 and plays during a vampire quest. I don't know which one, but the track is like sort of this menacing and hopeless vibe. I like the use of the organ, but it's a bit repetitive for my taste. Again, it was supposed to be just a quest track, and then Jagex later released it as a actual track that you can hear on your playlist, as they did with many tracks from quests in Old School RuneScape as well. For this track, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up, Welcome to the Theater. And I mean, if it wasn't obvious by now, we reached the, TOB era of the game. I must say, this list is insane for that. We gotten Monkey Madness 2, Dragon Slayer 2, Chambers of Zarek, Inferno, and now TOB. Like, that's a lot of epic stuff to have tracks for, so yeah, as far as this song goes, it opens with its organ, like this sort of grandiose entrance, and then pulls you right down by turning it into this menacing, evil vibe, while having this somewhat hopeless vibe at points. This is very much not a friendly place. This song very much embodies that. Well, I mean, if you wanted something to set a vibe to the theater, you fucking did it. As the song goes, however, and for me personally, it's solid, competent, but nothing that, I would actually seek out on my own while I do other things. It's still a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. Arachnids of Vampirium. This track has sort of this sense of urgency while, feeling very menacing. Again, menacing is the genre of the month when it comes to these past songs. I mean, they all play in Dark Mayor, so I guess of course it is. It doesn't let you get comfortable with the song, especially with the constant changes the song goes through. It does have these bits that give the vibe of being twisted, sort of like these fun moments that don't give you the fun vibe, but more so you're the fun to them. I think it's very solid, 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have a Dance of the Nilacas. It has the same vibe as the previous track, although this one focuses much more on the menacing tone than the urgency, since this track doesn't play during the boss fight, but rather when you enter the room. It does appear as a boss track though, and as far as boss track goes, Surma sure does seem to be pretty fucking good at them, including in Old School RuneScape. I can see the signature style of it in here. While Ian, for example, the song had this sort of 3-part structure. With Surma, its song more resembles David Bergot, the composer of the Ratchet & Clank tracks, since his style is more short sections that present different perspectives, if you will. So in a track, It might at first just be a bit more menacing, then go into a more quiet section where the pace increases slowly, and then it brings out the bombastic elements, and then it subverts it again by going into another quieter section that is a bit more, somber, more menacing, and then it builds back up to the original part and then just loops from there. It's an interesting way of doing things, and honestly it's why his songs feel far more diverse than many others, and why they always have this sort of epic element to them where you feel like you are fighting something bigger than you, and the phases that you go through when fighting it. As for this song, 8 out of 10 A tier. It's not over till it starts slow, very sad in a way. If anything, this track and this slow build it has makes everything very somber. In a way, you made it to the final hurdle. This is it, the final phase before you get the release from the theater. This is this song in anticipation to it all. The slow, somber march, Verzik waiting for you on her throne. You are clearly not the main character here, and get dwarfed by everything around you. That's what this song makes you feel like. And the same tone to it, in embracing that this might be where you all fall. It's a pretty solid track, 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have The Last King of Yarasa. Again, that sense of urgency with that menacing vibe. This is far more fast-paced than most other songs here, and it really puts you on alert. I don't want to repeat myself, when it comes to this track, because it's kind of the same as others that have come before it when it came to the bosses. They pretty much all have the same vibe, but look, I'm not complaining. The theater is full of great songs, and this is yet another one. 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up, Power of the Shadow Realm. This track is kind of the opposite of the previous track, not in terms of vibe, as it is still very menacing, but it's much more on the slower side in terms of what the song puts emphasis on. It does heavier, faster instruments, but it's very much on that heavy, menacing vibe. These songs, and something that I haven't mentioned yet, is that all of them are pretty long. They all clock in at 7 to 8 minutes long. So yeah, we are feasting here. As for the track itself, 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up, Predator Zarpas. This track unlocks at the Zarpas room. Again, it is slower in terms of stakes than the Last King of Yarasa, but it's still very much menacing tones all throughout. Although here it's like you are looking forward to having an epic battle to feel triumphant. Like, not totally, but that undertone does exist there, even though it's not at the forefront. Either way, much like the rest of the songs, 8 out of 10 A tier. Next song, The Curtain Closes. Aside the fact that I don't think we need a 7-minute long song for a reward room that players are gonna spend fucking 30-second stops, the song is also weird. Like, you conquer the theater, and are met with this somber, slow march. Like, I understand that maybe you didn't want players to feel this sense of triumph and more a sense of relief, since, the lore behind the theater is that you have to conquer it to obtain freedom. But again, it just feels like you had to bury your fucking friend and life goes on. The moment of relief only starts coming 4 minutes into the song, at which point I'm not really in the vibe anymore of feeling like I conquered anything. And even then, when the sense of relief comes, it's more like this magical you ascending type deal than it is any sense of relief, only to then go back to the intro of the song, to that somber tone. I guess in a way, if you want to be more lore according and point to the fact that no one leaves because a theater was designed to see people get sacrificed, then the song should reflect that as well. Instead of being this sad ballad of, oh cool, we defeated Verzik, but I'm sad because I didn't get my scythe, rather than literally anything else. You could have gone with, this still menacing tone, like the other theater songs, making the player understand that even though they kill Verzik, the theater and the vampires still have control over them. Or maybe a relief type song because you survived, or a cliché triumphant song. I think this is simply not it. It actually reminds me of the type of songs you hear during the credit sequences, which again, why? This is at the end of a quest, if you are doing the raid for the quest, or the end of a raid where you get incredibly rare loot. I don't know, like, I'm kinda lost with this one. I guess if anything, the song is kinda nice, I guess, but honestly, after hearing the songs of the theater so far and having the guess that the rest of them are on the same vein or as the previous ones we've already heard, because I've already heard them, the closing moments of beating the theater shouldn't sound like this. Like, again, if you want to be more lore accurate and have this still menacing tone to the song, because you're not supposed to feel triumphant. You know, you're supposed to have this sort of sense of, in a way, you are upholding the false hope that the theater gives, but at the same time you did conquer the theater, so there should be some relief. Again, I don't know, like, I feel that this song wants to do that, but it sort of does it in the opposite way, which then as a result, you know, it just sort of ruins things. Anyway, for me, it's a 4 out of 10 C tier. The Dark Beast Soteseg. Contrary to the other Soteseg song, this one feels much more like the calm before the storm. And yes, I've used that one already, but it really is. Since the track plays in the room and not during the fight, while it has this menacing vibe, it also has these moments of awe, you know, where they allow you to breathe for a moment and have, you know, a bit of sense of wonder at what is in the theater to begin with. The theater has been the most consistent piece of content in terms of vibes of the tracks. 8 out of 10 A tier. The Fat Lady Sings. This is something that has been used in other songs before and I didn't mention it, but there's an actual voice singing here, as in other songs. I think it's pretty cool and definitely makes the songs unique. As for the song itself, I really wish it was on the more menacing side, but here it's a bit more on the hopeless side. Still a fine song, but I would say not as strong as the rest of the theater. It was made by Ian, and while most of the other songs were actually made by Surma. So maybe that explains it. Either way, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have The Maiden's Anger. This song is more of a somber tone than menacing. The menacing parts are still there, but much more on the side of somber. It is also made by Ian, so again, unlike Surma's songs, not as bombastic, which to me is kind of a downside due to how many Ian songs I've heard already. And honestly, I do feel that they're, you know, here you don't actually really have that same sort of punch as Surma can deliver with his songs. Like, this track in a way feels more like you are in a barren snow desert than being a theater fighting for your life. I do enjoy the track more if I looked at it from the perspective of the Maiden, I guess. But yeah, the ending also reminds me of another Ian song and I can't put my finger on it right now. Either way, 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have The Maiden's Sorrow, a 9-minute long track by Ian. Yeah, so the fight song, right, where you actually do the fight, which is the most long part, is actually 6 minutes. This one is 9. I don't understand these timings. Anyway, the song is very somber, spooky at points. There's this taste of hopelessness to it. Very slow build up. There's almost this like build up to it with a certain mysterious feeling. Sort of like when you are doing a quest and you have to find some powerful artifact because you need to save the people in the region or something like that. Sort of like in that vein. I don't think those moments fit at all in the song. The rest is fine, but again, not as bombastic as Surma and not as interesting. I think that's the problem with Ian songs, is that they are long but just not as interesting, so what is there gets mixed with this boredom you feel as the song goes on, doing at the service to what is there. And then at 4 minutes you just randomly change what the song is for some reason, ruining the vibe that was originally established, making it feel like these are two completely different songs, instead of just, separating them into two songs. These have that sort of mysterious artifact you need to find much more than at the beginning, but honestly, if nothing else, at least I'm happy to see that, I get it right when it comes to the vibes of these songs. Like, yeah, kind of disappointing, truth be told, while the theater has been amazing in terms of songs, with, solid ones all throughout. Ian's songs for the theater leave a lot to be desired. Yes, they are more old school, quote unquote, but I don't think that is a good thing when you have already heard how honestly great all of the other songs from other composers can be. This song is a 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have The Nightmare Continues. Same thing as I've said previously when it comes to theater songs and Ian versus Surma in them. This one is Ian's, and again, while the tension and sense of urgency is there, I don't really get that bombastic feeling. Very, very old school RuneScape, which for this, I don't think it's that great. Still, song's not bad, 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up, and the last Theater of Blood song. Finally, we arrive at the end. It's a somber, menacing track. It is 7 minutes long. It's by Ian. It's slower than the actual fight itself. Same old as previously. 7 out of 10. A tier. And we are out of the theater with Barren Land. After so many menacing tracks, this is a good change of pace. It's a slow track with a sad and happy tone to it. Somewhat bittersweet, I would say. It's like the song wants to escalate to this more happy vibe, but it's like it gets reminded it can't, so it stays in this sort of lull. I liked it, it's pretty solid. 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Lumbering. A very slow track, menacing, somber and sad. Very much speaks to this hostile land that feels very unapproachable, which it is like the land of, snow where the ice trolls don't like visitors, so, I guess that makes sense. It again slowly builds up and, pardon the pun, warms up over the song, as do most Asha songs. It can get a bit repetitive after a while. It's a nice track, 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Mother Ruckus. It's so funny to hear this because somehow a fight against a rock troll has more sense of urgency and tension than the theater songs from Ian. Obviously here this isn't the theater, so the song doesn't take itself completely all the way when it comes to the tension it provides, and it allows a more triumphant moment shine here and there. And the tension the song has sort of displays more of a vibe of a fun boss fight during a quest, not taking itself too seriously. Rather than just an over-the-top rendition of itself. It's a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Snowflake and My Arm. The happy ending, the love story completed between both of them. Yeah, this song is a minute long. Might be one of the shortest actually, I think, that Old School Runescape has to offer. I will again state that some of the audio volume are a bit weird, but the song is nice and short, very short. So, with how many, honestly, 10-minute long songs we have, it's definitely a welcome change. It's a nice track, 7 out of 10, A tier. And lastly, making friends with My Arm, Troll Shuffle. The song starts sort of sad, but it's overall very fun. It's more on the side of exciting adventure and the roadblocks you face in it than anything else. Honestly, again, after so many tense songs, these are a welcome change of pace. I actually find these tracks to be the most simple Ash tracks that he has ever created. That isn't a negative, by the way, just pointing that out. As for this track, 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up, Alchemical Attack, and we have reached Cabo's Lowlands. Many big updates this tier list, I say. To a certain point, it sounds like a jungly song, and it also doesn't sound like a boss track. Like, it sounds like some quest song in the jungle. Like, yet again, Ian doesn't really have that bombastic oomph that, you need when it comes to tracks like this. So it sounds more like there's a fight in the middle of the jungle, but not necessarily that this is a high-stakes boss fight. I guess sure the tension is there, but again, it sounds so much like jungle tracks. Overall, the track just kinda leaves a lot to be desired, especially with the epic tracks we have had so far. But I do guess the track itself isn't all that bad. I'll give it a 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Burning Desire. We are back to long Ian tracks, and I don't get why. Like at the theater chambers, I get the long tracks. This isn't that though. As for the song, heavy militaristic style while sounding menacing and hostile. I guess it's fine, but I've heard so much stuff from Ian and from other composers that I just can't be arsed with Ian anymore. Like, its stuff mostly sounds the same to me. Yeah, sure, he did have a lot of bangers at the start, and sometimes he can put out some bangers, but overall his stuff is just kinda boring to me, and, for every banger he has 10 boring tracks. 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Creeping Vines. These might be me, but holy hell is this track loud, like very very fucking loud. Aside from that, it's a 7-minute long song made by Surma for Ispori. I mean the intro of the song doesn't make you uneasy, and while the song is amazing at creating an atmosphere, we are talking about the Ispori cave. Like, this is a tiny place, and most people will be here for, like, a minute tops. Which, by the way, and since I have the foresight here, because I've heard the boss track already, we are talking about another 7-minute long track. So, the Espori place, both the cave, which is this track, and the boss, which is a track we're gonna talk about later, is 14 minutes worth of audio. That's a bit excessive, even by Jagex standards. But yes, outside of that, I mean, the song sounds amazing, honestly. But like previous things, it's more of a atmosphere thing than a song. You can't help but feel that, something isn't right. There's a certain tension that permeates everything. It's pretty good, it's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have A Farmer's Grind. I know that Surma fares well when it comes to epic boss battles. I mean, that's what he's mostly known for, and that's what he has mostly done so far. But what about farming? Well, surprisingly good. It's a fun, chill song right here. Honestly, this song gets me excited to do some farming. Farming. The skill where you sit there and just wait real life hours, by the way, for stuff to grow. Honestly, the entire song is a vibe. I'm about to go put on some just farmer's outfit and just plant some crops, cause that's where this, that's what this song deserves, honestly. The interesting thing about it is that even though clearly it has a more modern composition, it somewhat reminds me of old school tracks. Some parts, in my opinion, don't fit as well as others, but overall it's a fucking bop. And at this point, why not? 9 out of 10 is tier. Next up we have The Forsaken Tower. The intro sounds like the introduction sequence of a boss in Final Fantasy. This ominous, menacing intro with the organ. It sort of maintains that throughout most of the song, I guess. Then again, it's mostly just to maintain atmosphere. I mean, I gotta say, I have criticized songs in the past for being, full songs in places that were tiny, that, you would spend a few seconds on. At least now Jagex, instead of, making full songs for these places, they mostly just make atmospheric songs, which I think goes much better with a lot of these locations. Not all of them are bangers, but they do a much better job than just having a discombobulated song sort of just float around and confuse you why it's there. As for the song, 6 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have Full to the Brim. This song is hard to describe, much like Ian's songs lately. Anyway, the song sort of has this heavier side to it, because of brimstone and whatnot. Also funny that they made a pun with the title, especially considering that Fool is the elder god released or related to lava and creating the mountains and stuff like that, which makes the pun even better because it involves brim, like brimstone. Anyway, it's a fine song, a bit on the jungle side again sometimes, but it just sort of exists in this lull of heavy, ready to fight, but never quite getting there. If anything, it just speaks to an hostile place, I guess. 5 out of 10, B tier. Next up we have Jill Bill. For all the shit I give Ian, he is good at these types of songs. The more relaxing, fun type of songs. Just, laid back, lazy afternoon, not much going on. This is my opinion what made the classics great. It's this sort of spirit of just getting home and relaxing after a hard day at school, where the game will just give you the space to just exist and go on adventures, or just sit there and get some trees and like humbleness. I think that this song and the original songs just gave you that humble vibe of a world that wasn't that serious but was still there for you, That's what this song reminds me of. And as for the song itself, solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we got Getting Down to Business, another fun track by Surma. This one plays outside of the farming guild, so not as high octane, I guess, but I love these types of tracks. These are the moments where the game doesn't take itself too seriously and just enjoys being there and give you some fun without any strings attached. There's a certain simplicity to the fun that these tracks provide. Not as great as the farming ones, but Surma reminds me a lot of Bond actually. At least when it comes to these tracks, they tend to be much more stripped down and just rely on the instruments changing things up individually one by one, which makes it easier for you to feel invested in the song. Solid 8 out of 10 A tier. And we are down to the final stretch, the last 10 songs. First up we have Grow, Grow, Grow. This is what I tell my plants when I need them for a quest. Shame it wasn't a Bond song, to be honest, since the naming scheme actually means it's one of its songs usually, but it's actually Surma's. Much like the previous track, this is a fun farming track. I'm not gonna repeat myself since the vibe is the same, but it's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we got Hold Down. I legit don't know why Ian's song just sounds less aggressive. This is the third and last track that plays at the farming guild, and it just doesn't have the same oomph that Surma's songs have. It's hard to explain, but yeah, overall, again, the same vibe, same fun song about farming. Not much to say that I haven't said previously, since all the songs do play in the same spot, because the farming guild apparently needed 3 different songs plus Diaspori songs. So yeah, 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Canon of Caleth. Same vibe as Full to the Brim, albeit a bit better, I guess. I vibed more with this one than, that one. This one has a more somber tone to it, seems more focused and cohesive. It also feels far more repetitive. 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we got Newbie Farming. What a fun, happy song about farming. It has the same vibe as the other Surma farming songs, so again, I'm not gonna get into it too much because this is already pretty long, but yeah, it's this exciting, fun vibe really gets me going. Another solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up, On the Front Line. Surma is that meme you just need a song for this part, nothing major, and then Surma just comes up with this epic fucking song for no reason. I get it, we're talking about a battlefield, but this makes me feel I'm locked in them 1v1 against the fucking raid boss, no way out until one of us dies, right? This is a bit too epic for the chaos that is the battlefield. I like the song, you know, like this sense of epicness to it, the menacing tone, no place is safe. Yeah, I guess there is a reason why Surma tends to make most of the boss fight songs. I guess that is his strong suit. I feel like I'm gonna be, you know, like sort of attacked by this huge epic enemy, you know, when I'm listening to this song. I think this type of song would very easily fall under the generic category, yet here just sounds like an overall solid track. I do feel that it's missing a bit more of chaos, or I guess even triumph to it. Like, it's missing that something, I would say. But still, and look, you know, I said that it wasn't appropriate in the place that it plays, but I'm kind of being generous today, so 9 out of 10 is tier. Next up, Servants of Strife. A very somber, sad song, very ominous. It has this slow tempo just setting the mood of a desolate place, forgotten by people left to rot. That's the vibe I get anyway. This song was made by Mod Ed. At this point we have had 5 composers that made music exclusively to Old School Runescape, and in total the game has had like 9 composers with all of the songs they have used from RuneScape 2. Sure, Jed only made one song, but I mean, it's a song nonetheless. This song is mostly just atmospheric, and yeah, it seems we are in this, you know, the section of just atmospheric songs at the moment. Again, I'm not really complaining, it's something different from everything we had up until now. These tier lists specifically, this 500 to 600 song list, has really brought a lot of different stuff, and I'm here for it. As far as this song goes, 7 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have Stuck in the Mire. This song has a similar vibe to the previous one, somber and ominous with that dash of desolate crumbling place. And yet, you know, like, it has sort of this more humble section. You know, maybe that, again, like, that's why maybe Ian's songs worked so well at the beginning, but why they don't work now. They tend to have these sections that sound more uplifting, which at the beginning, you know, when it comes to, I guess, I'm gonna call it the humble genre, like, there it works, but here, it really doesn't. It just makes the vibe more confusing than it actually needs to be overall. Makes the different sections not gel as well with each other. It's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Next up we have A Thorn on My Side, or In My Side. I actually don't know if it's on or in. I wrote in my script that it's in, I wrote here that it's on. It's probably in, but again, just like the other thing, I'm not gonna fucking change it. And, you know, let's be honest. If I didn't show you where this song actually plays, would you guess it plays during a sporing? Like, this is what I mean with the description of the song on the front line. Like, we are fighting a plant that we grew and came alive. It's not that big of a deal, you know, okay, yeah, it's cool, whatever, you know, like, fight, whatever, fantasy scenario. But, like, it's not that big of a deal. And yes, like, Surma just goes all in as if this was, like, the most important high-stakes boss fight of your entire account. I would have loved to hear what Surma would have done for both Dragon Slayer 2, and Monkey Madness 2, and, like, you know, just those epic quests. Like, it's just this tense, epic song all the time, and it's 7 minutes long of just, you know, this war drum beating, leaving you hyped for the fight. You know, and now I wanna log in and fucking just fight a spore. I don't have any planned, but I will probably plant one and just fight it, because I really, like, feel like Gillenor depends on me to stop this threat. You know, like, contrary to Ian, Surma's songs just do have that oomph that really just leaves you hyped to get into the fight. Like, I don't want to put another fucking track like this in S tier, so very, very solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up we have A Walk in the Woods. Less than 2 minutes of a song, very relaxing, chill song. It plays in the Karen woodland, so it gives you more of that peaceful vibe. A little bit of a break before, you know, all the high octane action, I guess. Just a little, vibe to replenish our energy. This song was actually made by Ian, and again, even a broken clock is right twice a day, I guess, as people say. And again, as I've mentioned, for every track that Ian makes that is kind of boring, there's that one that is a banger. 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we have A Way of the Worm. It's the third song that plays in the Karum dungeon, made by Ian. Same tense, fiery type vibe, although this one is a bit more on the side of mystery, adventure even. But yeah, it's still, tense fight vibe. 6 out of 10 B tier because Ian had to do it again. And lastly, we have Box of the Lights. This song actually has the same vibe as Coil. It was also made by Ash, and it's less than 3 minutes long. It feels tense while, also a sort of twisted playfulness to it. It's a nice track, but it very much does feel like a downgraded version of Coil. And then it goes into this sort of grandiose, high-tension moment. Everything becomes so much more serious in this moment, but then the song diffuses itself again and goes back to what it was before. In terms of layout, this is what Ian usually does, so, if it weren't for the typical Ash sound, this could actually pass as an Ian song somewhat. Either way, the song itself, 6 out of 10 B tier. First up we got A Forgotten Religion. It pretty much feels like a much more vanilla song compared to at least the most recent songs we've had. It still has that, sort of recent flair to it, but it has an overall older vibe. It's kind of slow with an emphasis on percussion and like slower, heavier sounds. It's sort of like this mix between somewhat menacing but somewhat magical. It's honestly a decent 6 out of 10 B tier. Sarachnes. It's pretty much the same as the previous song, but it's essentially faster paced, and the focus is on the, higher pitched sounds, I guess, while the percussion still marks sort of that danger of the dungeon. This time is much bigger, since you are the boss, so, that danger is, I guess, more dangerous, Honestly, Surma's boss tracks are always pretty great, and I've said that this is probably his strongest suit, like these more high-octane, tense songs, and you can definitely hear that in this song. Even before, with the farming tracks, they still felt very important, very impactful, so, it's pretty much his trademark at this point. As far as this song goes, it's a strong 7 out of 10 A tier. Architects of Prifddinas. Yeah, we're getting into the Song of the Elves thing, and there's a few songs to go through. This is the first one. It's pretty much magical, amble, sort of relaxing tone to it. It encapsulates the sort of magical nature that Prifddinas has, but, sort of from a amble perspective, a rustic perspective, I would say. Like, essentially imagine like the, ambleness of Lumber's songs, but more magical, essentially. Basically that's what this is. Also, yeah, we're entering the era where, like, Surma pretty much makes most of the songs at this point. I quite enjoyed it. It's very relaxing and sort of uplifting, magical tone type thing, and it's something that I really vibed with. It's a 9 out of 10 tier. Dance of the Mailer. Yeah, this one is more whimsical compared to the previous one, even a bit more, I guess, adventurous. It's also a bit faster paced when, compared to the track before. And I would say that here, at least, the faster pace does work better, since it makes you feel like you're just exploring the new city, like meeting the people and everything. Although I didn't actually vibe as much with it. It's in pretty much like a remix of the, the one prior to it. So it's an 8 out of 10 A tier. Elven Guardians. It's on the slower side, focused more on the percussion and the choir, which are setting like the tone of the song and sort of making it heavier. It's the theme of the Kadarn clan, which has the mostly on the focus on like the military and whatnot. So obviously, the focus of the song is like being more serious and more heavy, but again, it still has that magical tone because it's Prifddinas, the magical city, so it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Elven Seed. Honestly, I expected a more humble and a bit less magical track, but it's still Elven related. Unfortunately, the track is a bit too slow for my taste, barely anything going on, and you can only like faintly hear the magical elements at times, save for some moments here and there. Overall, it's a bit disappointing. It plays at the northern part of Prifddinas, so again, I expected something more, but the song just sort of never really gets going and just sort of sits there. Feels like when you need to wake up and it's like you're half asleep, but you're half awake, trying to like not close your eyes. So you just sort of sit there for a few minutes while like your brain decides if it wants to go or not. And the song never sort of leaves that stage. It's not a bad song, I just really expected a much higher standard than this. It's a 4 out of 10 C tier. Faith of the Effin. Just like the previous one, this song is more humble than magical, however here the song actually does a good job at just sitting there. The previous one felt like the song wanted to go somewhere and just didn't, but here it feels like the song just doesn't want to go anywhere. It's just a nice, relaxing, humble song. It sounds like the early RuneScape tracks once again, especially around Mistalin area. This track was made by Ian, so maybe there is that explanation for this song sounding like those. I quite like it. It's a very peaceful, but with this sort of happy, noobish mood. It's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. The Fires of Lethia. It's your typical tense combat moment in a quest. It plays during the Lethia attack, during the Song of the Elves. It's fine, honestly. Like, it's not bad, but it's also nothing super memorable. It's just a fine 6 out of 10 B tier. It's another quest boss fight song. I like how dark it is, as well as how heavy it is. Any song using bass parts pretty much just has my thumbs up. It's a nice song, even though it doesn't actually sound as classical as his other tracks, but it's still pretty cool to hear what Ash comes up with. They're usually so different and, do such a good job at portraying a more tense, dark situation. Honestly, for this song, it's a solid 7 out of 10 A tier. The Gauntlet. It's a 10-minute long song and plays at the Gauntlet. Honestly, it's super repetitive, which I guess you want it to be if you're going to have like a PVM challenge like this and don't want players to sort of, lose time changing songs and everything. It's very focused on the heavy sounds with the occasional breaks. It's fine, but again, it's kind of super repetitive due to its length. And it's a neon song, so it's not like we get like slight deviations like with Ash atmospheric tracks or anything like that. So it's a 5 out of 10 B tier. Iorth's Lament. Okay, so I think that at this point Ian should just go, like I get that a lot of people like his stuff because it's more like RuneScapey in a way, but honestly, like, being RuneScapey does not make it better. I think most people simply haven't had to go through all of his mediocre stuff, which is why everyone thinks that the old stuff was amazing and the new RuneScape music just doesn't sound RuneScapey. But let me tell you, if you had to listen to song after song after song of Ian, I would 100% bet you would drop the "it doesn't sound RuneScapey" argument and appreciate the different composers of RuneScape. Because it's almost always the same, time after time. This song is more on the slow, sad vibe, it is called Lament, so there is that. But honestly, for 7 minutes, I was just bored out of my mind midway through. Like, I would enjoy this one much more if it was more of an ambient and atmospheric track rather than just a normal song, but it's Ian, and I don't think he can do anything different at this point. Like, the song's not bad, But we are getting to the point in the game's lifespan where, they aren't 3 minutes long anymore. Every song is like 5+ minutes almost every single time. I already disliked a lot of Ian's stuff back, like in, the 200s and 300s when we were reviewing those, and now it's just worse, especially because I already got a taste of other composers like Surma and Ash and how great those can be. So like, at least back then, like, the songs wouldn't meander and repeat themselves into oblivion. Like, them doing that was actually pretty rare. But at this point, they all do, and it's pretty tiring, honestly. 4 out of 10 C tier. Mystics of Nature. It's pretty much the same thing as some of the other Surma songs when it comes to Priphthinus, like, Architects of Priphthinus, for example. Yeah, this one is more like a mysterious tone to it, but overall, it's still pretty good. 8 out of 10 A tier. No Patsaran. This is more what I expected of Ash. The song plays during the barricade part in Song of the Elves on the Underground Pass, which is why the title is that, I would have a guess. They did actually pass like 3 times when I was doing the quest, and it was quite honestly starting to annoy me, and they passed at the end anyway, so I guess cool title, Jagex. Anyway, the song is very like tense, with a constant hi-hat in the background and, just melodies being cut by being introduced and then put away again to sort of create that feeling of struggle. It's a pretty good song, albeit not the most memorable. I do enjoy Ash's take on tense combat usually, so this is pretty much par for the course. It's an 8 out of 10 A tier. Next up, Scape Crystal. You're not gonna guess what this song is. Actually, I mean, never mind, you actually do know always what the song is and where it plays, because I always write the reviews first, so yeah, you probably already know. Anyway, it's another rendition of Scape Main, but for Song of the Elves, because Song of the Elves came out. Yeah, if the previous Elven songs, like, didn't give it away, I guess, at this point, I do find it interesting how much more subdued this track is compared to the other Scape Mains and other renditions of Scape Main. It's like the song is trying to stay hidden from something. It's nothing too over the top or epic or anything. The magical tone is there. It's just a nice rendition. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. The Seed of Chris. It's a very nice Christmas song. No, seriously though, I think that at this point it could pass as one, especially since it uses the same instruments. The beginning of the song reminded me actually of Riverside, and it has that, same laid-back, relaxing vibe to it. Again, it's very magical, and there is a sense of happiness to it while being relaxing. It has a certain dreamy feeling to it as well, while remaining somewhat down-to-earth. I know I have been enjoying Priphthinus songs quite a lot actually, but I did not imagine I actually would enjoy this one as much as I did. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Sharp End of the Crystal, another song by Ian, and you can really tell. Something I've mentioned before is how his songs are more, old school RuneScape-y and don't have that oomph to them, and you can notice that here. If this was Surma, for example, the dungeon would be, coming down with, the speakers in a way, right? Also, I know I've complained about Ian, but this song is just actually good. Like, the melody is very catchy, and the song has this struggling vibe to it, with the tension and hopelessness of the situation, meandering and, firing for the spot, pretty much. It's honestly pretty good, despite how much I complained. It's a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Song of the Elves. It's a very ethereal song. It's more toned down, slow paced, with, obviously very magical tones to it. It plays at the library, which, I mean, I guess I wouldn't really expect anything else. The only shame is that the song doesn't really emulate how annoying this section of the quest actually is. Especially when you forgot the fucking stamina pots and it's like 6 AM and you want to go to bed. Anyway, the song is actually really good. It's more of the, atmospheric song type thing, and it's actually kinda good, it works sort of as a lullaby. It's a 9 out of 10 A tier.
The Spurned Demon. Yeah, it's not as over the top for being a Surma song. It's solid, although I did expect maybe a little bit more, but it is Surma, so the menacing tone is obviously guaranteed. There's this distorted vibe to the song as you battle your way through it, obviously with the magical tone to it, always its thriftiness, we gotta have our magic. It's just not as memorable as other songs, but it's still a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Stand Up and Be Counted. This has the same flair as some other militaristic tracks we've heard, but with a more devious tone and gives off a more deorganized tone. At the beginning I thought we were going to have a sort of Amatek situation, but I still think that this song fits that mold to a certain extent. It's an interesting song if nothing else, and I quite enjoyed it. Could fit maybe the scene of a movie really well, especially with the tension of the situation. It's an 8 out of 10 A tier. The Tower of Voices. Very relaxing, whimsical song. Of course it has that magical tone to it, again, thriftiness. But yeah, yet again it seems like a more polished version of early songs that have that dreamy aspect to them. It's a nice song, it's a nice 7 out of 10 A tier. Trahahern Toil. It's an happy, relaxed song. It has somewhat the same vibe as the Dwarven songs, with a sort of cheeky fun that they represent. It also maintains this magical tone to it, yet again, as if it's sort of like you're working with magical tools. It's honestly, I mean, obviously we're talking about Trahahern, I think that's how you actually pronounce it. I just like pronouncing it Trahahern because I find it more fun. But yeah, since they're, I guess the clan of like, smithing and stuff like that, yeah, they're more closer in sound to the dwarves, but it's still nice song, 7 out of 10 A tier. Ballad of the Basilisk. Would you believe me if I said that this was a ballad? Because it is. Yeah, it sounds like the retelling of this heroic journey. The harp is a nice touch, and the song is good for what it is. A RuneScape 3 version does exist, and from hearing it, I think this is somewhat based on that. Still a very interesting song if nothing else. 7 out of 10 A tier. Fight of the Basilisk. There are two melodies going on at the same time, one more urgent and the other more triumphant. They aren't in sync, so you just sort of feel like, two parties doing different things at the same time. It's honestly a really interesting way of doing things. This song actually came out originally in 2009, and these are like the perfect example of why I get annoyed when people say that only in tracks feel like old school RuneScape. This track feels old school as well, and yet it has a totally different vibe to it, and I love how different it is. It's the same thing with Bond, it's a different vibe, yet it still feels like very, RuneScape-y, very old school. As for this song specifically, it's honestly a solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Jaws of the Basilisk. Honestly, this sounds inspired on the previous track, and since according to the wiki, they do play in similar spots, so that's to be expected. The problem is, this song is just weaker than the previous one. Yeah, sure, you have like this sense of urgency in combat, but it's not as interestingly put, I would say. It's a fine 6 out of 10 B tier. Lair of the Basilisk. Okay, did we really need 4 separate songs for a single quest? I think that's a bit overkill, this song is more subdued, it has a certain mysterious tension imbued to it, it's very twisted in a way, it's more of a atmospheric song in the sense that it's there more to set the mood than anything, but it's still good. Also, the song has a second part where it goes into these faster paced with like Celeste, I think is the instrument, and then it starts introducing other instruments back up again. It makes the mysterious intense song much more serious,
elevating the somewhat subdued, twisted nature of it. It's a decent experiment, and honestly, I'll give it a 6 out of 10 B tier. Reign of the Basilisk. Sorry, did I say 4 songs? Yeah, I meant 5. 5 songs for a single quest. Yeah, Jagex is being a bit overkill yet again. This song plays during the final boss fight during the Fremennik Exiles quest, and it feels like the sequel to the previous song. In the same way Ash has used atmospheric songs and then introduced the boss fight songs, which include the same elements but are, I guess, more open, more grand, this track sort of does the same. Not as much, given that composers are different, but still. This track, however, feels more adventurous and triumphant while being a combat song than it is tense. I do enjoy how it is different, however, it does sound more like M-Attack than a regular Ian track, because this track was made by Ian. Maybe, now people can drop the not sounding old school argument, since Ian also doesn't always sound old school. But still, for the song, solid 7 out of 10 tier. The Bane of Ashihama. It's a boss track by Surma. Yeah, this is like those Theater of Blood tracks. It's very tense, more on the dark side. Not a lot of triumph, and more on the hope you survive vibe that the Theater of Blood tracks have. It's more fast-paced and it's great for tension. You can really feel your time just running out. Honestly, not much else to say since I already spent a lot of time describing those Theater of Blood tracks, but yeah, this is essentially the V2 version and it's pretty fucking solid, 8 out of 10 tier. The Everlasting Slumber. Yeah, essentially this is the prequel to the song before. Again, since it's by a different dev, you can hear many more differences. The overall song is again more atmospheric, very mysterious, and that's pretty much the vibe of it. I don't know if it's just me today when it comes to describing the songs, or if the songs are just getting more bland, but I don't really have a lot to say about them. So yeah, for this one, 7 out of 10 tier. Arboretum? Fucking, I don't know how to pronounce that in English. Arboretum. That's how I'm gonna pronounce it. Anyway, it's a magical song with a lonely feel. It's like weirdly, this is the only song where you don't need to specify that it's a music track on the wiki. So usually when there are songs that use the same name as pieces of content, you always need to specify that what you want is the song. So you write a piece of content and then you write in parentheses music track. But yeah, essentially not here. Here the song is essentially the default and you need to specify the location if you want to go to the page with the location instead. Just a little factoid I thought I would throw in. As for the song, in the middle there's sort of a crescendo that explodes as this magical discovery almost. At that point the sort of mystery is gone, the lonely feeling is gone. It's like seeing the tree for the first time, and then it goes back to what it was for that mysterious and lonely vibe again. Yeah, Ian musical structure is very fucking amazing and totally not insanely predictable. Anyway, it's a good song, 8 out of 10 tier. Dark Mayor. This track takes a while to get going since it's almost 9 minutes long. It feels much more atmospheric at the beginning and it has this somewhat magical but hostile tone to it. It sort of builds up to be this menacing track and then sort of very spooky. That spooky tone underlies the rest of the song pretty much. It plays obviously in Dark Mayor, so I kinda get the spooky tone. The ending, however, I did not get. It sounded way more magical than spooky or menacing. While the transition to it felt naturally, after it was fully transitioned, it just sounds somewhat out of place. Anyway, it's a 6 out of 10 B tier. Domain of the Vampires, and yeah, if you didn't realize, we are on the Sins of the Father quest, so we went from Songs of the Elves to Fremennik Exiles to Sins of the Father, so yeah, the first 40 songs here are all quest related. But yeah, this track is pretty much like the previous track, although a bit it has a bit more going on at times. I've said it before that Mauritania tracks really aren't my favorite, and after a while they start blending together, and I think this is the perfect example. EN tracks related to desert or Mauritania are just very weak in my opinion. This didn't make me fear that I was in like the presence of powerful vampires. It just sort of made me feel a bit uneasy, like, you know, when you are in an unknown, potentially hostile place. The slow pace could have been really good, but it just didn't do it for me. 5 out of 10 tier. Lament for the Hallowed. It's a very lonely song with a dash of magic to it. It plays at the Icene graveyard, so it makes sense to feel a bit far away, not just because it's literally far away, but also because it calls for that sort of far away history of a place that was sort of forgotten because of time. It's a fine song, but more of a background thing for me. 6 out of 10 tier. Mauritanian Mystery. It's a mysterious track with a spooky undertone. It plays during the shadowy figure, mid-tap during the Darkness of Alavel quest. It also plays during Sins of the Father, which is why it's here, although it was released earlier. But, it makes sense, I guess, to have that, spooky tone. Much like the previous track, while the track is good and fits the purpose it was created for, as a standalone track, it's fine, I guess. It's a 6 out of 10 tier. The Terrible Caverns. It's a combat song and honestly just a faster paced version of the Terrible Tower? Like, the song that plays at the Slayer Tower, which I gave a very solid 6 out of 10. The track being faster paced makes it more solid all around since the stakes feel higher, but at the same time, the triumphant moments do feel much more triumphant, which doesn't gel well with like the rest of the song. The more devious moments, which in the original help it be more down to earth and diffuse some of the tension, also hinder this version of the song since it makes it sound at times like the stakes actually aren't all that high after, all which, in here they kinda are, because you are doing, like, this is in the middle of the quest when you're in the Meyerditch laboratory, so the stakes are a bit high, but here as a result the song makes it feel like they aren't high. So yeah, it's a 5 out of 10 tier. The Terrible Tunnels. Okay, so this is just a slower version of the previous track. Like literally just a slower version. I guess it works, since, it's closer to the original, so you do have these more mysterious and somewhat spooky vibes, and, that works, but then, again, the fucking triumphant beat in the transition really makes everything feel much more weird. Yet again, it's like much like the previous song. The more devious nature, to a certain degree, diffuses the spookiness of the situation. For the Slayer Tower it worked, but here, this isn't a silly quest or a silly place where you kill some monsters. This is the middle of a pretty important quest, so, I would wish the song was a bit more serious in that regard. 5 out of 10 tier. Hupir Likey? Something along those lines, I don't know, Jagex just makes some weird ass fucking names. It's pretty much a boss fight song, and you can feel like the sense of urgency in it. The stakes are high, you need to win, everything depends on you. And yet, it just doesn't really feel as high stakes as I would love it to feel. I do like the contrast between the somber, heavy percussion and the higher sounding instruments trying to maintain hope in you winning the fight. It's a pretty solid song, although it's not very memorable, and I was a bit disappointed it wasn't as much as, the stakes being super high. 7 out of 10 tier. Vampire Assault. This track kinda surprised me because of how old it sounded, even with the previous track being more on the old school side. So just this plays during a quest, and I guess Jagex, because they are reusing certain songs that were already in the game, decided to actually list them now alongside some of the newer songs that they are using within the quest. Because this track actually came out with Aid of the Myrekyu back in 2006. Funnily enough, it's actually not that different from the previous tracks in terms of vibes. Again, it's more combat focused with, the tension to mix it in while, giving that sort of vampire vibe. I did not fucking rate it in my notes, so I'm gonna do it now. 6 out of 10 B tier. Watch Your Step. This is the spooky version of Aztec. It's a fast-paced, somewhat spooky song. It plays during Allowed Sepulchre when you are going through the floors, so the song is very much supposed to be high-octane tension. Even though this place actually makes me feel more like an adventurer passing through hazards just to get some nice loot, the song is very much on the spooky side of things, super tense. I don't really feel very triumphant, I guess, when going through this place and doing this activity, and I think that's fine. Although again, it's a bit weird that we sort of just have no tracks that sound very adventurous, kind of like Indiana Jones, even though that's kind of what we're doing here. So weirdly enough, I think the tracks like Aztec would fit much more here because they are tense, they are high octane, but they're not that super serious, spooky vibe to them. Either way, as far as this song goes, 8 out of 10 A tier. Well Hallowed Hair. It's this spooky but also a bit devious track, sort of like, the place is playing with you, having fun making you spooked. It's way more toned down than the previous track and just makes you feel spooked due to how mysterious the place is. It's a nice song, but nothing that grabbed me too much. 6 out of 10 B tier. You Have My Attention, a tense spookiness. This plays during the Lower Niel Draken first appearance, so it's feeling in, you have this almost otherworldly vibe with this spooky tense vibe. It makes you feel small and insignificant while you feel like Draken has all the control and you feel somewhat lonely, isolated in an hostile land, and you sort of are in the belly of the beast, if you will, except the beast knows a lot better than you do. Ironically, this song did grab my attention. The song almost goes quiet and then comes back up, and into this big, just tense moment. I think the song encapsulates the moments in the cutscene and is somewhat meant to be synced to it, which if it is, honestly, amazing impact. Only problem is that as a standalone track, it's not just as amazing as some other tracks, but it's still a very solid 8 out of 10 A tier. Rest in Peace. This song feels like a lament. It's a sad, sour goodbye to something you can't hold in your hands anymore. Your GP. You can't hold your GP in your hands anymore because you died and you lost it to pay off the costs. In real life, you go into debt trying to not die. In RuneScape, you go into debt because you died. Jokes aside, I actually really love this song. I would say that it's one of those that doesn't really feel very RuneScapey, and you know what? It's actually really good as a result. The intro section is just sort of a lament with only a piano, much like the one in the middle of Shadowland. And then it opens up to this sort of blown in your face almost anger, and then it calms down again. Almost like we are hearing someone's emotions when knowing of the death of someone. Like, outside of RuneScape tracks, just as a regular composition, this shit's really good. And it feels even more imposing when you conjure the imagery of Death sitting there, in his throne, just overpowering you, making you feel diminished due to his sheer size, making you feel unimportant as he doesn't pay any attention. It's honestly really impactful. The only other song I can feel essentially that was somewhat like this was Thrall of the Serpent. And yes, this song is made by Ash, and honestly, only him could pull off a song like this in RuneScape sound font, I feel. This is where the classical music background goes from hindering to just absolutely helping. After I gave it a listen, I just had to hear it again just for my own enjoyment this time, without having to review it. If, honestly, any songs are gonna enter a list of those I will just start listening regularly, this is one of them. 10 out of 10 S tier. The Enclave. I was so excited just to realize the song isn't original to Old School Runescape. It was made by Ian, not Ian, Ian, yeah, one of those, 3 tracks he made. The track is this sort of tense but combat focused song, and then it has this more sad, toned down break, and then going back to normal. It's very hopeless in a sense that like you sort of feel like you need to be triumphant, but even if you're going to be triumphant, you're gonna like experience some losses. These played during mobilizing armies, funnily enough, so it I guess tracks with that. But it also tracks with the Enclave since this is where the PvP hub pretty much is nowadays. It's a solid track, 8 out of 10 tier. Safety numbers. And is Old School RuneScape just gonna keep yonking tracks from RuneScape 2 and RuneScape 3? Because this is another track like that. I found it a bit weird that Bond was back, since at this point he wasn't with Jagex anymore, and yet this was released way back when. I'm gonna have a lot of fun having to just, re-listen to a lot of these tracks in the future, even though they aren't actually gonna be changed at all. As for this track, very toned down, but somewhat faster pace to imbue a certain sense of, I guess, hostility and tension. It's a 6 out of 10 tier. C Minor Shanty. It's a spooky fan rendition of Sea Shanty 2. The song is just... and... what the fuck did I write? Oh, I just didn't write it. So, my fucking script has the song is just, and I think it fits the spooky vibe quite well. It's just what? Did you just forget the word? Fine, cool, nice. Good job, past me. Anyway, it's pretty much an holiday song, so, I'm not expecting excellence from it, but it's actually quite a fun song. It's an 8 out of 10 tier. Eve's Epinet? Eve's Epinet, whatever. It's another holiday track from the same Halloween event. This one is more spooky sad, but it's not entirely sad, I guess. Maybe more spooky mysterious. It's devious and magical, and then it sort of opens up to this more fun song with the bass being really good. I love bassy sounds in RuneScape, I think they should be used more. I think sort of everyone trying to follow the old Ian songs made most songs sound very high-pitched on the scale, and I don't vibe with that all the time, honestly. It then evolves into this, more typical Ian song, unfortunately, which, while not bad, it also allows me to sort of blend all the other 400 Ian songs together. Yeah, take a guess who made this one. 6 out of 10 tier. A Dangerous Game, a tense track with a focus on combat. It seems a bit disjointed at times and not as menacing as most wilderness tracks. It's more RuneScape 2, like the tracks we've been hearing up until this point. It's a fine track, although I find it a bit repetitive, which, kinda led me to get really fucking boring by the end. 4 out of 10 C tier. Scrub's Foot Descent. A funky, upbeat track. It's very fun to listen to, and the fast-paced nature of the tempo really elevates the track. It has the same vibe as a lot of the other Goblin songs, and overall just, creatures of the like such as gnomes and dwarves. It has this clumsiness to it that makes the track super fun to listen to. I would say that it's still a bit towards the generic sometimes, but this is an holiday song. You know what, it's a Christmas song, why not? But let's be generous, 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we got Soul Wars, and Mod Grace enters the fray, yet another RuneScape 2 track. I could already taste the fact that it wasn't done original when I saw the name, since the minigame itself is taken from RuneScape 2, and I wasn't wrong. The track just mixes this more toned down, subdued noob feel with the high stakes and tension of the percussion. It then breaks into this militaristic type percussion with the drums. I never played Soul Wars, so I have no idea if this is actually accurate to the minigame or not, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say that it actually is accurate. Also, funny that the same technique of having two things going on at the same time was something I mentioned just a bit ago. It does get to a point where it's a bit repetitive, and that's probably the biggest problem of this song. While overall it's a solid experience, the parts just sort of blend together at some point, and you can't really have any of them stand out. It's a 6 out of 10 bit here. The Waiting Game. It's the prequel to the song before it. This one is a much bigger emphasis on the toned down nature of it, making it very mysterious and somewhat tense. You then have sporadic strings and militaristic type drumming in short bursts, until the flute comes in to play the main melody to top it all off. Then this pretty much just repeats until the second time the flute comes in, which comes accompanied by some synths underneath, I think. It's like time for triumph is sort of arriving, but obviously you need to fight for it. It's a solid 7 out of 10 here. Temper of the Storm. It's the boss track for Tempora, so it has this sea shanty vibe to it, being somewhat tense but still fun, like a naval battle is taking place. From the creator of Sea Shanty 2, I didn't expect anything less, honestly. In a way, it reminds me a lot of those RuneScape 3 tracks from the pirate quests, like Jack Attack for example, and I wonder at which point this is inspired by that. It's a solid track, but I would say it needs something more, like just a bit more to make it memorable for me. Maybe in the future I'll change my mind, but right now, I think it's an 8 out of 10 here. Barbarian Workout. It's a solid workout song, very likely an homage with the workout montage songs you see in movies. It's a very interesting take, that's for sure, and one of the reasons why I love RuneScape songs. As for the song itself, I mean, look, okay. It's actually a good song, and I can already hear the synths going fucking wild. It's a great montage song. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. No, S tier, yeah, there we go. Race Against the Clock. This song sort of gives you this sense of urgency, which, kinda tracks since it plays during the part of the quest where you need to be urgent since you are on a time limit. Part of the song, however, makes it feel like most urgent moments in quests, so it's a bit generic to that point. It also just has 26 seconds of silence for some reason, since the song is actually only 1 minute long, actually making it the shortest RuneScape song in the game. Carried on concept alone, but 7 out of 10 here. The Ruins of Kamdazal. It's a mysterious song with a very strong magical tone to it. You are exploring the ruins of a civilization, so it makes sense to be this more toned down, slower paced affair, which is really good at setting the mood, honestly. It again, however, did not make enough to make it memorable, but it's a 7 out of 10 here. Organ Music 1. So, this just plays when you play the organ. Like, again, this is part of the effort of Jagex to make every song that you can hear in game actually be in your playlist, which is why this is in here. It's fine, I guess. I mean, it's not actually like an actual song, but it's more like even 1 minute of just someone playing piano or organ. Sorry. It's still not as bad as some songs Ian made, however. So you know what? I'll give it a 5 out of 10 bit here. Organ Music 2. I mean, you're not gonna believe this, but it's pretty much the same thing as Organ Music 1, so 5 out of 10 bitter. Cleanliness. It's a chill song, humble tones as well. It's actually new and made by Ash, although the beginning does have these semblance to Mistalin tracks. And then Ash does this thing and sort of introduces this vibe like you are, at the beach, just sort of enjoying a nice day out with friends. Or well, you don't need to be at the beach, but yeah, it's very like that friendly, happy, being with friends vibe. Honestly, it's a very enjoyable track. At points sounds like you're just enjoying a sitcom. And look, we really haven't had too many S-tier tracks on this one, so let's just 9 out of 10 S-tier. Hey, psst, kid, You wanna hear Mod Ash play piano for 5 minutes? Well, you're not gonna fucking believe your luck. Yeah, this is just Mod Ash playing piano for 5 minutes, pretty much. And it's pretty enjoyable. I think, in this track, you can really hear a lot of the other Ash tracks in the game. Like at least when it comes to their vibe. Again, it's very classical in nature, but it's very enjoyable and admirable. I mean, you make an option in the clan all to play the piano, and this is one of the songs you can. This is the song you can hear rather when you actually play it. If you click on the background, because you can actually play the piano yourself. Fun fact, and you really didn't need to go this fucking hard. I mean, like most players aren't even gonna care about the clan all. Never mind about the piano itself. Like it didn't need to have an option at all, and yet, yeah, 9 out of 10 is tier. Beneath the Kingdom. It has this distorted and twisted tone to it on the background, while the main melody is composed of short bursts that create this almost magical feel to the song, although in a more tense manner. It does slowly pick up the pace until a section where it's more fast-paced for a bit, which would encompass the danger you go through, I guess, in the catacombs due to how hostile that place is. It's a 7 out of 10 right here. Confrontation. Pure tone setter. It's just like background synths with slow percussion repeated throughout. I guess it's not meant to be much of a song, but it's really a nothing burger, and I have a hard time calling it a song, honestly. It was done by mod Ed, which I don't think is a composer, so I'm guessing this was just more to just have some background noise for that part of the quest. Although Ed has made like 2 or 3 tracks before and they were actually fine. You know what? I'm not gonna be mean, I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 10 B tier just because, it's not much of a song. The Houses of Corinth. It has this hopeful melody on top of everything, while the background is more focused on the strife and struggle of the situation. It is at points a bit too happy in tone, taking away from the situation and the stakes it introduces, but that's just for a little bit, nothing major. It does end pretty suddenly, I would say. At first I thought my song simply just didn't load because my internet was like sort of having an hiccup, so the song just wasn't loading anymore, but no, the song just ended. Yeah, 7 out of 10 here. Judgment of the Depths. This track sounds somewhat based on Confrontation, the song we heard before the previous one. It has this menacing tone to it while having magical parts. It's also very toned down, slower paced, at first slowly building to a more faster paced section where the song becomes more menacing, but you also feel much more powerful. And then it sort of just goes into this transition and then go back to the main core of the song. It's a nice 7 out of 10 here. Military Life. It's a militaristic track. Honestly, I never enjoy them much, and this is no different. It's more on the humble side as far as, the tone goes, and the track isn't bad, despite my distaste of such songs. It's a fine 5 out of 10 bit here. The part where you die. This song is named that because in the quest, you die. As for the song itself, it's a pretty, high-octane tense fight. It's funny that at the beginning of the game, most tense combat songs have sort of this triumphant tone to it, but now most combat songs just have this sort of hopelessness to it due to how big of a threat things tend to be, and you really want just the end boss to be this high-stakes type situation for the quest to feel more memorable, I guess. Just something I thought I would put out there, since I think that it's an interesting evolution, perhaps reflective of the environment we live in. Anyway, as for the song, 7 out of 10 here. Regal Pomp, which I mistyped as Comp for some reason. Well, I'm not fucking changing that. Maybe we don't have as many triumphant combat songs because now we have space for end of quest cutscene songs with that happy triumphant ending. Yeah, this song is pretty much just that. It does have a bit of a silly tone to it, like the song isn't entirely serious in the sense of like being triumphant, and it's more of like this story at a happy ending, but still 7 out of 10 right here. Rose. It's a sad song. It's about Rose, and I think despite not being the best song out there, I think it actually fits the quest quite well. Honestly, like, to me at least, I really enjoyed it quite a lot. There's just sort of this bittersweetness to the melody, and, maybe it might be my mood, but, you know, it's not the best song in the game. But it's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Itsy Bitsy. There's barely any sounds in this song. It's just a few noises here and there, and the same goes for instruments. It feels like, things just sort of are sneaking around, and this might actually make some people uncomfortable. It's a great example for an atmosphere song, and it would be the song I would probably point to as an example of a RuneScape song that really makes you feel uneasy. It's very stripped down, and to be fair, it was made by Mod Adam R, audio developer in charge of voiceovers apparently, so I guess the experience here is more on the sound effect side of things than on composing songs. I would say, as a song, it's not really a song, but it's a pretty amazing experiment, so I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10 tier. Beyond the Meadows. It's a relaxing song made by Mod Arismel, which was on Jackass for like 6 months. Yeah, when I'm telling you that the game had multiple composers, this is the extent of what I mean. The song is actually quite nice. Maybe not what I would call memorable right away, but there's a, this sort of ambleness to it while being very relaxing to hear. Makes you feel sort of warm inside, It's not as amble as probably most of the Mistalian songs, as it clearly sounds much more modern, but it's basically a modern take on them. I think the more I listened to this song, the more I fell in love with it. 9 out of 10 S tier. The Forest of Shazian. Okay, you're not gonna believe this. Yeah, it's another J-mod that stayed at Jagex for 6 months. This time, Mod Rainbow. I wonder if these are just internships or what, but I do appreciate their small yet significant contributions to the game. In a way, RuneScape is as great as it is due to the community it has, so, any contribution, big or small, is a good thing in my eyes. Except for Modjet, but we don't talk about him. This song is actually very toned down, very mysterious, and represents this sort of being in unknown place type vibe. The song then builds up to this more lonely vibe. It's a 7 out of 10 tier. Not a Moment of Relief. Okay, you're not gonna believe this. Yeah, it's another J-mod, 6 months. This time I could not find the mod name, but according to the wiki and checking the LinkedIn profile, it was James Rogers that made this one. This song is kinda the same tone as the previous one. You sort of have this mysterious vibe to it, but this time is a bit more magical and with a certain dash of tension. It's pretty enjoyable, 7 out of 10 tier. Out at the Mines. Same vibe as the previous one, but this one is more magical and is a bit, faster paced compared to the previous one. There's this sort of happiness that the song has, or rather satisfaction. Yeah, I think satisfaction is a better word in this case. There's this adventurous excitement of doing something new you just unlocked type deal. Funnily, this plays at the Blast Mine, a place barely no one uses it, and the Sulphur Mine, a place that a lot of people hated that barely no one uses it because the favor was removed. 7 out of 10 tier. What Happens Below? It starts as this heavy, slow sound and then sort of transitions to this more urgent type vibe. It never really leaves that amble vibe it has. It just sort of feels like a ballad at points, like a waltz, It's a 6 out of 10 tier. The Ancient Prison. Hey, hold up, I know this one. Yeah, it's another RuneScape 2 track, this time for Nex. I think this track is actually great at setting the mood. It has this dark, mysterious vibe to it, as if it's bad, but like, you just can't not be intrigued by it. There's something afoot, and this song really sets your interest in knowing what it is, but not giving away too much. Just like setting the atmosphere to pique your interest. Unfortunately, it's a bit on the short side, but it's an 8 out of 10 S tier. S tier? No, A tier. A tier. It's an A tier. A Festive Party. It's an happy song, sounds like something that would play during a credit sequence of a Christmas movie with an happy ending. This did play during the Christmas event, and yeah, it's a 7 out of 10 A tier. The Angel's Fury. It's your typical high-octane tense tone that Surma loves giving his songs. Here, the tension is very clear, specifically with how fast-paced the song is. And then, the song sounds very familiar all of a sudden. Yeah, parts of this song are actually based on Angel of Death, the song for next Angel of Death from RuneScape 3. And these moments are actually really good. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded a direct remake of the song to fit Old School RuneScape. The RuneScape 3 version is so good, and compared to the other parts, the tension is more bittersweet. It's more light in the sense that it's a negative tension that makes you feel sort of sad, but also a positive one because of the boss you are fighting, making you feel triumphant. Although those parts of the song are more from the boss's perspective, so it's more about Nex being happy to fight you because she's appreciative of what Zaros did for her, so the bittersweet nature of the tension in RuneScape 3 moments isn't so much about you fighting a boss, but rather two parties fighting each other with something to lose, and the party that wins will be triumphant, not just themselves individually, but also to whom they support. The new parts of the track just sort of feel like the more vanilla adventurous struggling against a monster and the tension that comes with it. Honestly, it was a missed opportunity in my opinion, but the original parts are really just that fucking good, so 9 out of 10 S tier. Zaro's Zeitgeist. It's the sequel to the Ancient Prison song. It plays during the boss fight as well, and it's great. There's this constant percussion going on, setting this really tense vibe, and yet there's like sloth synths, always giving you this idea that whatever you are fighting is much bigger than you. Honestly, it's not the flashiest song, but I really enjoy this more toned down, if you will, just purely focus on sort of percussion songs from Bond. Unfortunately, Old School RuneScape doesn't really have them, but I heard stuff like this in RuneScape 3, the more toned down songs, and they're pretty great. They work as a sort of trance to keep you focused on the fight, and the synths here just sort of work perfectly to be more atmosphere within the song, just hanging around, unbothered by your presence, and even taunting you to a degree by just repeating without much variation. It might not be for everyone, but I love these songs, and after a while I think people actually do learn to love them as well. It's a 9 out of 10 S tier. Catacombs and Tombs. It gives these combat jungle vibes. It's also not an original because, yet again, Jamflex yanked another song, and this time an entire quest from RuneScape 2. This is the RuneScape 2 section, I guess. The song is made by Mod Than A, the same mod from M-Attack, so the song is more on the combat exciting vibe. It's weird that two songs involving goblins are this high octane and fun to listen to. This one is more on the serious side, but still has that adventurous charm to it that M-Attack also has. I mean, it's the same sound font, yet the songs just sound so different when it comes from this mod. They all just sound very electronic in a way. I honestly think that his songs are actually really good, and this one is no exception. 9 out of 10 S tier. Next up we got Don't Panic Zenek. This song is very simple, including only a piano and a harp. It's a sad song. I like the more experimental stuff the game has been doing at this point, musically speaking at least. Songs that only have a piano, more atmospheric renditions, songs that don't really sound very RuneScapey. We have been just eating good at this point, you know. As for this song, I enjoyed especially the fact that you can probably show this to people and they wouldn't exactly know this is a RuneScape song. It just doesn't sound very RuneScapey, and that's a good thing. Yet again, we have a better sad theme for Zenek as sort of this despair of lament that is elevated because the devs didn't feel like they needed to stick exactly to what Ian did back then, and the song just became better for it. I might revise this one in the future, but for now, it's a strong 8 out of 10, A tier. Dusk in Ubisk, same composer as before, then A is back, and this time it's a more menacing, slower paced track. Mostly focused on percussion while a synth plays, and the breaks are kind of the same, but you essentially have a sax. I think it's a sax. It's a decent song, although contrary to the ones before this one, didn't grab me as much. It's more on the background side for me than his other stuff. I think he was better at faster paced stuff. I do think it's still great, he did try like different sounds, and I think that elevated his songs, but here it does to a point feel like he was trying to be more vanilla with his sound, and I think the song suffers from it. It's still a decent 6 out of 10 B tier. Temple of Tribes. First of all, you don't get away with the Pink Panther theme inspiration. Secondly, the song is very spooky. It's this slow, constant percussion with this sort of synth, the same one that appears on the background of Barbarianism, I think. The song is interjected from time to time with sax and string sounds, which gives this song a bit more of a goofy vibe, which I mean, again, sax is kind of the theme sound for the Goblins, so I guess that makes sense. Unfortunately, the song wasn't anything too amazing that really grabbed me. It was a fine 6 out of 10 B tier. Xanix's theme, it's a very triumphant song, like, you know, someone doing something heroic. Honestly, I ended up liking the song more than I thought I would. At the beginning, I really didn't like it, but for me, as the song went on, I think it's actually really solid. I do like how it starts right away with the chorus and no intro, and again, like, I didn't like it much, but as the song went on, it became my favorite part for sure. The more I listen to it as well, you know, it has sort of these dreamy moments to it that sound very nostalgic, amongst the more triumphant moments. This is another one I might revise in the future, but for now, 8 out of 10 A tier. The Guardians Prepare. A very short song that, well, sounds like you are preparing for what it is to come. It has sort of that tension imbued to it. Yeah, I just noticed now that the song name also actually mentions it. Right. Anyway, this song was actually made by Stephen Lord, another J-mod I never heard about. Weirdly, the J-mod was at Jagex for 11 years, and how did I never hear about this guy before? His LinkedIn shows that he was the head of studio and then later the audio director, but at least in Old School Runescape there's barely any songs of his. You would think that there would be more with how long he has been in the company before he left, but no, he made 6 songs for Old School Runescape and like 20 for RuneScape 3. I guess he was more in charge of, like, you know, voice acting and stuff like that, and just general audio management rather than making music. As for this track though, it's fine. Again, just a bit tense with the magical tone to it. 5 out of 10 B tier. Guardians of the Rift, the sequel to the previous track. It's a magical track that gives you this busy vibe. While the track actually isn't very big in terms of sounding, it makes you feel busy, like you always have something to do. It does play during the minigame, so, you know, that might be why. You have this magical song with this combat tone to it, but more from skilling perspective of working on a team rather than being full combat. You also do have more menacing moments, but the magical moments are always there to maintain the focus. The heavy section sounds very interesting and very RuneScape 3, honestly, much like Then M, or Then A actually. These parts are also sort of less RuneScapey, but I like them. It's a nice song, honestly. I like this one quite a lot, although honestly I might need to hear a bit more in the future, but for now I'm pretty dead set on 8 out of 10 A tier. Temple of the Eye, and this is a more toned down version of the previous track. It still maintains the same magical tone, but it's calm as if you are just in a magical place. Which, to be fair, you kinda are, so, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice song, not much else to say about it. 7 out of 10 A tier. Awful Anthem. Yeah, the song uses only an ARP, and I really love that it has some wrong notes in there. As far as the song goes, it's pretty rough, but honestly, within the context, it's pretty funny. It's even funnier that it was actually made by Ian. 1 out of 10 D tier. Bob's on Holiday. We reached the point where Jagex started making available in-game songs that weren't on playlists. So in a way, we're ending on the note we started, with a fuck ton of Ian songs, because most of these are old enough that no other composer existed at Jagex. The song's fine, it has a charm to it, you know, it's like this fun, happy stint of Bob and Neat going on vacation. It's pretty fun, 7 out of 10, A tier. Brain Battle. It's a combat song. It's tense, but in a way it has this undertone of piracy to it. Although here, you know, shit just became way too serious, so it's a serious pirate undertone, but still very much the overwhelming sense in tension from combat of fighting and evil dude pretty much. 6 out of 10 right there. Kane's Tutorial. This just sounds like parts of barbarianism. It's more toned down and mostly features the percussion with the synths I mentioned earlier, ironically. Obviously, since it's a tutorial, it's more fitting as you don't want to distract players, and it's an interesting take, I guess. It also sounds like the prequel to the 2 Barbarian Assault songs. So 6 out of 10 B tier. The Consortium. It's this fun track with this bass. It's sort of happy with a cheekiness to it since it involves the dwarves. This track actually reminds me of Mudskipper Melody for some reason. I think the vibes are sort of the same, though this song is much more on the slower side and not so busy. 7 out of 10 A tier. Crest of a Wave. It's a sea shanty song, very fun, you know, very we're going on an adventure type deal. For such a short song, it's pretty good, I gotta admit. It's pretty fun to go through these songs that play during quest cutscenes and are on the, I guess, smaller or simpler side and compare them to songs we have now. Yeah, of course they aren't gonna be as good, but it's still a nice look into how things used to operate and the differences from even back then, primarily the songs having less stuff going on and making them more simple, to the songs that we have now, which are sometimes an absolute cacophony and this incredibly modern composing. As for the song, 8 out of 10 A tier. Delrith. It's a tense combat song, but much more on the evil spooky side, because, well, demon, Delrith. These songs are actually very short, I'm noticing, but, you know, just as I said above, they aren't the most complex, so they don't need to be super long. 5 out of 10 B tier. Dogfight. And yeah, it's a song where you fight the bouncer during the Shadows General, or the General Shadows mini-quest. It's a nice song, it has more of that younger charm of Ian's songs with, you know, more stuff going on, but still nothing major. It's a nice combat tense song with a more adventurous spirit to it. It's a 7 out of 10 A tier. Dorgashun Treaty. It's a triumphant happy song, kinda like the Xenic theme song we heard earlier. It has a mix between castle medieval music and cave goblins. 6 out of 10 B tier. Eye of the Storm. It's the song that plays when Elvarg attacks, and you know, this is sort of a spooky, dangerous song playing during it. The tension is palpable. It's not as much of a song as it is sort of a music movie theme track to accompany the scene. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. The Fairy Dragon. It's this mix between fun and magical, sort of like, you know, the clumsiness and fairy type deal. It's a 6 out of 10 B tier. The Fremennik Kings. The song is just mostly percussion with like a synth accompanying it. It plays during the quest where you are criticizing the king, so I guess it fits this serious moment and plays into its tension. Didn't really like it too much, but I mean,
honestly, just a fine song. 5 out of 10 B tier. The Gates of Menopause. Oh, finally, we got another dev, made by Unknown. Yeah, I totally know that J-mod. Anyway, if I had to guess, it was probably made by Ian, given the style. Although Bond is also a candidate, but my man is on Ian, having heard the previous cutscene tracks. It's a 4 out of 10 C tier. Impulses. So we have Impetus, and now we have Impulses, to form the full name of the Pure minigame. This song is very mysterious, very spooky at the beginning, with very little instruments going on, to sort of leave you in the dark. It never really evolves past that, but I think it's a great mood setter that works just fine, especially when Impetus already exists. I was supposed to rate this song and I didn't. I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 10 bitter. King of the Trolls. It's a boss track that has sort of this slower percussion and constant sax going on. It's fine, again, nothing too major. Serviceable, 5 out of 10, B tier. Look to the Stars. It's a magical track with this fun, adventurous tone to it. I honestly dig it. It's just a very uplifting, cozy vibe, like every sort of otherworldly type track. Yeah, I mean, look, again, sort of title of the track, Otherworld, yeah, you get the point. The track kind of does that. It's cozy, it's fun. It's an 8 out of 10 A tier. The Penguin Bards. Ah yes, the musical performance of the penguins. Clearly they knew what they were doing when they crafted this just absolute masterpiece. Also, did you note that the Pengs are actually based on Daft Punk? They're not, but honestly, he was going to fact check me on this one, at this point in the video anyway. So yeah, I mean, it's not much of a song at all, it's just more of a kids show performance, I would say. I mean, it's not bad, it's a 2 out of 10 D tier. And that pretty much concludes our last tier list, because yes, this is the last tier list. As you can see, 700. Old School Runescape does not have 800 songs yet, anyway, meaning I could either make this part much longer or make an extra part that is shorter. Instead, what I decided to do was to simply wait until the game gets 800 songs, and then I can make a part 8 with the songs from ID 701 to 800, and then, once the game gets 900, I'll make another part until 900 songs, and so on and so on. I think that is much more manageable than having a weird part that only has, currently I think it's 68 songs or something along those lines, and then I have to restart from there once I get back to it. So this is the last part until the game gets 800 tracks. Now, I will have a video explaining everything, because there's a lot of stuff that I learned from obviously doing all of this music stuff and whatnot. For now, however, what I can announce is I essentially just have 2 videos planned. Number 1, I'm probably gonna grab all of these parts and put them all together into just a massive episode, so people can just enjoy that instead and don't have to click through multiple videos. Secondly, I'm gonna grab all of my S tier songs and actually combine them into a mega video with only S tier songs. I like listening to RuneScape music, if that hasn't been obvious already, but oftentimes YouTube not only has lower quality songs, sometimes it's just outright missing some songs, and overall I just want something that is big that I can just put on the background and listen and not have to continuously worrying about skipping ads or continuously worrying about choosing songs or whatever. So those are the videos that I have planned. As for the series future, well, as I mentioned, part 8 when the game gets 800 songs, but for now, I'm gonna take a break. And I say taking a break because this is not the end. You see, what kind of person reviews every single Old School RuneScape track and doesn't review RuneScape 3? Yep, exactly, I'm doing RuneScape 3 someday. I'm gonna take maybe a 2 to 3 month break. I try to, release these on a monthly basis, and even on a monthly basis, it's rough, you know what I mean?
because there's a lot of effort that goes into this. Not only do I essentially listen to all of the tracks and write a little short review about them and rate them, but also all of these images that you're seeing here bar the ones that I actually cannot get to, such as some events and stuff like that are usually from the wiki, which shout out to the wiki for actually having all of this fucking information available. Pretty much most screenshots are mine. And then I put the name of the songs in the screenshot, so all of these pictures I have to do them even if I have the wiki picture for them, right? I had to write all of the text and everything. All of the footage that you see in the videos, that's on top of that. So essentially I end up like having to write the name of these tracks like pretty much 5 times each. So per episode I write them like 500 times pretty much, that I have to write names of tracks per part pretty much. So yeah, I'm gonna take a big break, but RuneScape 3 music tier list coming someday. Again, like, I'm gonna give myself 3 months around that, but yeah, if you liked it, obviously, as always, the tier list will be in the description. You can check it out, I will link it there, and yeah, just have fun making your own tier list and just sharing it with other people. That's it for me, and I'll see you in the next video, which I have no fucking idea what it is. Bye!